signal from my body, this is not good. And I didn't trust it early on, but I knew it was there. And then 2 or 3 bad experiences later, I'm able to say, every single time there was a signal from the body informing my mind, this is not good. Now, the reverse has also been true, that there have been a number of instances in which I feel sort of immediate delight, and there's this kind of almost astonishingly simple experience of feeling comfortable with somebody, or at peace with something, or delighted at an experience. And it turns out literally all of those experiences and people turned out to be experiences and people that are still in my life and that I still delight in every day. In other words, what's great about getting older is that you stop questioning the signals that come from the, I think, deeper recesses of your nervous system to say, hey, this is not good, or hey, this is great, more of this. Whereas I think in my teens, my 20s, my 30s, I'm 40, almost 48, I'll be 48 next month, I didn't trust, I didn't listen. I actually put a lot of work into overriding those signals and learning to fight through them, thinking that somehow that was making me tougher, or somehow that was making me smarter, when in fact, in the end, those people that you meet that are, difficult, or, there are other names for it, it's like in the end, you're like, yeah, that person's a piece of shit, or this person is amazing and they're really wonderful. And I felt that from go.
So you've learned to trust your gut versus like the influences of other people's opinions.
I've learned to trust my gut versus the forebrain overanalysis, overriding the gut. Other people often in my life have had great optics, right? I've benefited tremendously from an early age of being in a large community of what's been mostly guys, but I have some close female friends and always have as well, who will tell me that that's a bad decision, or this person not so good, or be careful, or they're great, or that's great. So oftentimes my community and the people around me have been more aligned with the correct choice than not.
Really?
Yes.
Really? When you were younger, like friends, parents, and so on?
I don't recall ever really listening to my parents that much. I grew up in a, we don't have to go back to my childhood thing, but my sense was that, thank you. I learned that recently in a psilocybin journey. My first high dose psilocybin journey, which was, welcome back, done with a clinician. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was worried there for a second at one point, am I not coming back? But in any event, I grew up with some wild kids. I would say about a third of my friends from childhood are dead or in jail. About a third have gone on to do tremendously impressive things, start companies, excellent athletes, academics, scientists, and clinicians. And then about a third are living their lives as kind of more typical. I just mean that they are happy family people with jobs that they mainly serve the function to make money. They're not sort of into their career for career's sake. But
I'm playing Braum.
So some of my friends early on,
so I'm not going to have fun.
But most of the time, my bad ideas came from overriding the signals that I knew that my body, and I would say my body and brain, were telling me to obey. And when I say body and brain, is that there's this brain region, the insula, which does many things, but it represents our sense of internal sensation, interoception. And I was talking to Paul Conti about this, who, as you know, I respect tremendously. I think he's one of the smartest people I've ever met. I think for different reasons. He and Mark Andreessen are some of the smartest people I've ever met. But Paul's level of insight into the human psyche is absolutely astounding. And he says the opposite of what most people say about the brain, which is most people say, oh, the supercomputer of the brain is the forebrain. It's like a monkey brain with extra real estate put on there, and the forebrain is what makes us human. And gives us our superpowers. Paul has said, and he's done a whole series on mental health that's coming out from our podcast in September, so just to plug that, but he'll elaborate on what I'm about to say.
Wait, you're doing a thing with Paul?
We already did. Yeah, so Paul.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so Paul Conti shot he and I sat down, he did a 4-episode series on mental health. It's not mental illness, mental health, about how to explore one's own subconscious, explore the self, build and cultivate the generative drive. You'll learn more about what that is from him. He's far more eloquent and clear than I am. And he provides essentially a set of steps to explore the self that does not require that you work with a therapist. This is self-exploration that is rooted in psychiatry. It's rooted in neuroscience. And I don't think this information exists anywhere else. I'm not aware that it exists anywhere else. And he essentially distills it all down to one 8.5 by 11 sheet, which we provide for people. And he says there, I don't want to give too much away because I would detract from what he does so beautifully, but if I tried, and I wouldn't accomplish it anyway. But he said, and I believe, that the subconscious is the supercomputer of the brain. All the stuff working underneath our conscious awareness that's driving our feelings and what we think are the decisions that we've thought through so carefully. And that only by exploring the subconscious and understanding it a little bit can we actually improve ourselves over time. And I agree. I think that the mistake is to think that thinking can override it all. It's a certain style of introspection and thinking that allows us to read the signals from our body, read the signals from our brain, integrate the knowledge that we're collecting about ourselves, and to use all that in ways that are really adaptive and generative.
What do you think is there in that subconscious? What do you think of the Jungian shadow? What's there?
There's this idea that you're familiar with too, I'm sure, that this Jungian idea that we all have all things inside of us, that all of us have the capacity to be evil, to be good, etc., but that some people express one or the other to a greater extent. But he also mentioned that there's a unique category of people, maybe 2 to 5% of people, that don't just have all things inside of them, but they actually spend a lot of time exploring a lot of those things, the darker recesses, the shadows, their own shadows. I'm somebody who's drawn to goodness and to light and to joy and all those things like anybody else. But no, I think maybe it was part of how I grew up. Maybe it was the crowd I was with. Maybe, but then again, even when I started spending more time with academics and scientists, you see shadows in other ways, right? You see pure ambition with no passion. I recall a colleague in San Diego who, it was very clear to me, did not actually care about understanding the brain, but understanding the brain was just his avenue to exercise ambition. And if you gave him something else to work on, he'd work on that. In fact, he did. He left and he worked on something else. I realized he has no passion for understanding the brain like I assumed all scientists do. That's certainly why I went into it. But some people, it's just raw ambition. It's about winning. It doesn't even matter what they win. Which to me is crazy, but I think that's a shadow that some people explore, not one I've explored. I think the shadow parts of us are very important to come to understand. And look, better to understand them and know that they're there
Brain dead
and work with them than to not acknowledge their presence and have them surface in the form of addictions or behaviors that damage us and other people.
So one of the processes for achieving mental health is to bring those things to the surface. So fish the subconscious mind.
Yes, and Paul describes 10 cupboards that one can look into for exploring the self. There's the structure of self and the function of self. Again, this will all be spelled out in the series in a lot of detail, also in terms of its relational aspect between people, how to pick good partners and good relationships. He gets really into this from a very different perspective. Fascinating stuff. I was just sitting there. I will say this, that 4-episode series with Paul is, at least to date, the most important work I've ever been involved in all of my career. Because it's very clear that we are not taught how to explore our subconscious,
Absolutely.
and that very few people actually understand how to do that. Even most psychiatrists. He mentioned something about psychiatrists. If you're a cardiothoracic surgeon or something like that, and 50% of your patients die, you're considered a bad cardiothoracic surgeon. But with no disrespect to psychiatrists, there are some excellent psychiatrists out there. There are also a lot of terrible psychiatrists out there, because unless all of their patients commit suicide or have committed suicide, they can treat for a long time without it becoming visible that they're not so good at their craft. Now, he's superb at his craft, and I think he would say that yes, exploring some shadows, but also just understanding the self, like what really understanding like who am I and what's important, what are my ambitions, what are my strivings. Again, I'm lifting from some of the things that he'll describe exactly how to do this. People do not spend enough time addressing those questions, and as a consequence, they discover what resides in their subconscious through the sometimes bad, hopefully also good, but manifestations of their actions. We are driven by this huge 90% of our real estate that is not visible to our conscious awareness, and we need to understand that. I've talked about this before. I've done therapy twice a week since I was a kid. I had to, as a condition of being let back in school. I found a way to, either through insurance or even when I didn't have insurance, I took an extra job writing for Thrasher magazine when I was a postdoc, so I could pay for therapy at a discount because I didn't make much money as a postdoc. I think for me it's as important as going to the gym. And people think it's just ruminating on problems or getting smart. No. If you work with somebody really good, they're forcing you to ask questions about who you really are, what you really want. It's not just about support, but there should be support, there should be rapport, but then it's also, there should be insight. Right? Most people who get therapy, they're getting support, there's rapport, but insight is not easy to arrive at. And a really good psychologist or psychiatrist can help you arrive at deep insights that transform your entire life.
Well, sometimes when I look inside, and I do this often, exploring who you truly are, you come to this question: do I accept, once you see parts, do I accept this or do I fix this? Is this who you are fundamentally, and it will always be this way, or is this a problem to be fixed? Like, for example, one of the things, especially recently, but in general, over time, I've discovered about myself, probably has roots in childhood, probably has roots in a lot of things, is I deeply value loyalty, maybe more than the average person. And so when there's disloyalty, it can be painful to me. And so this is who I am. And so do I have to relax a bit? Do I have to fix this part? Or is this who you are? And there's a million, that's one little...
I think loyalty is a good thing too, provided that when loyalty is broken, that it doesn't disrupt too many other areas of your life. But it depends also on who's disrupting that loyalty. If it's a coworker versus a romantic partner versus your exclusive romantic partner, depending on the structure of your romantic partner life. I have always experienced extreme joy and feelings of safety and trust in my friendships. Again, mostly male friendships, but female friendships too, which is only to say that they were mostly male friendships. The female friendships have also been very loyal. So getting backstabbed is not something I'm familiar with. And yeah, I love being crewed up.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm with you. And you and I are very much have the same values on this. But that's one little thing. And then there's many other things. Like, I'm extremely self-critical. And you look at I look at myself because I'm regularly very self-critical. There's a self-critical engine in my brain. And I talked to actually Paul about this, I think on the podcast, quite a bit. And he's saying this is a really bad thing. Like, you need to fix this. You need to be able to be regularly very positive about yourself. And I kept disagreeing with him. No, this is like who I am. Like, and it seems to work. Don't mess with the thing that seems to be working. It's fine. Like, I oscillate between being really grateful and really self-critical. But then you have to figure out what is it. Maybe there's a deeper root thing. Maybe there's an insecurity in there somewhere that has to do with childhood. And then you're trying to prove something to somebody from your childhood. This kind of thing.
Well, a couple of things that I think are hopefully valuable for people here. One is one way to destroy your life is to spend time trying to control your or somebody else's past. So much of our destructive behavior and thinking comes from wanting something that we saw or did or heard to not be true, rather than really working with that and getting close to what it really was. And sometimes those things are even traumatic, and we need to really get close to them and for them to move through us. And that, there are a bunch of different ways to do that with support from others, and hopefully, but sometimes on our own as well. I don't think we can rewire our deep preferences and what we find despicable or joyful. I do think that it's really a question of what allows us peace. Like, can you be at peace with the fact that you're very self-critical and enjoy that, get some distance from it, have a sense of humor about it? Or is it driving you in a way that's keeping you awake at night and forcing you back to the table to do work in a way that feels self-flagellating and doesn't feel good? Can you get that humility and awareness of how you're, of your one's flaws? And I think that can create, this word space sounds very new agey. Like, get space from it. So, you can have a sense of humor about how neurotic we can all be. I mean, neurotic isn't actually a bad term in the classic sense of the psychologists and psychiatrists. The Freudians said that, the best case is to be neurotic, to actually see one's own issues and work with them, whereas psychotic is the other way to be, which is obviously not good. So I think the question whether or not to work on something or to just accept it as part of ourselves, I think, really depends if we feel like it's holding us back or not. And I think you're asking perhaps the most profound question about being a human, which is, what do you do with your body? What do you do with your mind? I mean, it's also a question. We started off talking about fitness a little bit, just for whatever reason. Do I need to run an ultra marathon? I don't feel like I need to. David Goggins does, and it does a whole lot more than that. So that for him, that's important. For me, it's not important to do that. I don't think he does it just so he can run the ultras. There's clearly something else in there for him, and guys like Cam Hanes and tremendous respect for what they do and how they do it. Does one need to make their body more muscular, stronger, more endurance, more flexibility? Do you need to read harder books? I think doing hard things feels good. I know it feels good. I know that the worst way to feel is when I'm procrastinating and I don't do something, and then whenever I do something and I complete it, I break through that point where it was hard, and then I'm doing it. At the end, I actually feel like I was infused with some sort of super chemical, and who knows if it's probably a cocktail of endogenously made chemicals. But I think it is good to do hard things, but you have to be careful not to destroy your body, your mind in the process. And I think it's about whether or not you can achieve peace. Can you sleep well at night? Stress isn't bad if you can sleep well at night. You can be stressed all day, go, and it'll optimize your focus, but can you fall asleep at the same time? Being in a hard relationship. Some people say, that's not good. Other people like it. Can you be at peace in that? And I think we all, have different RPM. And, we all kind of idle at different RPM. And some people are big mellow Costellos, and others are kind of like, need more friction in order to feel at peace. But I think ultimately what we want is to feel at peace.
Yeah, I've been through some really low points over the past couple of years, and I think the reason could be boiled down to the fact that I haven't been able to find a place of peace, a place or people or moments that give deep inner peace. And I think you put it really beautifully. It's you have to figure out, given who you are, the various characteristics of your mind, all the things, all the contents of the cupboards, how to get space from it. And ultimately, one good representation of that is to be able to laugh at all of it. Whatever's going on inside your mind, to be able to step back and just kind of chuckle at the beauty and the absurdity of the whole thing.
Yeah, and keep going. There's this beautiful, as I mentioned, it seems like every podcast lately, I'm a huge Rancid fan, mostly because I just think Tim Armstrong's writing is pure poetry, and whether or not you like the music or not, and he's written music for a lot of other people too. Doesn't advertise that much because he's humble, but
and that, by the way, I went to a show of theirs like 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, I'm going to see them in Boston in September. I'm literally flying there where I'll take the train up from New York. I'm going to meet a friend of mine named Jim Thibault, who's a guy who owns a lot of companies in the skateboard industry. We're meeting there, like a couple of little kids, to go see them play. Amazing people, amazing music.
Very intense,
but it embodies all the different emotions. That's why I love it, right? They have some love songs, they have some hate songs, but there's going back to what you said. I think there's a song, the first song on the Indestructible album. I think it's sort of, he's just talking about like shock and disbelief and discovering things about people that were close to you, and it's I won't sing it, but nor I wouldn't dare, but there's this one lyric that's really stuck in my mind for ever since that album came out in 2003, which is that nothing's what it seems, so I just sit here laughing and keep going on. I can't get distracted. There is this piece of like, you got to learn how to push out the disturbing stuff sometimes and go forward. And I remember hearing that lyric and then writing it down, and that was a time when my undergraduate advisor, who was like a mentor and a father to me, blew his head off in the bathtub like 3 weeks before. And then my graduate advisor, who I was working for at that time, who I loved and adored, was really like a mother to me. I knew her when she was pregnant with her 2 kids, died at 50, breast cancer. And then my postdoc advisor, first day of work at Stanford, as a faculty member, sitting across the table like this from him, had a heart attack right in front of me, died of pancreatic cancer at the end of 2017. I remember just thinking, like, going back to that song there over and over, like, and where people would, I haven't had many betrayals in life, I've had a few, but just thinking like, we're seeing something, we're learning something about something, you can't believe it. And I mentioned that lyric off that first song, Indestructible, on that album, because it's just the raw emotion of like, I can't believe this, what I just saw is so disturbing. But I have to just keep going forward. There are certain things that we really do need to push, not just into our periphery, but off into the gutter and keep going. And that's a hard thing to learn how to do. But if you're going to be functional in life, you have to. And actually, just to get at this issue of do I change or do I embrace this aspect of self? About 6 months, it was April of this last year, I did some intense work around some things that were really challenging to me. And I did it alone, and it may have involved some medicine. And I expected to get peace through this. I was like, I'm gonna let go of it. And I spent 11 hours just getting more and more frustrated and angry about this thing that I was trying to resolve. And I was so unbelievably disappointed that I couldn't get that relief. And I was like, what is this? Like, this is not how this is supposed to work. I'm supposed to feel peace. The clouds are supposed to lift. And so a week went by, and then another half week went by. And then someone whose opinion I trust very much, I explained this to them because I was getting a little concerned, like, what's going on? This is worse, not better. And they said, this is very simple. You have a giant blind spot, which is your sense of justice, Andrew, and your sense of anger are linked like an iron rod, and you need to relax. And as they said that, I felt the anger dissipate. And so there was something that I think it is true. I have a very strong sense of justice, and my sense of anger, then at least, was very strongly linked to it. So it's great to have a sense of justice, right? I hate to see people wrong. I absolutely do. And I'm human. I'm sure I've wronged people in my life. I know I have. They told me I've tried to apologize and reconcile where possible. Still have a lot of work to do. But where I see injustice, it draws in my sense of anger in a way that I think is just eating me up. But it was only in hearing that link that I wasn't aware of before, it was in my subconscious, obviously, did I feel the relaxation. It wasn't, there's no amount of plant medicine or MDMA or any kind of chemical you can take that's naturally just going to dissipate what's hard for oneself. It needs, if one embraces that, or if one chooses to do it through just talk therapy or journaling or friends or introspection or all of the above, there needs to be an awareness of the things that we're just not aware of. So I think the answer to your question, do you embrace or do you fight these aspects of self, is I think you get in your subconscious through good work with somebody skilled, or sometimes that involves the tools I just mentioned in various combinations, and you figure it out. You figure out if it's serving you. Obviously, it was not bringing me peace. It was undermining my sense of justice, was undermining my sense of peace. And so in understanding this link, now I would say that in understanding this link between justice and anger, now I think it's a little bit more of like a, it's not like a Twizzler stick bendy, but at least it's not like an iron rod. Like, when I see somebody wrong, I mean, it used to just like immediately.
But you're able to step back. Now, that's, like, to me, the ultimate place to reach is laughter.
I just sit here laughing. Exactly. That's the lyric. I can't believe this. I just sit here laughing. Like, I can't get distracted. Just at some point. But the problem, I think, in just laughing, it's like that gives you distance. But the question is, do you stop engaging with it? Like, I experienced this. Recently I got to see how sometimes I'll see something that's like, what? Like, this is crazy, so I just laugh. But then I continue to engage in it, and it's taking me off course. And so there is a place where, I realize this is probably a kid's show too, so I want to keep it, G-rated, but at some point, for certain things, it makes sense to go, fuck that.
But also, laugh at yourself for saying fuck that.
Yeah, and then move on. So the question is, do you get stuck or do you move on?
Sure. Right? Sure, but there's a lightness of being that comes with laughter. I've gotten,
sure.
I guess I spent today with Elon today. He just gave me this burnt hair. Do you know what this is?
I have no idea.
I'm sure there should be a Human in the Lab episode on this. It's a cologne that's burnt hair, and it's supposedly a really intense smell, and it is. Please, it's not going to leave your nose.
That's okay. Well, that's okay. I'll take a gentle. I'll whiff it as if I were looking at chemical.
You have to actually spray it on yourself, because I don't know.
So I'm reading an amazing book called An Immense World by Ed Young. He won a Pulitzer for We Contain Multitudes or something like that. I think it's the title of the other book. And the first chapter is all about olfaction and the incredible power that olfaction has. That smells terrible.
And it doesn't leave you. For those listening, it doesn't quite smell terrible. It's just intense, and it stays with you. This to me represents, like, just laughing at the absurdity of it all.
So I have to ask, so you were rolling jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, we're training jiu-jitsu, yeah.
So is that fight between Elon and Zuck actually going to happen?
I think Elon is a huge believer of this idea of the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. And he almost, there's almost the sense that there's not a free will, and the universe has a kind of deterministic gravitational field pulling towards the most fun. And he's just a player in that game. So from that perspective, I think it seems like something like that is inevitable.
Like a little scrap in the parking lot of Facebook or something like
exactly.
that. Sorry, Meta.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're training for real, and Zuck has competed, right? Mm-hmm. Jiu-jitsu.
So I think he is approaching it as a sport. Elon is approaching it as a spectacle. And the way he talks about it, he's a huge fan of history. He talks about all the warriors that has fought throughout history. If you look, he wants to really do it at the Colosseum. And the Colosseum is, for 400 years, there's so much great writing about this. I think over 400,000 people have died in the Colosseum in gladiators. So this is this historic place that sheds so much blood, so much fear, so much anticipation of battle, all of this. So he loves this kind of spectacle, and also the meme of it, hilarious absurdity of it. The two tech CEOs battling it out on sand in a place where gladiators fought to the death, and the bears and lions ate prisoners as part of the execution process.
Well, it's also going to be an instance where Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk exchange bodily fluids. This is one of the things about fighting, I think it was in that book, it's a great book, Fighter's Heart, where he talks about, sort of the intimacy of sparring. I only rolled jiu-jitsu with you once, but there was a period of time where I boxed, and which I don't recommend. I got hit some guys, and I definitely got hit back. I spar on Wednesday nights when I'm in San Diego. When you spar with somebody, even if they hurt you, especially if they hurt you, you know, you see that person afterwards, and there's an intimacy, right? It was in that book by part where he explains, you know, you're exchanging bodily fluids with a stranger, right? And you're in your primitive mind, and so there's an intimacy there that persists. So
You go together through a process of fear, anxiety, like
yeah, when they get you, you nod. I mean, you watch somebody like catch somebody, you know, not so much in professional fighting, but if people are sparring and they catch you, you acknowledge that they caught you.
And on the flip side of that, so we trained, and then after that we played Diablo 4.
I don't play video games, sorry.
But it's a video game, so it's like it's a you know, pretty intense combat in the video. You're fighting like demons. And
Okay. The
dragons.
last video game I played was Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
There you go. That's pretty.
I
cool.
met him recently. Went on his podcast.
You went. Wait.
It hasn't come out yet.
Oh, it hasn't come
yeah.
out. Okay.
Yeah, I asked Mike. Kids are great. They came in there. They're super smart kids. Goodness gracious. They ask great questions. I asked Mike what he did with the piece of Evander's ear that he bit off. And
Did you remember?
He's like, get back to him. Here you go.
Sorry about that.
He sells edibles that are in the shape of ears with a little bite out of it. Yeah, his life has been incredible. He's and I met his family. You get the sense that they're really a great family. They're really
Mike Tyson. That's a heck of a journey right there of a man.
yeah. My now friend Tim Armstrong, like I said, he's here from Ramsey. He put it best. He said, you know, that Mike Tyson's life is, you know, Shakespearean. Yeah, just the arcs of his life are just like sort of an only in America kind of tale too, right?
So speaking of Shakespeare, I recently gotten to know Neri Oxman, who's this incredible scientist that works at the intersection of nature and engineering, and she reminded me of this Anna Akhmatova line. This is this great Soviet poet that I really love from over a century ago, that each of our lives is a Shakespearean drama raised to the 1000th degree. So I have to ask, why do you think humans are attracted to this kind of Shakespearean drama? Is there some aspect, we've been talking about the subconscious mind, that pulls us towards the drama, even though the place of mental health is peace?
Yes and yes.
Do you have something?
That draw towards drama. Yeah.
If you look at the empirical data.
Yes, I mean, right. If I look at the empirical data, I mean, I think about who I chose to work for as an undergraduate, right? I was barely finished high school, finally get to college, this is really embarrassing and not something to aspire to. You know, I was thrown out of the dorms for fighting,
Nice.
barely passed my classes. You know, my girlfriend and I split up. I mean, I was living in a squat, got into a big fight, was getting in trouble with the law. I eventually got my act together, go back to school, start working for somebody. Who do I choose to work for? A guy who's an ex-Navy guy who smokes cigarettes in the fume hood, drinks coffee, and we're injecting rats with MDMA.
Yeah.
And you know, I was drawn to it, like the personality, his energy, but also he was a great scientist. Worked out a lot on thermal regulation in the brain and more. Go to graduate school. I'm working for somebody and decide that working in her laboratory wasn't quite right for me. So I'm literally sneaking into the laboratory next door and working for the woman next door because I liked the relationships that she had to a certain set of questions, and she was kind of a quirky person. And so drawn to drama, but drawn to I like characters. I like people that have texture.
Yeah.
And I'm not drawn to raw ambition. I'm drawn to people that seem to have a real passion for what they do and a uniqueness to them that you can kind of not kind of. I'll just say how it is.
Straight,
I
I get the
can feel their
most
heart
is-
for what they do, and I'm drawn to that. And that can be good. The same reason I went to work for Ben Barris as a postdoc. It wasn't because he was the first transgender member of the National Academy of Sciences. That was just a feature of who he was. I loved how he loved glia. He would talk about these cells like they were the most enchanting things that he'd ever seen in his life. And I was like, this is like the biggest nerd I've ever met, and I love him. I think I'm drawn to that. This is another thing that Conti elaborates on quite a bit more in the series on mental health coming out. But there are different drives within us. There are aggressive drives, not always for fighting, but for intense interaction. I mean, look at Twitter. Look at people clearly have an aggressive drive. There's also a pleasure drive. Some people also have a strong pleasure drive. They want to experience pleasure through food, through sex, through friendship, through adventure, But I think the Shakespearean drama is the drama of the different drives in different ratios in different people. I know somebody and she's incredibly kind, has an extremely high pleasure drive, loves taking great care of herself and people around her through food and through retreats and through all these things, and makes spaces beautiful everywhere she goes, and gifts these things that are just so unbelievably feminine and incredible, these gifts to people, and kind and thoughtful about what they like. And then, but I would say very little aggressive drive from my read. And then I know other people who just have a ton of aggressive drive and very little pleasure drive. And I think, so there's this alchemy that exists where people have these things in different ratios, and then you blend in, the differences in the chromosomes and differences in hormones and differences in personal history, and what you end up with is a species that creates incredible recipes of drama, but also peace, also relief from drama, contentment. I mean, I realize this isn't the exact topic of the question, but someone I know very dearly, actually an ex-girlfriend of mine, long-term partner of mine, sent me something recently. I think it hit the nail on the head, which is that ideally, for a man, they eventually settle where they find and feel peace, where they feel peaceful, where they can be themselves and feel peaceful. Now, I'm sure there's a equivalent or mirror image of that for women, but this particular post that she sent was about men. And I totally agree. And so it isn't always that we're seeking friction, but for periods of our life, we seek friction, drama, adventure, excitement, fights, and doing hard things. And then I think at some point, I'm certainly coming to this point now where it's like, yeah, that's all great and checked a lot of boxes, but had a lot of close calls, flew really close to the sun on a lot of things with life and limb and heart and spirit. And some of people close to us didn't make it, and sometimes not making it means the career they wanted went off a cliff, or their health went off a cliff, or their life went off a cliff. But I think that there's also the Shakespearean drama of the characters that exit the play and are living their lives happily in the backdrop. It just doesn't make for as much entertainment.
That's one other thing that's a benefit. You could say it's a benefit of getting older, is finding the Shakespearean drama less appealing, or finding the joy in the piece.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that I think there's real peace with age. I think the other thing is this notion of checking boxes is a real thing, for me anyway. I have a morning meditation that I do. Well, I wake up now and get my sunlight, I hydrate, I use the bathroom, I do all the things that I talk about. I've started a practice of prayer in the last year, which is new-ish for me, which is, we could talk about
In the morning?
Yeah.
Okay, you talk about it.
Sure, yeah. And then I have a meditation that I do that actually is where I think through what the different roles that I play. So I start very basic. I say, okay, I'm an animal, like we are like biological animals, right? Human, I'm a man, I'm a scientist, I'm a teacher, I'm a friend, I'm a brother, I'm a son. I go through this list and I think about the different roles that I have and the roles that I still want in my life going forward that I haven't yet fulfilled. It just takes me, it's sort of an inventory of where I've been, where I'm at, where I'm going, as they say. And I don't know why I do it, but I started doing it this last year. I think because it helps me understand just how many different contexts I have to exist in, and remind myself that there's still more that I haven't done that I'm excited about.
So within each of those contexts, there's like things that you want to kind of accomplish to define that.
Yeah, and I'm ambitious, so I think, I'm a brother. I have an older sister, and I love her tremendously. And I think I want to be the best brother I can be to her, which means maybe a call, maybe just, we do an annual trip together for our birthdays. Our birthdays are close together. We always go to New York for our birthdays. We've gone for the last 3-4 years. Like, really reminding myself of that role, not because I'll forget, but because I have all these other roles I'll get pulled into. I say the first one, I'm an animal, because I have to remember that I have a body that needs care. Like any of us, I need sleep, I need food, I need hydration, I need that I'm human, that the brain of a human is marvelously complex, but also marvelously self-defeating at times. And so I'm thinking about these things in the context of the different roles. And the whole thing takes about 4 or 5 minutes. And I just find it brings me a certain amount of clarity that then allows me to ratchet into the day. The prayer piece, I think I've been reluctant to talk about until now, because I don't believe in pushing religion on people, and I think that, and I'm not, it's a highly individual thing, and I do believe that one can be an atheist and still pray, or agnostic and still pray, but for me it really came about through understanding that there are certain aspects of myself that I just couldn't resolve on my own. And no matter how much therapy, no matter how much, and I haven't done a lot of it, but no matter how much plant medicine or other forms of medicine or exercise or podcasting or science or friendship or any of that, I was just not going to resolve. And so I started this because someone close to me said, a male friend said, prayer is powerful. And I said, well, how? And he said, I don't know how, but if you it can allow you to get outside yourself, let you give up control and at the same time take control. I don't even like saying take control, but the whole notion is that, again, forgive me, but there's no other way to say it. The whole notion is that like God works through us, whatever God is to you. He, him, her, whatever, life force, nature, whatever it is to you, right? That it works through us. And so I do a prayer, I'll just describe it, where I ask, I make an ask to help remove my defects, my character defects. I pray to God to help remove my character defects so that I can show up better in all the roles of my life and do good work, which for me is learning and teaching. And so you might say, well, how is that different than a meditation? Well, I'm acknowledging that there is something that bigger than me, bigger than nature, as I understand it, that I cannot understand or control, nor do I want to. And I'm just giving over to that. And does that make me less of a scientist? I sure as hell hope not. I certainly know. There's the head of our neurosciences at Stanford until recently. You should talk to him directly about it. Bill Newsom has talked about his religious life. For me, it's really a way of getting outside myself and then understanding how I fit into this bigger picture. And the character defects part is real, right? I'm a human. I have defects. Like I got a lot of flaws in me, like anybody. But and trying to acknowledge them and asking for help in removing them, not magically, but through right action, through my right action. So I do that every morning, and I have to say that it's helped. It's helped a lot. It's helped me be better to myself, be better to other people. I still make mistakes, but it's becoming a bigger part of my life. And I never thought I'd talk like this. But I think it's clear to me that if we don't believe in something, again, it doesn't have to be traditional standardized religion, but if we don't believe in something bigger than ourselves, we at some level will self-destruct. I really think it's so. And it's powerful in a way that all the other stuff, meditation and all the tools is not, because it's really operating at a much deeper and bigger level. And I think that's all I can talk about it. Mostly because I'm still working out. The scientist in me wants to understand how it works, and I want to understand. And the point is to just go, there's for lack of a better language for it, there's higher power than me and what I can control. I'm giving up control on certain things, and somehow that restores a sense of agency for right action, better action.
I think perhaps a part of that is just the humility that comes with acknowledging there's something bigger and more powerful than you.
And you can't control everything. You go through life as a hard driving person, forward center of mass. I remember being that way since I was little. It's like a new Legos. I'm like, all Legos. I was like on the weekends, learning about medieval weapons and then giving lectures about it in class when I was 5 or 6 years old. We're learning about tropical fish and, cataloging all of them at the store and then organizing it and make my dad drive me or my mom drive me to some fish store and then spending all my time there until they throw me out, all of that. But I also remember my entire life, I would secretly pray. When things were good and things weren't good, but mostly when things weren't good, because it's important to pray. For me, it's important to pray each morning regardless. But when things weren't right, I couldn't make sense of them, I would secretly pray. But I felt kind of ashamed of that for whatever reason. And then it was once in college, I distinctly remember I was having a hard time with a number of things. And I took a run down to Sands Beach, it was UC Santa Barbara. And I remember I was like, I don't know if I even have the right to do this, but I'm just praying. I just prayed for the ability to be as brutally honest with myself and with other people as I possibly could be about a particular situation I was in at that time. I mean, I think now it's probably safe to say I'd gone off to college because of a high school girlfriend. Essentially, she was my family, frankly more than my biological family was at a certain stage of life. And we'd reached a point where we were diverging, and it was incredibly painful. It was like losing everything I had. And it was like, what do I do? How do I manage this? I was ready to quit and join the fire service just to support us so that we could move forward. It's just, but praying, just saying, I can't figure this out on my own. It's sort of like, I can't figure this out on my own. And how frustrating that is. No number of friends could tell me, and inner wisdom couldn't tell me, and eventually led me to the right answers. And she and I are friendly friends to this day. She's happily married with a child, and we're on good terms. But I think, it's a scary thing, but it's the best thing when you do. I can't control all this. And asking for help, I think, is also the piece. You're not asking for some magic hand to come down and take care of you. You're asking for the help to come through you, right? So that your body is used to do these right works, right action.
Isn't it interesting that this secret thing that you're almost embarrassed by that you did as a child is something it's another thing you do as you get older, is you realize like those things are part of you, and it's actually a beautiful thing.
Yeah. A lot of the content of the podcast is deep academic content, and we talk about everything from eating disorders to bipolar disorder to depression, a lot of different topics. But the tools, the protocols, as we say, right, the sunlight viewing, all the rest. A lot of that stuff is just stuff I wish I'd known when I was in graduate school. If I'd known to go outside every once in a while and get some sunlight, not just stay in the lab, I would have, I might not have hit a really tough round of depression when I was a postdoc and working twice as hard. And when my body would break down or I'd get sick a lot, I don't get sick much anymore. Occasionally, about once every 18 months to 2 years, I get something. But I used to break my foot skateboarding all the time. I couldn't understand what's wrong with my body. I'm getting injured. I can't do what everyone else can. Now I developed more slowly. I had a long arc of puberty. So that was part of it. I was still developing, but how to get your body stronger, how to build endurance. Like, no one told me. The information wasn't there. So a lot of what I put out there is the information that I wish I had, because once I had it, I was like, wow, like A, this stuff really works. B, it's grounded in something real. Sometimes certain protocols are a combination of, animal and human studies, sometimes clinical trials, sometimes there's some mechanistic conjecture for some, not all. I always make clear which. But in the end, like, figuring out how things work so that we can be happier, healthier, more productive, suffer less, like reduce the suffering of the world. And I think that, well, I'll just say thank you and for asking about the prayer piece. Again, I'm not pushing or even encouraging it on anyone. I've just found it to be tremendously useful for me.
About prayer in general, you said information and figuring out how to get stronger, healthier, smarter, all those kinds of things. A part of me believes that deeply. You can gain a lot of knowledge and wisdom through learning. But a part of me believes that all the wisdom I need was there when I was 11 and 12 years old.
And then it got cluttered over. Well, listen, I can't wait for you and Conti to talk again, because when he gets going about the subconscious and the amount of this that sits below the surface like an iceberg, and the fact that when we're kids, we're not obscuring a lot of that subconscious as much. And sometimes that can look a little more primitive. I mean, a kid that's disappointed will let you know. The kid that's excited will let you know, and you feel that raw exuberance or that raw dismay. And I think that as we grow older, we learn to cover that stuff up. We wear masks, and we have to be functional. And I don't think we all want to go around just being completely raw. But as you said, as you get older, you get to this point where you kind of go, what are we really trying to protect anyway? I mean, I have this theory that, certainly my experience has taught me that a lot of people, but I'll talk about men because that's what I know best, whether or not they show up strong or not, that they're really afraid of being weak. Like, they're just afraid. Like, sometimes the strength is even a way to try and not be weak, right? Which is different than being strong for its own sake. I'm not just talking about physical strength. I'm talking about intellectual strength. I'm talking about money. I'm talking about expressing drive. I've been watching this series a little bit of Chimp Empire.
Oh, yeah.
So Chimp Empire is amazing, right? They have the head chimp. He's not the head chimp, but the alpha in the group.
Yep.
And he's getting older. And so what does he do? Every once in a while, he goes on these vigor displays. He goes and he grabs branches, he starts breaking them, he starts thrashing them, he's incredibly strong. They're all kind of like watching. I mean, I immediately think of people like they're deadlifting on Instagram. And I just think, vigor, displays of vigor. This is just the primate showing that displays of vigor. Now, what's interesting is that he's doing that specifically to say, hey, I still have what it takes to lead this troop, okay? Then there are the ones that are subordinate to him, but not so far behind.
It seems to be that there's a very clear like numerical ranking.
There is.
Like it's clear who's a number 2, number 3.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, probably
Who gets to mate first, who gets to eat first. This exists in other animal societies too, but Bob Sapolsky would be a great person to talk about this with, because he knows obviously a tremendous amount about it, and I know just the top contour. But yeah, so number 2, 3, and 4 males are aware that he's doing these vigor displays, but they're also aware because in primate evolution they got some extra forebrain too, not as much as us, but they got some, and they're aware that the vigor displays are displays that, because they've done them as well in a different context, might not just be displays of vigor, but might also be an insurance policy against people seeing weakness. Okay, so now they start using that prefrontal cortex to do some interesting things. So in primate world, if a male is friendly with another male, wants to affiliate with him, say, hey, I'm backing you, they'll go over and they'll pick off the little parasites and eat them. And so the grooming is extremely important. In fact, if they want to ostracize or kill one of the members of their troop, they will just leave it alone. No one will groom it. And then there's actually a really disturbing sequence in that show of then the parasites start to eat away on their skin. They get infections. They have issues. No one will mate with them. They have other issues as well and can potentially die. So the interesting thing is number 2 and 3 start to line up a strategy to groom this guy, but they are actually thinking about overtaking the entire troop and setting in a new alpha. But the current alpha did that to get where he is. So he knows that they're doing this grooming thing, but they might not be sincere about the grooming. So what does he do? He takes the whole troop on a raid to another troop and sees who will fight for him and who won't. This is advanced contracting of behavior for a species that normally we don't think of as sophisticated as us. So it's very interesting, and it gets to something that I hope we'll have an opportunity to talk about, because it's something that I'm obsessed with lately, is this notion of overt versus covert contracts, right? There are overt contracts where you exchange work for money, or you exchange any number of things in an overt way. But then there are covert contracts, and those take on a very different form and always lead to, in my belief, bad things.
Well, how much of human and chimp relationships are overt versus covert?
Well, here's one thing that we know is true. Dogs and humans, the dog-to-human relationship is 100% overt. They don't manipulate you. Now, you could say they do, in the sense that they learn that if they look a certain way or roll on their back, they get food. But there's no banking of that behavior for a future date where then they are going to undermine you and take your position. Okay, so in that sense, dogs can be a little bit manipulative in some sense. But now, okay, so overt contract would be, we both want to do some work together, we're going to make some money, you get X percentage, I get X percentage. Overt. Covert contract, which is, in my opinion, bad, always bad, would be, we're going to do some work together, you're going to get a percentage of money, I'm going to get a percentage of money. Could look just like the overt contract. But secretly, I'm resentful that I got the percentage I got. So what I start doing is covertly taking something else. What do I take? Maybe I take the opportunity to jab you verbally every once in a while. Maybe I take the opportunity to show up late. Maybe I take the opportunity to get to know one of your coworkers so that I might start a business with them. That's covert contracting. And you see this sometimes in romantic relationships. One person, we won't set the male or female in any direction here and just say, I'll make you feel powerful if you make me feel desired. Okay, great. There's nothing explicitly wrong about that contract if they both know and they both agree. But what if it's, I'll do that, but I'll have kids with you so you feel powerful, you'll have kids with me so I feel desired, but secretly I don't want to do that. Or one person says I don't want to do that, or both don't. So what they end up doing is saying, okay, so I expect something else. I expect you to do certain things for me, or I expect you to pay for certain things for me. Covert contracts are the signature of everything bad. Overt contracts are the signature of all things good.
Yeah.
And I think about this a lot because I've seen a lot of examples of this. Like anyone, we participate in these things, whether or not we want to or not. And the thing that gets transacted the most is, well, I should say, the things that get transacted the most are the overt things. You'll see money, time, sex, property, whatever it happens to be, information. But what ends up happening is that when people, I believe, don't feel safe, they feel threatened in some way. Like they don't feel safe in a certain interaction. What they do is they start taking something else while still engaging in the exchange. And I'll tell you, if there's one thing about human nature that's bad, it's that feature. Why that feature? Or is it a bug or a feature, as you engineers like to say? I think it's because we were allocated a certain extra amount of prefrontal cortex that makes us more sophisticated than a dog, more sophisticated than a chimpanzee, but they do it too. And it's because it's often harder to deal with, in the short term, to deal with the real sense of this is scary, this feels threatening, than it is to play out all the iterations. It takes a lot of brain work. You're playing chess and Go simultaneously, trying to figure out where things are going to end up, and we just don't know. So it's a way, I think, of creating a false sense of certainty. But I'll tell you, covert contracts, the only certainty is that it's going to end badly. The question is, how badly? Conversely, overt contracts always end well. Always. The problem with overt contracts is that you can't be certain that the other person is not engaging in a covert contract. You can only take responsibility for your own contracting.
Well, one of the challenges of being human is looking at another human being and figuring out their way of being, their behavior, which of the two types of contracts it represents, because they look awfully the same on the surface. And one of the challenges of being human is the decision we all make is, are you somebody that takes a leap of trust and trust other humans and are willing to take the hurt, or are you going to be cynical and skeptical and avoid most interactions until they over a long period of time prove your trust?
Yeah, I never liked the phrase history repeats itself when it comes to humans. because it doesn't apply if the people or the person is actively working to resolve their own flaws. I do think that if people are willing to do dedicated introspective work, go into their subconscious, do the hard work, have hard conversations, and get better at hard conversations, something that I'm constantly trying to get better at, I think people can change, but they have to want to change.
It does seem like deep down, we all can kind of tell the difference between overt and covert. Like we have a good sense. I think one of the benefits of having this characteristic of mind where I value loyalty, I've been extremely fortunate to spend most of my life in overt relationships. And I think that creates a really fulfilling life.
But there's also this thing that maybe we're in this portion of the podcast now, but I've
should say
experienced
this is late at night we're talking.
That's right. Certainly late for me, but I'm 2 hours. I came in today I'm still in California.
And we should also say that you came here to wish me happy birthday.
I did.
And the podcast is just like a fun last minute thing I suggested.
Yeah, some close friends of yours have arranged a dinner that I'm really looking forward to. I won't say which night, but it's the next couple of nights. Your circadian clock is one of the most robust features of your biology. I know you can be nocturnal or you can be diurnal. We know you're mostly nocturnal certain times of the year, Lex, but there very, very few people can get away with no sleep. Very few people can get away with a chaotic sleep-wake schedule. So you have to obey a 24-hour, aka circadian rhythm if you want to remain healthy of mind and body. We also have to acknowledge that aging isn't linear. Right. So,
what do you mean?
Well, I mean, the degree of change between years 35 and 40 is not going to be the degree of change between 40 and 45. But I will say this. I'm 48 and I feel better in every aspect of my psychology and biology now than I did when I was in my 20s. Yeah, sort of quality of thought, time spent. Physically, I can do what I did then, which is probably says more about what I could do then than what I can do now. But if you keep training, you can continue to get better. The key is to not get injured. And I've never trained super hard. I've trained hard, but I've been cautious to not, for instance, weight train more than 2 days in a row. I do a split, which is basically 3 days a week, and the other days a run. Take 1 full day off, take a week off every 12 to 16 weeks. I've not been the guy hurling the heheaviest weights or running the furthest distance, but I have been the guy who's continuing to do it when a lot of my friends are talking about knee injuries.
Hey.
But of course, with sport, you can't account for everything the same way you can with fitness, and I have to acknowledge that. Unless one is powerlifting, weightlifting and running, you can get hurt, but it's not like skateboarding where if you're going for it, you're going to get hurt. That's just you're landing on concrete. And with jiu-jitsu, like people are trying to hurt you so that you say stop. So with a sport, it's different. And these days, I don't really do a sport any longer. I work out to stay fit. I used to continue to do sports, but I kept getting hurt. And frankly, now like a rolled ankle. I may put out a little small skateboard part in 2024 because people have been saying, well, we want to see the kickflip. I'll just say, well, I'll do a heel flip instead, but okay. I might put out a little part because some of the guys that work on our podcast are from DC. I think by now I should at least do it just to show like I'm not making it up. And I probably will. But I think that doing a sport is different. That's how you get hurt. Overuse and doing it an actual sport. And so, hat tip to those who do an actual sport.
And that's a difficult decision. Like a lot of people have to make. I have to make with jiu-jitsu, for example. Like if you just look empirically, I've trained really hard for all my life, grappling sports and fighting sports and all this kind of stuff, and I've avoided injury for the most part. And I would say I would attribute that to training a lot. Sounds counterintuitive, but training well and safely and correctly, keeping good form, saying no when I need to say no, but training a lot and taking it seriously. Now, when this training is kind of a side thing, I find that the injury becomes a higher and higher probability.
But when you're just doing it every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Yeah, that I think you said something really important. The saying no. I mean, the times I have gotten hurt training is when someone's like, hey, let's hop on this workout together, and it becomes let's challenge each other to do something outrageous. Sometimes that can be fun though. I went up to Cam Haynes' gym, and he does these very high repetition weight workouts that are in circuit form. I was sore for 2 weeks, but I learned a lot and didn't get injured. And yes, we ate bow hunted elk after.
Nice. But the injury has been a really difficult psychological thing for me because so I've injured my finger, pinky finger. I've injured my knee.
Yeah, your kitchen is filled with splints.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's like if you look in Lex's kitchen, there's some really good snacks. I had some right before. He's very good about keeping cold drinks in the fridge, and all the water has element in it, which is great. I love that. But then there's a whole like hospital's worth of splints.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So here's the thing: finger like pop out like this, right? Pinky finger. I'm trying to figure out how do I splint it in such a way that I can still program, still play guitar, but protect this kind of torque motion that creates a huge amount of pain.
And so that's a jiu-jitsu injury.
Jiu-jitsu, but it's not the kind of, it's probably more like a skateboarding style injury, which is it's unexpected and a silly.
The thing that happens is I didn't break my foot doing anything important.
Yeah,
I broke my fifth metatarsus stepping off a curb.
Yep.
So that's why they're called accidents. If you get hurt doing something awesome, that's a trophy that you have to work through. It's part of your payment to the universe. If you get hurt stepping off a curb or doing something stupid, it's called a stupid accident.
Since we brought up Chimp Empire, let me ask you about relationships. I think we talked about relationships.
Yeah, I only date Homo sapiens.
It's
the morning meditation.
The night is still young. You are human. No, but you are also animal. Don't sell yourself short.
No, I always say, listen, any discussion on the Human Lab podcast about sexual health or anything, the critical four is consensual, age appropriate, context appropriate, species appropriate.
Species appropriate. Well, can I just tell you about sexual selection? I've been watching Life in Color with David Attenborough. I've been watching a lot of nature documentaries. Talking about inner peace, it brings me so much peace to watch nature at its worst and at its best. So Life in Color is a series on Netflix where it presents some of the most colorful animals on Earth and kind of tells their story of how they got there through natural selection. So, you have the peacock with the feathers, and it's just such incredible colors. Like the peacock has these tail feathers, the male. They're like gigantic and they're super colorful. And there are these eyes on it. It's not eyes, it's like eye-like areas, and they wiggle their ass like to show the tail. They wiggle the tails.
The eye spots.
The eye spots. Yes, thank you. You know this probably way better than me. I'm just quoting it.
No,
David
please
Attenborough.
continue.
But it's just I'm watching this, and then the female is as boring looking as like she has no colors or nothing, but she's standing there bored, just seeing this entire display, and I'm just wondering, like, the entirety of life on Earth, well, not the entirety, post-bacteria, is like, at least in part, maybe in large part, can be described through this process of natural selection, of sexual selection. So, dudes fighting, and then women selecting. It seems like it's just the entirety of that series shows some incredible birds and insects and shrimp. They're all beautiful and colorful.
Manta shrimp.
They're incredible, and it's all about getting laid. It's fascinating. Like there's nothing like watching that and Champ Empire to make you realize we humans, that's the same thing. That's all we're doing. And all the beautiful variety, all the bridges and the buildings and the rockets and the internet, all of that is this kind is at least in part this kind of a product of this kind of showing off for each other. All the wars and all this. Anyway, I'm asking. Oh, relationships. Yes.
Well, right. Before you ask about relationships, I think what's clear is that every species, it seems, animal species, wants to make more of itself and protect its young.
Well, to protect its young is non-obvious.
So not destroy enough of itself that it can't get more to reproductive competent age. I mean, I think that, we have a natural, healthy people have a natural reflex to protect children.
Well, I don't know.
And those that can...
Wait a minute. I've seen enough animals that are murdering the children.
Sure.
Some other...
Sure, there's even siblicide. First of all, I just want to say that I was delighted in your delight around animal kingdom stuff, because this is a favorite theme of mine as well. But there's, for instance, some fascinating data on, for instance, for those that grew up on farms, they'll be familiar with free martins. You know about free martins? They're cows that have multiple calves inside them, and there's a situation in which the calves will secrete, if there's more than one inside, will secrete chemicals that will hormonally castrate the calf next to them so they can't reproduce. So already in the womb, they are fighting for future resources. That's how early this stuff can start. So it's chemical warfare in the womb against the siblings. Sometimes there's outright siblicide. Siblings are born, they kill one another. This also becomes biblical stories, right? There are instances of cuttlefish, beautiful cephalopods like octopuses, and that is the plural, as we made
a
clear.
meme
The
internet.
Oh yeah, that became a meme or a little discussion.
Yeah, it spread pretty quick.
Oh, yeah.
And now we just resurfaced it.
It's great. The dismay in your voice is so amusing. In any event, the male cuttlefish will disguise themselves as female cuttlefish, infiltrate the female cuttlefish group, and then mate with them. All sorts of types of covert operations.
There we go.
So I think that it's like a drinking game where every time we say covert contract in this episode, you have to take a shot of espresso. Please don't do that; you'd be dead by the end.
So actually, just a small tangent. It does make me wonder how much intelligence covert contracts require. It seems like not much. If you can do it in the animal kingdom, there's some kind of instinctual. It is based perhaps in like fear.
Yeah, it could be simple algorithm. If there's some ambiguity about numbers and I'm not with these guys, and then flip to the alternate strategy. Actually, I think doing hard things feels good. I know it feels good. I know that the worst way to feel is when I'm procrastinating and I don't do something, and then whenever I do something and I complete it and I break through that point where it was hard, and then I'm doing it, at the end I actually feel like I was infused with some sort of super chemical, and who knows if it's probably a cocktail of endogenously made chemicals. But I think it is good to do hard things, but you have to be careful not to destroy your body, your mind in the process. And I think it's about whether or not you can achieve peace. Can you sleep well at night? Stress isn't bad if you can sleep well at night. You can be stressed all day, go, and it'll optimize your focus, but can you fall asleep and stay deeply asleep at night? Being in a hard relationship. Some people say, that's not good. Other people like it. Can you be at peace in that? And I think we all, have different RPM. We all kind of idle at different RPM. And some people are big mellow Costellos, and others are kind of like, need more friction in order to feel at peace. But I think ultimately what we want is to feel at peace.
Yeah, I've been through some really low points over the past couple of years, and I think the reason could be boiled down to the fact that I haven't been able to find a place of peace, a place or people or moments that give deep inner peace.
I play it to express.
And I think you put it really beautifully. It's you have to
It
figure
is
out
what it
who
is.
you are, the various characteristics of your mind, all the things, all the contents of the cupboards, how to get space from it. And ultimately, one good representation of that is to be able to laugh at all of it. Whatever's going on inside your mind, to be able to step back and just kind of chuckle at the beauty and the absurdity of the whole thing.
Yeah, and keep going. There's this beautiful, as I mentioned, it seems like every podcast lately, I'm a huge Rancid fan, mostly because I just think Tim Armstrong's writing is pure poetry, and whether or not you like the music or not, and he's written music for a lot of other people too. He's doesn't advertise that much because he's humble, but
and that, by the way, I went to a show of theirs like 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, I'm going to see them in Boston in September 18th. I'm literally flying there for where I'll take the train up from New York. I'm going to meet a friend of mine named Jim Thiebaud, who's a guy who owns a lot of companies in the skateboard industry. We're meeting there, like a couple of little kids, to go see them play. Amazing people, amazing music.
Very intense,
but it embodies all the different emotions. That's why I love it, right? They have some love songs, they have some hate songs, they have some, but there's going back to what you said. I think there's a song, the first song on the Indestructible album. I think it's sort of, he's just talking about like shock and disbelief of discovering things about people that were close to you, and it's I won't sing it, but nor I wouldn't dare, but there's this one lyric where that's really stuck in my mind for ever since that album came out in 2003, which is that nothing's what it seems, so I just sit here laughing. I'm gonna keep going on. I can't get distracted. There is this piece of like, you got to learn how to push out the disturbing stuff sometimes and go forward. And I remember hearing that lyric and then writing it down, and that was a time when my undergraduate advisor, who was like a mentor and a father to me, blew his head off in the bathtub like 3 weeks before. And then my graduate advisor, who I was working for at that time, who I loved and adored, was really like a mother to me. I knew her when she was pregnant with her 2 kids, died at 50, breast cancer. And then my postdoc advisor, first day of work at Stanford, as a faculty member, sitting across the table like this from him, had a heart attack right in front of me, died of pancreatic cancer at the end of 2017. And I remember just thinking, like, going back to that song there over and over, like, and where people would, I haven't had many betrayals in life, I've had a few, but just thinking like, we're seeing something, we're learning something about something, you just like, you can't believe it. And I mentioned that lyric off that first song, Indestructible, on that album, because it's this, just the raw emotion of like, I can't believe this, what I just saw is so disturbing. But I have to just keep going forward. There are certain things that we really do need to push, not just into our periphery, but off into the gutter and keep going. And that's a hard thing to learn how to do. But if you're going to be functional in life, you have to. And actually, just to get at this issue of, do I change or do I embrace this aspect of self? About 6 months, it was April of this last year, I did some intense work around some things that were really challenging to me. And I did it alone, and it may have involved some medicine. And I expected to get peace through this. I was like, I'm gonna let go of it. And I spent 11 hours just getting more and more frustrated and angry about this thing that I was trying to resolve. And I was so unbelievably disappointed that I couldn't get that relief. And I was like, what is this? Like, this is not how this is supposed to work. I'm supposed to feel peace. The clouds are supposed to lift. And so a week went by, and then another half week went by. And then someone whose opinion I trust very much, I explained this to them because I was getting a little concerned, like, what's going on? This is worse, not better. And they said, this is very simple. You have a giant blind spot, which is your sense of justice, Andrew, and your sense of anger are linked like an iron rod, and you need to relax it. And as they said that, I felt the anger dissipate. And so there was something that I think it is true. I have a very strong sense of justice, and my sense of anger, then at least, was very strongly linked to it. So it's great to have a sense of justice, right? I hate to see people wrong. I absolutely do. And I'm human. I'm sure I've wronged people in my life. I know I have. They told me I've tried to apologize and reconcile where possible. Still have a lot of work to do. But where I see injustice, it draws in my sense of anger in a way that I think is just eating me up. But it was only in hearing that link that I wasn't aware of before. It was in my subconscious, obviously. Did I feel the relaxation? It wasn't, there's no amount of plant medicine or MDMA or any kind of, chemical you can take that's naturally just going to dissipate what's hard for oneself. It needs, if one embraces that, or if one chooses to do it through just talk therapy or journaling or friends or introspection or all of the above, there needs to be an awareness of the things that we're just not aware of. So I think the answer to your question, do you embrace or do you fight these aspects of self, is I think you get in your subconscious through good work with somebody skilled, or sometimes that involves the tools I just mentioned in various combinations, and you figure it out. You figure out if it's serving you. Obviously, it was not bringing me peace. It was undermining my sense of justice, was undermining my sense of peace. And so in understanding this link, now I would say that in understanding this link between justice and anger, now I think it's a little bit more of like a, it's not like a Twizzler stick, Bendy, but at least it's not like an iron rod. Like, when I see somebody wronged, I mean, it used to just like immediately.
So you're able to step back. Now that's, like, to me, the ultimate place to reach is laughter.
I just sit here laughing. Exactly. That's the lyric. I can't believe this. I just sit here laughing. Like, you can't get distracted. You just at some point. But the problem, I think, in just laughing, it's like that gives you distance. But the question is, do you stop engaging with it at that point? Like, I experienced this. Recently I got to see how sometimes I'll see something that's just like, what? Like, this is crazy, so I just laugh. But then I continue to engage in it, and it's taking me off course. And so there is a place where, I realize this is probably a kid's show too, so I want to keep it, G-rated. But at some point, for certain things, it makes sense to go, fuck that.
But also laugh at yourself for saying fuck that.
Yeah, and then move on. So the question is, do you get stuck or do you move on?
Sure.
Right?
Sure, but like there's a lightness of being that comes with laughter. I mean, I've gotten
Sure.
Like as you know, I spent the day with Elon today. He just gave me this burnt hair. Do you know what this is?
I have no idea.
I'm sure it should be a Humor in the Lab episode on this. It's a cologne that's burnt hair, and it's like supposedly a really intense smell, and it is. So please, it's not gonna leave your nose.
That's okay. Well, that's okay. I'll take a gentle. I'll whiff it as if I were
You
whiffing
have
a
to
chemical
actually
in the
spray
lab.
it on yourself because I don't know if you can.
So I'm reading an amazing book called An Immense World by Ed Young. He won a Pulitzer for We Contain Multitudes or something like that. I think is the title of the other book. And the first chapter is all about olfaction and the incredible power that olfaction has.
I mean, it doesn't leave you. For those listening, it doesn't quite smell terrible. It's just intense, and it stays with you. This to me represents like just laughing at the absurdity of it all.
So I have to ask, so you were rolling jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, we're training jiu-jitsu, yeah.
So is that fight between Elon and Zuck actually going to happen?
I think Elon is a huge believer of this idea of the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. And he almost, like, there's almost the sense that there's not a free will, and the universe has a kind of deterministic gravitational field pulling towards the most fun. And he's just a player in that game. So from that perspective, I think it seems like something like that is inevitable.
Like a little scrap in the parking lot of Facebook or something like that.
Exactly.
Sorry, Meta.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're training for real, and Zuck has competed, right? Jiu-jitsu.
So I think he is approaching it as a sport. Elon is approaching it as a spectacle. And I mean, the way he talks about it, he's a huge fan of history. He talks about all the warriors that he's fought throughout history. If you look, he wants to really do it at the Coliseum. And you know, the Coliseum is for 400 years. There's so much great writing about this. I think over 400,000 people have died in the Coliseum, gladiators. So this is this historic place that sheds so much blood, so much fear, so much anticipation of battle, all of this. So he loves this kind of spectacle, and also the meme of it, hilarious absurdity of it. The two tech CEOs battling it out on sand in a place where gladiators fought to the death, and then bears and lions ate prisoners as part of the execution process.
Well, it's also going to be an instance where Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk exchanged bodily fluids. They bleed. There's one of the things about fighting, you know. I think it was in that book. It's a great book, Fighter's Heart, where he talks about, you know, sort of the intimacy of sparring. I only rolled jiu-jitsu with you once, but there was a period of time where I boxed, and which I don't recommend. I got hit. I hit some guys, and I definitely got hit back. I spar on Wednesday nights when I lived in San Diego. You know, when you spar with somebody, even if they hurt you, especially if they hurt you, you know, you see that person afterwards, and there's an intimacy, right? It was in that book, Fighter's Heart, where he explains, you know, you're exchanging bodily fluids with a stranger, right? And you're in your primitive mind. And so there's an intimacy there that persists. So
you go together through a process of fear, anxiety, like
yeah. When they get you, you nod. I mean, you watch somebody like catch somebody. If, you know, not so much in professional fighting, but if people are sparring and they catch you, you acknowledge that they caught you. Like, you got me there.
And on the flip side of that, so we trained, and then after that, we played Diablo 4.
I don't know what that is. I don't play video games. Sorry,
but it's a video game, so it's like it's a you know, pretty intense combat in the video. You're fighting like demons.
Oh, okay. The last video game I played was Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
There you go. That's pretty cool.
I met him recently. Went on his podcast.
You went? Wait,
it hasn't come out yet.
Oh, it hasn't come
yeah.
out. Okay.
Yeah, I asked Mike. Kids are great. They came in there. They're super smart kids. Goodness gracious. They ask great questions. I asked Mike what he did with the piece of Evander's ear that he bit off.
Did you remember?
He's like, get back to him.
Here you go. Sorry about that.
He sells edibles that are in the shape of ears with a little bite out of it. Yeah, his life has been. He's his family. You get the sense that they're really a great family. They're really
Mike Tyson. Mm-hmm. That's a heck of a journey right there of a man.
Yeah. My now friend Tim Armstrong, like I said, lead singer from Rancid, he put it best. He said, you know, that Mike Tyson's life is, you know, Shakespearean, down, up, down. Just the arcs of his life are just sort of an only in America kind of tale too. Right?
So speaking of Shakespeare, I recently gotten to know Neri Oxman, who's this incredible scientist that works at the intersection of nature and engineering, and she reminded me of this Anna Akhmatova line. This is this great Soviet poet that I really love from over a century ago, that each of our lives is a Shakespearean drama raised to the 1000th degree. So I have to ask, why do you think humans are attracted to this kind of Shakespearean drama? Is there some aspect, we've been talking about the subconscious mind, that pulls us towards the drama, even though the place of mental health is peace?
Yes and yes.
Do you have some of that?
A draw towards drama? Yeah.
If you look at the empirical data.
Yes, I mean, right. If I look at the empirical data, I mean, I think about who I chose to work for as an undergraduate, right? I was barely finished high school, finally get to college, this is really embarrassing and not something to aspire to. You know, I was thrown out of the dorms for fighting,
nice.
Barely passed my classes. You know, the girlfriend and I split up. I mean, I was living in a squad, got into a big fight, was getting in trouble with the law. I eventually got my act together, go back to school, start working for somebody. Who do I choose to work for? A guy who's an ex-Navy guy who smokes cigarettes in the fume hood, drinks coffee, and we're injecting rats with MDMA.
Yeah.
And you know, I was drawn to like the personality, his energy, but he was a great scientist. Worked out a lot on thermal regulation, right? And more. You know, go to graduate school. I'm working for somebody, and decide that working in her laboratory wasn't quite right for me. So I'm literally sneaking into the laboratory next door and working for the woman next door because I liked the relationships that she had to a certain set of questions, and she was a kind of a quirky person, and so drawn to drama, but drawn to, I like characters. I like people that have texture.
Yeah.
And I'm not drawn to raw ambition. I'm drawn to people that seem to have a real passion for what they do and a uniqueness to them that I you can I'll just say how it is. I can feel their heart for what they do, and I'm drawn to that. And that can be good. The same reason I went to work for Ben Barris as a postdoc. It wasn't because he was the first transgender member of the National Academy of Sciences. That was just a feature of who he was. I love how he loved glia. He would talk about these cells like they were the most enchanting things that he'd ever seen in his life. And I was like, this is like the biggest nerd I've ever met, and I love him. I think I'm drawn to that. This is another thing that Conti elaborates on quite a bit more in the series on mental health coming out, but there are different drives within us. There are aggressive drives, not always for fighting, but for intense interaction. You look at Twitter, look at people clearly have an aggressive drive. There's also a pleasure drive. Some people also have a strong pleasure drive. They want to experience pleasure through food, through sex, through friendship, through adventure, But I think the Shakespearean drama is the drama of the different drives in different ratios in different people. I know somebody, and she's incredibly kind, has an extremely high pleasure drive, loves taking great care of herself and people around her through food and through retreats and through all these things, and makes spaces beautiful everywhere she goes, and gifts these things that are just so unbelievably feminine and incredible, these gifts to people, and kind and thoughtful about what they like. And then but I would say very little aggressive drive from my read. And then I know other people who just have a ton of aggressive drive and very little pleasure drive. And I think, so there's this alchemy that exists where people have these things in different ratios, and then you blend in, the differences in the chromosomes and differences in hormones and differences in personal history, and what you end up with is a species that creates incredible recipes of drama, but also peace, also relief from drama, contentment. I mean, I realize this isn't the exact topic of the question, but someone I know very dearly, actually an ex-girlfriend of mine, long-term partner of mine, sent me something recently. I think it hit the nail on the head, which is that ideally, for a man, they eventually settle where they find and feel peace, where they feel peaceful, where they can be themselves and feel peaceful. Now, I'm sure there's a equivalent or mirror image of that for women, but this particular post that she sent was about men, and I totally agree. And so it isn't always that we're seeking friction, but for periods of our life, we seek friction, drama, adventure, excitement, fights, and doing hard things. And then I think at some point, I'm certainly coming to this point now where it's like, yeah, that's all great and checked a lot of boxes, but had a lot of those calls, flew really close to the sun on a lot of things with life and limb and heart and spirit, and some of people close to us didn't make it, and sometimes not making it means the career they wanted went off a cliff, or their health went off a cliff, or their life went off a cliff. But I think that there's also the Shakespearean drama of the characters that exit the play and are living their lives happily in the backdrop. It just doesn't make for as much entertainment.
That's one other thing that's a benefit, you could say is a benefit of getting older, is finding the Shakespearean drama less appealing, or finding the joy in the piece.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that there's real peace with age. I think the other thing is this notion of checking boxes is a real thing, for me anyway. I have a morning meditation that I do. Well, I wake up now and get my sunlight, I hydrate, I use the bathroom, I do all the things that I talk about. I've started a practice of prayer in the last year, which is new-ish for me, which is, we can talk about
in the morning.
Yeah.
Can you talk about it a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. And then I have a meditation that I do that actually is where I think through what the different roles that I play. So I start very basic. I say, okay, I'm an animal. Like we are like biological animals, right? Human. I'm a man, I'm a scientist, teacher, friend, brother, son. I go through this, I just list and I think about the different roles that I have and the roles that I still want in my life going forward that I haven't yet fulfilled. It just takes me, it's sort of an inventory of where I've been, where I'm at, where I'm going, as I say. And I don't know why I do it, but I started doing it this last year. I think because it helps me understand just how many different contexts I have to exist in, and remind myself that there's still more that I haven't done that I'm excited about.
So within each of those contexts, there's like things that you want to kind of accomplish to define that.
Yeah, and I'm ambitious, so I think, I'm a brother. I have an older sister, and I love her tremendously. And I think I want to be the best brother I can be to her, which means maybe a call, maybe just, we do an annual trip together for our birthdays. Our birthdays are close together. We always go to New York for our birthdays, and we've gone for the last 3 years. Like, really, reminding myself of that role, not because I'll forget, but because I have all these other roles I can play. I say the first one, I'm an animal, because I have to remember that I have a body that needs care. Like any of us, I need sleep, I need food, I need hydration, I need that I'm human, that the brain of a human is marvelously complex, but also marvelously self-defeating at times. And so I'm thinking about these things in the context of the different roles. And the whole thing takes about 4 or 5 minutes. And I just find it brings me a certain amount of clarity that then allows me to ratchet into the day. The prayer piece, I think I've been reluctant to talk about until now, because I don't believe in pushing religion on people. And I think that, and I'm not, it's a highly individual thing. And I do believe that one can be an atheist and still pray, or agnostic and still pray. But for me, it really came about through understanding that there are certain aspects of myself that I just couldn't resolve on my own. And no matter how much therapy, no matter how much, and I haven't done a lot of it, but no matter how much plant medicine or other forms of medicine or exercise or podcasting or science or friendship or any of that, I was just not going to resolve. And so I started this because someone close to me said, a male friend said, prayer is powerful. And I said, well, how? And he said, I don't know how, but if you can it can allow you to get outside yourself, let you give up control and at the same time take control. I don't even like saying take control, but the whole notion is that, again, forgive me, but there's no other way to say it. The whole notion is that like God works through us, whatever God is to you, he, him, her, whatever, life force, like nature, whatever it is to you, right? That it works through us. And so I do a prayer. I'll just describe it where I ask, I make an ask to help remove my defects, my character defects. I pray to God to help remove my character defects so that I can show up better in all the roles of my life and do good work, which for me is learning and teaching. And so you might say, well, how is that different than a meditation? Well, I'm acknowledging that there is something that bigger than me, bigger than nature, as I understand it, that I cannot understand or control, nor do I want to. And I'm just giving over to that. And does that make me less of a scientist? I sure as hell hope not. I certainly know. There's the head of our neurosciences at Stanford until recently. You should talk to him directly about it. Bill Newsom has talked about his religious life. For me, it's really a way of getting outside myself and then understanding how I fit into this bigger picture. And the character defects part is real, right? I'm a human. I have defects. Like I got a lot of flaws in me, like anybody. But and trying to acknowledge them and asking for help in removing them, not magically, but through right action, through my right action. So I do that every morning, and I have to say that it's helped. It's helped a lot. It's helped me be better to myself, be better to other people. I still make mistakes, but it's becoming a bigger part of my life. And I never thought I'd talk about this, but I think it's clear to me that if we don't believe in something, it doesn't have to be traditional, standardized religion, but if we don't believe in something bigger than ourselves, we, at some level, will self-destruct. I really think it's so. And it's powerful in a way that all the other stuff, meditation, all the tools is not, because it's really operating at a much deeper and bigger level. And I think that's all I can talk about it. Mostly because I'm still working out. The scientist in me wants to understand how it works, and I want to understand. And the point is to just go, there's for lack of a better language for it, there's higher power than me and what I can control. I'm giving up control on certain things, and somehow that restores a sense of agency for right action, better action.
I think perhaps a part of that is just the humility that comes with acknowledging there's something bigger and more powerful than you.
And you can't control everything. You go through life as a hard-driving person, forward center of mass. I remember being that way since I was little. It's like in Legos, all Legos. I was like on the weekends, learning about medieval weapons and then giving lectures about it in class when I was 5 or 6 years old. We're learning about tropical fish and, cataloging all of them at the store and then organizing it and make my, dad drive me or my mom drive me to some fish store and then spend all my time there until they throw me out, all of that. But I also remember my entire life, I would secretly pray. When things were good and things weren't good, but mostly when things weren't good, because it's important to pray. For me, it's important to pray each morning regardless. But when things weren't right, I couldn't make sense of them. I would secretly pray, but I felt kind of ashamed of that for whatever reason. And then it was once in college, I distinctly remember I was having a hard time with a number of things, and I took a run down to Sands Beach, UC Santa Barbara, and I remember I was like, I don't know if I even have the right to do this, but I'm just praying. I just prayed for the ability to be as brutally honest with myself and with other people as I possibly could be about a particular situation I was in at that time. I think now it's probably safe to say I'd gone off to college because of a high school girlfriend. Essentially, she was my family, frankly more than my biological family was at a certain stage of life, and we reached a point where we were diverging. It was incredibly painful. It was like losing everything I had, and it was like, what do I do? How do I manage this? I was ready to quit and join the fire service just to support us so we could move forward, and it's just praying, just saying I can't figure this out on my own. It's sort of like I can't figure this out on my own. And how frustrating that is. No number of friends could tell me, and inner wisdom couldn't tell me, and eventually led me to the right answers. And she and I are friendly friends to this day. She's happily married with a child, and we're on good terms. But I think, it's a scary thing, but it's the best thing when I can't control all this. And asking for help, I think, is also the piece. You're not asking for some magic hand to come down and take care of it. You're asking for the help to come through you, right? So that your body is used to do these right works, right action.
Isn't it interesting that this secret thing that you're almost embarrassed by that you did as a child is something it's another thing you do as you get older, is you realize like those things are part of you, and it's actually a beautiful thing.
Yeah. A lot of the content of the podcast is deep academic content, and we talk about everything from eating disorders to bipolar disorder to depression, a lot of different topics, but the tools are the protocols, as we say, right? The sunlight viewing, all the rest. A lot of that stuff is just stuff I wish I'd known when I was in graduate school. If I'd known to go outside every once in a while and get some sunlight, not just stay in the lab, I would have, I might not have hit a really tough round of depression when I was a postdoc and working twice as hard. And when my body would break down or I get sick a lot, I don't get sick much anymore. Occasionally, about once every 18 months to 2 years, I get something. But I used to break my foot skateboarding all the time. I couldn't understand what's wrong with my body. I'm getting injured. I can't do what everyone else can. Now I developed more slowly. I had a long arc of puberty. So that was part of it. I was still developing, but how to get your body stronger, how to build endurance. And no one told me. The information wasn't there. So a lot of what I put out there is the information that I wish I had. Because once I had it, it's like, wow, A, this stuff really works. B, it's grounded in something real. sometimes certain protocols are a combination of animal and human studies, sometimes clinical trials, sometimes there's some mechanistic conjecture for some, not all. I always make clear which. But in the end, like, figuring out how things work so that we can be happier, healthier, more productive, suffer less, like reduce the suffering of the world. And I think that, well, I'll just say thank you and for asking about the prayer piece. Again, I'm not pushing or even encouraging it on anyone. I've just found it to be tremendously useful.
I mean, about prayer in general, you said information and figuring out how to get stronger, healthier, smarter, all those kinds of things. A part of me believes that deeply. You can gain a lot of knowledge and wisdom through learning. But a part of me believes that all the wisdom I need was there when I was 11 and 12 years old.
And then it got cluttered over. Well, listen, I can't wait for you and Conti to talk again, because when he gets going about the subconscious and the amount of this that sits below the surface like an iceberg, and the fact that when we're kids, we're not obscuring a lot of that subconscious as much. And sometimes that can look a little more primitive. I mean, a kid that's disappointed will let you know. A kid that's excited will let you know. And you feel that raw exuberance or that raw dismay. And I think that as we grow older, we learn to cover that stuff up. We wear masks, and we have to be functional. And I don't think we all want to go around just being completely raw. But as you said, as you get older, you also get to this point where you're going to go, what are we really trying to protect anyway? I mean, I have this theory that, certainly my experience has taught me that a lot of people, but I'll talk about men because that's what I know best, whether or not they show up strong or not, that they're really afraid of being weak. Like, they're just afraid. Like, sometimes the strength is even a way to try and not be weak, right? Which is different than being strong for its own sake. I'm not just talking about physical strength. I'm talking about intellectual strength. I'm talking about money. I'm talking about expressing drive. I've been watching this series a little bit of Chimp Empire.
Oh, yeah.
So Chimp Empire is amazing, right? They have the head chimp. He's not the head chimp, but the alpha in the group.
Yep.
And he's getting older. And so what does he do? Every once in a while, he goes on these vigor displays. He goes and he grabs branches, he starts breaking them, he starts thrashing them. He's incredibly strong. They're all kind of like watching. I mean, I immediately think of people like they're deadlifting on Instagram. I just think displays of vigor. This is just the primate showing that displays of vigor. Now, what's interesting is that he's doing that specifically to say, hey, I still have what it takes to lead this troop. Okay. Then there are the ones that are subordinate to him, but not so far behind.
It seems to be that there's a very clear, like, numerical ranking.
There is.
Like, it's clear who's a number 2, number 3.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
who gets to mate first, who gets to eat first. This exists in other animal societies too. But Bob Sapolsky would be a great person to talk about this with, because he knows obviously a tremendous amount about it. And I know just the top contour. But yeah, so number 2, 3, and 4 males are aware that he's doing these vigor displays, but they're also aware because in primate evolution they got some extra forebrain too. Not as much as us, but they got some. And they're aware that the vigor displays are displays that, because they've done them as well in a different context, might not just be displays of vigor, but might also be an insurance policy against people seeing weakness. Okay, so now they start using that prefrontal cortex to do some interesting things. So in primate world, if a male is friendly with another male, wants to affiliate with him, and say, hey, I'm backing you, they'll go over and they'll pick off the little parasites and eat them. So the grooming is extremely important. In fact, if they want to ostracize or kill one of the members of their troop, they will just leave it alone. No one will groom it. And then there's actually a really disturbing sequence in that show of them, the parasites start to eat away on their skin. They get infections, they have issues. No one will mate with them. They have other issues as well and can potentially die. So the interesting thing is number 2 and 3 start to line up a strategy to groom this guy, but they are actually thinking about overtaking the entire troop, setting the new alpha. But the current alpha did that to get where he is. So he knows that they're doing this grooming thing, but they might not be sincere about the grooming. So what does he do? He takes the whole troop on a raid to another troop and sees who will fight for him and who won't. This is advanced contracting of behavior for a species that normally we don't think of as sophisticated as us. So it's very interesting, and it gets to something I hope we'll have an opportunity to talk about, because it's something that I'm obsessed with lately, is this notion of overt versus covert contracts, right? There are overt contracts where you exchange work for money, or you exchange any number of things in an overt way. But then there are covert contracts, and those take on a very different form and always lead to, in my belief, bad things.
Well, how much of human and chimp relationships are overt versus covert?
Well, here's one thing that we know is true. Dogs and humans, the dog-to-human relationship is 100% overt. They don't manipulate you. Now, you could say they do, in the sense that they learn that if they look a certain way or roll on their back, they get food. But there's no banking of that behavior for a future date where then they are going to undermine you and take your position. Okay, so in that sense, dogs can be a little bit manipulative in some sense. But now, okay, so overt contract would be, we both want to do some work together, we're going to make some money, you get X percentage, I get X percentage. Overt. Covert contract, which is, in my opinion, bad, always bad, would be, we're going to do some work together, you're going to get a percentage of money, I'm going to get a percentage of money. Could look just like the overt contract. But secretly, I'm resentful that I got the percentage I got. So what I start doing is covertly taking something else. What do I take? Maybe I take the opportunity to jab you verbally every once in a while. Maybe I take the opportunity to show up late. Maybe I take the opportunity to get to know one of your coworkers so that I might start a business with them. That's covert contract. And you see this sometimes in romantic relationships. One person, we won't set the male or female in any direction here and just say, I'll make you feel powerful if you make me feel desired. Okay, great. There's nothing explicitly wrong about that contract if they both know and they both agree. But what if it's, I'll do that, but I'll have kids with you so you feel powerful. You'll have kids with me so I feel desired, but secretly I don't want to do that. Or one person says, I don't want to do that, or both don't. So what they end up doing is saying, okay, so I expect something else. I expect you to do certain things for me, or I expect you to pay for certain things for me. Covert contracts are the signature of everything bad. Overt contracts are the signature of all things good.
Yeah.
And I think about this a lot because I've seen a lot of examples of this. Like anyone, we participate in these things, whether or not we want to or not. And the thing that gets transacted the most is, well, I should say, the things that get transacted the most are the overt things. You'll see money, time, sex, property, whatever it happens to be, information. But what ends up happening is that when people, I believe, don't feel safe, they feel threatened in some way. Like they don't feel safe in a certain interaction. What they do is they start taking something else while still engaging in the exchange. And I'll tell you, if there's one thing about human nature that's bad, it's that feature. Why that feature? Or is it a bug or a feature, as you engineers like to say? I think it's because we were allocated a certain extra amount of prefrontal cortex that makes us more sophisticated than a dog, more sophisticated than a chimpanzee, but they do it too. And it's because it's often harder to deal with, in the short term, to deal with the real sense of this is scary, this feels threatening, than it is to play out all the iterations. It takes a lot of brain work. You're playing chess and Go simultaneously trying to figure out where things are going to end up, and we just don't know. So it's a way, I think, of creating a false sense of certainty. But I'll tell you, covert contracts, the only certainty is that it's going to end badly. The question is, how badly? Conversely, overt contracts always end well. Always. The problem with overt contracts is that you can't be certain that the other person is not engaging in a covert contract. You can only take responsibility for your own contracting.
Well, one of the challenges of being human is looking at another human being and figuring out their way of being, their behavior, which of the two types of contracts it represents, because they look awfully the same on the surface. Right. And one of the challenges of being human is the decision we all make is, are you somebody that takes a leap of trust and trust other humans and are willing to take the hurt, or are you going to be cynical and skeptical and avoid most interactions until they over a long period of time prove your trust?
Yeah, I never like the phrase history repeats itself when it comes to humans, because it doesn't apply if the people or the person is actively working to resolve their own flaws. I do think that if people are willing to do dedicated introspective work, go into their subconscious, do the hard work, have hard conversations, and get better at hard conversations, something that I'm constantly trying to get better at, I think people can change, but they have to want to change.
It does seem like deep down, we all can kind of tell the difference between overt and covert. Like we have a good sense. I think one of the benefits of having this characteristic of mind where I value loyalty, I've been extremely fortunate to spend most of my life in overt relationships. And I think that creates a really fulfilling life.
But there's also this thing that maybe we're in this portion of the podcast now, but I should say
this is late at night we're talking.
That's right. Certainly late for me, but I'm 2 hours. I came in today I'm still in California.
And we should also say that you came here to wish me happy birthday.
I did.
And the podcast is just like a fun last minute thing I suggested.
Yeah, some close friends of yours have arranged a dinner that I'm really looking forward to. I won't say which night, but it's the next couple of nights.
Your
circadian clock is one of the most robust features of your biology. I know you can be nocturnal or you can be diurnal. You know, you're mostly nocturnal at certain times of the year, Lex, but there very, very few people can get away with no sleep. Very few people can get away with a chaotic sleep-wake schedule. So you have to obey a 24-hour, aka circadian rhythm, if you want to remain healthy of mind and body. We also have to acknowledge that aging isn't linear, right? So
what do you mean?
Well, I mean, the degree of change between years 35 and 40 is not going to be the degree of change between 40 and 45. But I will say this. I'm 48 and I feel better in every aspect of my psychology and biology now than I did when I was in my 20s. Yeah, sort of quality of thought, time spent. Physically, I can do what I did then, which is probably says more about what I could do then than what I can do now. But if you keep training, you can continue to get better. The key is to not get injured. And I've never trained super hard. I've trained hard, but I've been cautious to not, for instance, weight train more than 2 days in a row. I do a split, which is basically 3 days a week, and the other days a run, take 1 full day off, take a week off every 12 to 16 weeks. I've not been the guy hurling the heaviest weights or running the furthest distance, but I have been the guy who's continuing to do it when a lot of my friends are talking about knee injuries.
Hey.
But of course, with sport, you can't account for everything the same way you can with fitness. And I have to acknowledge that, unless one is powerlifting, weightlifting and running, you can get hurt, but it's not like skateboarding where if you're going for it, you're going to get hurt. That's just you're landing on concrete. And with jiu-jitsu, like people are trying to hurt you so that you say stop. So with a sport, it's different. And these days, I don't really do a sport any longer. I work out to stay fit. I used to continue to do sports, but I kept getting hurt, and frankly now like a rolled ankle I may put out a little small skateboard part in 2024 because people have been saying, well, we want to see the kickflip. I say, well, I'll do a heel flip instead, but okay. I might put out a little part because some of the guys that work on our podcast are from DC. I think by now I should at least do it just to show like I'm not making it up. And I probably will. But I think that doing a sport is different. That's how you get hurt. Overuse and doing it an actual sport. And so, hat tip to those who do an actual sport.
And that's a difficult decision. Like a lot of people have to make. I have to make with jiu-jitsu, for example. Like if you just look empirically, I've trained really hard for all my life in grappling sports and fighting sports and all this kind of stuff, and I've avoided injury for the most part. And I would say I would attribute that to training a lot. It sounds counterintuitive, but training well and safely and correctly, keeping good form, saying no when I need to say no, but training a lot and taking it seriously. Now, when this training is kind of a side thing, I find that the injury becomes a higher and higher probability.
When you're just doing it every once in a while.
Every once in a while.
Yeah, that I think you said something really important. The saying no. I mean, the times I have gotten hurt training is when someone's like, hey, let's hop on this workout together, and it becomes let's challenge each other to do something outrageous. Sometimes that can be fun though. I went up to Cam Haynes' gym, and he does these very high repetition weight workouts that are in circuit form. I was sore for 2 weeks, but I learned a lot and didn't get injured. And yes, we ate hunted elk after.
Nice. But the injury has been a really difficult psychological thing for me because so I've injured my pinky finger, I've injured my knee.
Yeah, your kitchen is filled with splints.
I'm trying to figure out.
It's like if you look in Lex's kitchen, there's some really good snacks. I had some right before. He's very good about keeping cold drinks in the fridge, and all the water has element in it, which is great. I love that. But then there's a whole like hospital's worth of splints.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So here's the thing: I finger like pop out like this, right? Pinky finger. I'm trying to figure out how do I splint in such a way that I can still program, still play guitar, but protect this kind of torque motion that creates a huge amount of pain.
And so that's a jiu-jitsu injury.
Jiu-jitsu, but it's not the kind of, it's probably more like a skateboarding style injury, which is it's unexpected and a silly.
It's the thing that happens in a second. I didn't break my foot doing anything important.
Yeah.
I broke my fifth metatarsal stepping off a curb.
Yep.
So that's why they're called accidents. If you get hurt doing something awesome, that's a trophy that you have to work through. It's part of your payment to the universe. If you get hurt stepping off a curb or doing something stupid, it's called a stupid accident.
Since we brought up Chimp Empire, let me ask you about relationships. I think we talked about relationships.
Yeah, I only date Homo sapiens.
The
morning meditation.
The night is still young. You are human. No, but you are also animal. Don't sell yourself short.
No, I always say, listen, any discussion on the Human Lab podcast about sexual health or anything, the critical four is consensual, age appropriate, context appropriate, species appropriate.
Species appropriate. Well, can I just tell you about sexual selection? I've been watching Life in Color with David Attenborough. I've been watching a lot of nature documentaries. Talking about inner peace, it brings me so much peace to watch nature at its worst and at its best. So Life in Color is a series on Netflix where it presents some of the most colorful animals on Earth and kind of tells their story of how they got there through natural selection. So you have the peacock with the feathers, and it's just such incredible colors. Like the peacock has these tail feathers, the male. They're like gigantic and they're super colorful. And there are these eyes on it. It's not eyes. It's like eye-like areas, and they wiggle their ass like to show the tails. They wiggle the tails.
The eye spots.
The eye spots. Yes, thank you. You know this probably way better than me. I'm just quoting it.
No, please continue.
But it's just I'm watching this, and then the female is as boring looking as possible. Like she has no colors or nothing, but she's standing there bored, just seeing this entire display. And I'm just wondering, like the entirety of life on Earth, or not the entirety, post-bacteria, is like in at least in part, maybe in large part, can be described through this process of natural selection, of sexual selection. So dudes fighting, and then women selecting. It seems like it's just the entirety of that series shows some incredible birds and insects and shrimp. They're all beautiful and colorful.
Mantis
shrimp. They're incredible. Mm-hmm. And it's all about getting laid. It's fascinating. Like there's nothing like watching that and Chimp Empire to make you realize we humans, that's the same thing. Mm-hmm. That's all we're doing. Mm-hmm. And all the beautiful variety, all the bridges and the buildings and the rockets and the internet, all of that is is at least in part this kind of a product of this kind of showing off for each other. All the wars and all this. Anyway, I'm asking. Oh, relationships.
Well, right. Before you ask about relationships, I think what's clear is that every species, it seems, animal species, wants to make more of itself and protect its young.
Well, to protect its young is non-obvious.
So not destroy enough of itself that it can't get more to reproductive competent age. I mean, I think that we have a natural. I mean, healthy people have a natural reflex to protect children.
Well, I don't know.
And those that can't.
Wait a minute. I've seen enough animals that are murdering the children.
Sure.
Some other.
Sure. There's even siblicide. First of all, I just want to say that I was delighted in your delight around animal kingdom stuff because this is a favorite theme of mine as well. But there's, for instance, some fascinating data on, for instance, for those that grew up on farms, they'll be familiar with free martins. You know about free martins? They're cows that have multiple calves inside them, and there's a situation in which the calves will secrete, if there's more than one inside, will secrete chemicals that will hormonally castrate the calf next to them so they can't reproduce. Already in the womb, they are fighting for future resources. That's how early this stuff can start. So it's chemical warfare in the womb against the siblings. Sometimes there's outright siblicide. Siblings are born, they kill one another. This also becomes biblical stories, right? There are instances of cuttlefish, beautiful cephalopods like octopuses, and that is the plural, as we made clear.
Meme on the internet.
Oh yeah, that became a meme or a little discussion.
Yeah, it spread pretty quick, and now we just resurfaced it.
It's great. The dismay in your voice is so amusing. In any event, the male cuttlefish will disguise themselves as female cuttlefish, infiltrate the female cuttlefish group, and then mate with them. All sorts of types of covert operations. So I think that it's like a drinking game where every time we say covert in a contract in this episode, you have to take a shot of espresso. Please don't do that. You'd be dead by the end.
So actually, just a small tangent, it does make me wonder how much intelligence covert contracts require. It seems like not much. If you could do it in the animal kingdom, there's some kind of instinctual. It is based perhaps in like fear.
Yeah, it could be simple algorithm. If there's some ambiguity about numbers and I'm not with these guys, and then flip to the alternate strategy. I actually have a story about this that I think is relevant. I used to have cuttlefish in my lab in San Diego. We went and got them from a guy out in the desert. We put them in the lab. It was amazing. And they had a postdoc who was studying prey capture in cuttlefish. They have a very ballistic, extremely rapid strike and grab of the shrimp. And we were using high-speed cameras to characterize all this, looking at binocular. They normally have their eyes on the side of their head. When they see something they want to eat, the eyes translocate to the front, which allows them stereopsis. Depth perception allows them to strike. We were doing some unilateral eye removals. They would miss, etc. Okay. This has to do with eye spots. This was during a government shutdown period where the ghost shrimp that they normally feed on, that we would ship in from the Gulf down here, weren't available to us. So we had to get different shrimp. And what we noticed was the cuttlefish normally would just sneak up on the shrimp. We learned this by data collection. And if the shrimp was facing them, they would do this thing with their tentacles of kind of enchanting the shrimp. And if the shrimp wasn't facing them, they wouldn't do it. And they would ballistically grab it and eat them. Well, when we got these new shrimp, the new shrimp had eye spots on their tails. And then the cuttlefish would do this kind of attempt to enchant regardless of the position of the ghost shrimp. So what does that mean? Okay, well, it means that there's some sort of algorithm in the cuttlefish's mind that says, okay, if you see two spots, move your tentacles. So it can be, as you pointed out, it can be a fairly simple operation, but it looks diabolical. It looks cunning, but all it is strategy B.
Yeah, but it's still somehow emerged. I mean, I don't think that calling it an algorithm doesn't. I feel like,
well, there's a circuit there that gets implemented in a certain context, but that circuit had to evolve.
You do realize super intelligent AI will look at us humans and will say the exact thing. There's a circuit in there that evolved to do this, the algorithm A and algorithm B, and it's trivial. And to us humans, it's fancy and beautiful and write poetry about it, but it's
because we don't understand the subconscious. Because that AI algorithm cannot see into what it can't see. It doesn't understand the underworkings of what allows all of this conversation stuff to manifest. And we can't even see it. How could AI see it? Maybe it will. Maybe AI will solve and give us access to our subconscious. Maybe your AI friend or coach, like I think Andreessen and others are arguing is going to happen at some point. It's going to say, hey, Lex, you're making decisions lately that are not good for you, but it's because of this algorithm that you picked up in childhood, that if you don't state your explicit needs up front, you're not going to get what you want, so why do it? From now on, you need to actually make a list of every absolutely outrageous thing that you want, no matter how outrageous, and communicate that immediately, and that will work.
We're talking about cuttlefish and sexual selection, and then we went into some. Where do we go? Well, and you said you were excited.
I was excited. Well, you were just saying, what about these covert contracts? Can animals do them? I think it's simple contextual engagement of a neural circuit, which is not just nerd speak for saying they do a different strategy. It's saying that there has to be a circuit there, hardwired circuit, maybe learned, but probably hardwired, that can be engaged. Right? You can't build neural machinery out of in a moment. You need to build that circuit over time. What is building it over time? You select for it. The cuttlefish that did not have that alternate context-driven circuit didn't survive when there was when all the shrimp that they normally eat disappear and the eye-spotted shrimp showed up. And there were a couple that had some miswiring. This is why mutation, right? The X-Men stuff is real. They had a mutation that had some alternate wiring, and that wiring got selected for it. Became a mutation that was adaptive as opposed to maladaptive. This is something people don't often understand about genetics, is that it only takes a few generations to devolve a trait, make it worse, but it takes a long time to evolve an adaptive trait. There are exceptions to that, but most often that's true. So a species needs a lot of generations. We are hopefully still evolving as a species, and it takes a long time, but to evolve more adaptive traits. But it doesn't take long to devolve adaptive traits so that you're getting sicker or you're not functioning as well. So choose your mate wisely, and that's perhaps a good segue into sexual selection.
I can tell you're good at this. Why did I bring up sexual selection? It's a relationship. So sexual selection in humans. I don't think you've done an episode on relationships.
No, I did an episode on attachment.
Right.
But not on relationships. The series with Conti includes one episode of the 4 that's all about relational understanding and how to select a mate based on matching of drives. And
all the demons inside the subconscious, how to match demons, that they dance well together or what?
And how generative 2 people are.
What does that mean?
It means that, how, the way he explains it is how devoted to creating growth within the context of the family, the relationship with work.
Well, let me ask you about mating rituals and how to find such a relationship. I mean, you're really big on friendships, on the value of friendships.
I am.
and that I think extends itself into one of the deepest kinds of friendships you can have, which is a romantic relationship. What mistakes, successes, and wisdom can you impart?
Well, I've certainly made some mistakes. I've also made some good choices in this realm. First of all, we have to define what sort of relationship we're talking about. If one is looking for a life partner, potentially somebody to establish family with or without kids, with or without pets, right? Families can take different forms. I certainly experienced being a family in a prior relationship where it was the two of us and our 2 dogs, and it was family. Like, we had our little family. I think, based on my experience and based on input from friends who themselves have very successful relationships, I must say I've got friends who are in long-term, monogamous, very happy relationships where there seems to be a lot of love, a lot of laughter, a lot of challenge, and a lot of growth. And both people, it seems, really want to be there and enjoy being there.
Just to pause on that, one thing to do, I think, by way of advice, is listen to people who are in long-term successful relationships. That's it seems dumb, but like we both know and are friends with Joe Rogan, who's been in a long-term, really great relationship, and he's been an inspiration to me. So you take advice from that guy.
Definitely. And several members of my podcast team are in excellent relationships. I think one of the things that rings true over and over again in the advice and in my experience is, find someone who's really a great friend. Like, build a really great friendship with that person. Now, obviously not just a friend if we're talking romantic relationship, but and of course sex is super important, but it should be a part of that particular relationship alongside or meshed with the friendship. Can it be a majority of the positive exchange? I suppose it could, but I think the friendship piece is extremely important, because what's required in a successful relationship clearly is joy in being together, trust, a desire to share experience, both mundane and more adventurous, support each other, acceptance, a real maybe even admiration, but certainly delight in being with the person. Earlier we were talking about peace, and I think that sense of peace comes from knowing that the person you're in friendship with, or that you're in a romantic relationship, or ideally both, because let's assume the best romantic relationship includes a friendship component with that person. It's like you just really delight in their presence, even if it's a quiet presence. And you delight in seeing them delight in things, right? That's clear. The trust piece is huge, and that's where people start, we don't want to focus on what works, not what doesn't work, but that's where I think people start engaging these covert contracts. They're afraid of being betrayed, so they betray. They're afraid of giving up too much vulnerability, so they hide their vulnerability, or in the worst cases, they feign vulnerability. Again, that's a covert contract that just simply undermines everything. It becomes 1 + 1 = 2 - 1 to infinity. Conversely, I think if people can have really hard conversations, this is something I've had to work really hard on in recent years that I'm still working hard on, but the friendship piece seems to be the thing that rises to the top when I talk to friends who are in these great relationships. It's like they have so much respect and love and joy in being with their friend. It's the person that they want to spend as much of their non-working, platonic friendship time with, and the person that they want to experience things with and share things with. And it sounds so kind of canned and cliche nowadays, but I think if you step back and examine how most people go about finding a relationship, so am I attracted? Of course, physical attraction is important, and other forms of attraction too. And they sort of enter through that portal, which makes sense. That's the mating dance, right? That's the peacock situation. That's hopefully not the cuttlefish situation. But I think that there seems to be a history of people close to me getting into great relationships where they were friends for a while first, or maybe didn't sleep together right away.
Yeah.
That they actually intentionally deferred on that. This has not been my habit or my experience. I've gone the more, I think, typical, like, there's an attraction, like this person, there's an interest, you kind of explore all dimensions of relationship really quickly, except perhaps the moving in part and the having kids part, which I feel like, because it's a bigger step, harder to undo without more severe consequences. But I think the whole take it slow thing, I don't think is about getting to know someone slowly. I think it's about that physical piece, because that does change the nature of the relationship. And I think it's because it gets right into the more hardwired primitive circuitry around our feelings of safety, vulnerability. There's something about romantic and sexual interactions where it's almost like it's like assets and liabilities, right? Where people are trying to figure out how much to engage their time and their energy and multiple. I'm talking about from both sides, male, female, or whatever sides, but where it's like assets and liabilities, and that's where it starts getting into those complicated contracts early on, I think. And so maybe that's why if a really great friendship and admiration is established first, even if people are romantically and sexually attracted to one another, then that piece can be added in a little bit later in a way that really kind of just seals up the whole thing. And then who knows, maybe they spend 90% of their time having sex. I don't know. That's not for me to say or decide, obviously. But there's something there about staying out of a certain amount of risk of having to engage covert contract in order to protect oneself.
But I do think love at first sight, this kind of idea, is in part realizing very quickly that you are great friends. Like I've had that experience of friendship recently. Just it's not really friendship, but like, oh, you get each other with humans, not in a romantic setting.
Right, friendship.
Yeah, just friendship.
Well, but dare I say, I felt that way about you when we met, right?
But we also
like, this dude's cool, and he's smart, and he's funny, and he's driven, and he's giving, and he's got an edge, and like I want to learn from him, want to hang out with him. Like, I mean, that was the beginning of our friendship, was essentially, that set of internal realizations.
Just keep going. Like, keep
and
going.
A sharp dresser.
Yeah, just looks great shirtless on horseback. Yes.
No. Listen, I mean, despite what some people might say on the internet, it's a purely platonic friendship.
Somebody asked if Andrew Huberman has a girlfriend, and somebody says, I think so. And the third comment was, this really breaks my heart, like that Lex and Andrew are not an item.
We are great friends, but we are not an item. It's true. Well, it's official. I hear over and over again from friends that have made great choices and awesome partners and have these fantastic relationships for long periods of time that seem to continue to thrive. At least that's what they tell me, and that's what I've observed. Establish the friendship first and give it a bit of time before sex. And so, I think that's the feeling. And we're talking micro features and macro features. We're talking, and this isn't about perfection. It's actually about the imperfections, which is kind of cool. I like quirky people. I like characters. I'll tell you where I've gone badly wrong and where I see other people going badly wrong. If there is no rule that says that you have to be attracted to all attractive people, by any means. It's very important to develop a sense of taste in romantic attractions, I believe. What you really like in terms of a certain style, a certain way of being. And of course that includes sexuality and sex itself, the verb. But I think it also includes their just general way of being, and when you really adore somebody, you like the way they answer the phone. And when they don't answer the phone that way, something's off and you want to know. And so I think that the more you can tune up your powers of observation, not looking for things that you like, and the more that stuff just kind of washes over you, the more likely you are to quote unquote fall in love. As a mutual friend of ours said to me, listen, when it comes to romantic relationships, if it's not 100% in you, it ain't happening. And I've never seen a violation of that statement where it's like, yeah, it's mostly good and they're this and this, like the negotiations, but already it's doomed. And that doesn't mean someone has to be perfect. The relationship has to be perfect, but it's got to feel 100% inside. Like yes, and yes. I think Diceroth, when he was on here, your podcast, mentioned something that, I think the words were, or maybe it was in his book, I don't recall, but that, love is one of these things that we story into with somebody. We create this idea of ourselves in the future, and we look at our past time together, and then you story into it. I mean, there are very few things like that. I can't story into, building flying cars. I have to actually go do something. I mean, and love is also retroactively constructed. I mean, anyone who's gone through a breakup understands the grief of knowing, like this is something I really shouldn't be in for whatever reason, because it only takes one. If the other person doesn't want to be in it, they shouldn't be in it. But then missing so many things, and that's just the attachment machinery really at work.
I have to ask you a question that somebody on our amazing team wanted to ask. He's happily married. Another, like you mentioned, incredible relationship.
Are they good friends?
Are they amazing friends?
There you go.
But folks, I'm not saying who it is, so I can say some stuff, which is it started out as a great sexual connection.
Oh, well, there you go.
But then became very close friends after that.
Listen,
there you go. So speaking of sex,
many paths to Rome.
he has a wonderful son, and he's wanting to have a second kid, and he went to ask the great Andrew Huberman, is there like sexual positions or any kind of thing that can help maximize the chance that they have a girl versus a boy? Because they had a wonderful boy, they want a girl. Is there a way to control the gender?
Well, this has been debated for a long time, and I did a 4.5-hour episode on fertility. And the reason I did a 4.5-hour episode on fertility is that, first of all, I find the reproductive biology to be fascinating, and I wanted a resource for people that were thinking about or struggling with having kids for whatever reason. And it felt important to me to combine the male and female components in the same episode. It's all timestamped, so you don't have to listen to the whole thing. We talk about IVF, in vitro fertilization, we talk about natural pregnancy. Okay, the data on
I wish someone would follow me.
Let me just say, there are a few clinics now, in particular some out of the United
sound
States,
works,
that are spinning down sperm and finding that they can separate out fractions, as they're called. They spin the sperm down at a given speed, and they'll separate out at different sort of depths within the test tube that allow them to pull out the sperm on top or below and bias the probability towards male or female birth. So it's not perfect, it's not 100%, it's a very costly procedure, it's still very controversial. Now with in vitro fertilization, you can extract eggs, you can do introduce a sperm directly by pipette, it's a process called ICSI, or you can set up a sperm race in a dish, and if you get a number of different embryos, meaning the eggs get fertilized, to duplicate and start to form a blastocyst, which is a ball of cells, early embryo, then you can do karyotyping, so you can look for XX or XY, select the XY, which then would give rise to a male offspring, and implant that one. So there is that kind of sex selection. With respect to position, there's a lot of lore that, if the woman is on top or the woman's on the bottom, or whether or not the penetration is from behind, whether or not it's going to be male or female offspring. And frankly, the data are not great, as you can imagine, because those would be interesting studies to run, perhaps.
There is study, there is paper.
There are some,
but they're not, I guess, there's more lore than science.
And there are a lot of other variables that are hard to control. So for instance, if it's ejaculation during intermission, during sex penetration, etc., then you can't measure, for instance, sperm volume as opposed to when it's IVF, and they can actually measure how many milliliters, how many forward motile sperm. It's hard to control for certain things, and it just can vary between individuals and even from one ejaculation to the next. And okay, so there's too many variables. However, the position thing is interesting in the following way, and then I'll answer whether or not you can bias towards the female. As long as we're talking
I have
about
other questions about sex.
but as long as we're talking about sexual position,
All right.
there are data that support the idea that in order to increase the probability of successful fertilization, that indeed the woman should not stand upright after sex, and should right after the man has ejaculated inside her, and should adjust her pelvis, say 15 degrees upwards. I mean, some of the fertility experts, MDs, will say that's crazy, but others that I sought out, and not specifically for this answer, but for researching that episode, said that, what you're talking about is trying to get the maximum number of sperm, and it's contained in semen, and yes, the semen can leak out, and so keeping the pelvis tilted at 15 degrees for about 15 minutes, obviously tilted in the direction that would have things running upstream, not downstream, so to speak. Gravity, it's real. So for maximizing fertilization, the doctors I spoke to just said, look, given that if people are trying to get pregnant, what is spending 15 minutes on their back? This sort of thing. Okay, so then with respect to getting a female offspring, or XX female offspring selectively, there is the idea that as fathers get older, they're more likely to have daughters as opposed to sons. That's from the papers I've read, is a significant but still mildly significant result. So with each passing year, this person increases the probability they're gonna have a daughter, not a son. So that's interesting.
But the probability differences are probably tiny.
I mean, it's not, it's not trivial. It's not a trivial difference.
I forgot.
If they want to ensure having a daughter, then they should do IVF and select an XX embryo. And when you go through IVF, they genetically screen them for karyotype, which is XXXY, and they look at mutations, genotypic mutations for things like trisomies and aneuploidies, all the stuff you don't want.
There is a lot of lore. If you look on the internet.
Sure, different foods.
So there are a lot of variables.
There's a lot of variables, but there haven't been systematic studies. So I think probably the best thing to do, unless they're going to do IVF, is just roll the dice. And I think with each passing year, they increase the probability of getting female offspring. But of course, with each passing year, the egg and sperm quality degrade. So get after it soon.
So I went down a rabbit hole. There's like sexology. There's journals.
Oh yeah,
on sex.
Sure.
Okay, so
some of them, not all, quite reputable. And some of them really pioneering in the sense that they've taken on topics that are, considered, outside the main frame of what people talk about. They're very important. We have episodes coming out soon with, for instance, the head of male urology, sexual health, and reproductive health at Stanford, Michael Eisenberg, but also, one with the female urologist, sexual health, and reproductive health, Dr. Rina Malik, has a quite active YouTube presence. She does these really dry, scientific presentation, but very nice. She has a lovely voice, and she'll be talking about erections or squirting or all this. She does very kind of internet type content. But she's a legitimate urologist, reproductive health expert. And in the podcast, we did talk about both male and female orgasm. We talked a lot about sexual function dysfunction. We talked a lot about pelvic floor. One interesting factoid is that only 3% of sexual dysfunction is hormonal, endocrine in nature. It's more often related to some pelvic floor or vasculature, blood flow related, or other issue. And then when Eisenberg came on the podcast, he said that far less sexual dysfunction is psychogenic in origin than people believe, that far more of it is pelvic floor, neuro, and vascular. So, there are the myths of, it's not saying that that psychogenic dysfunction doesn't exist, but that a lot of the sexual dysfunction that people assume is related to hormones or that is related to psychogenic issues are related to vascular or neural issues. And the good news is that there are great remedies for those. And so both those episodes detail some of the more salient points around what those remedies are. It could be, one of the, kind of, again, factoids, but it was interesting that a lot of people have pelvic floor issues and they think that their pelvic floors are quote unquote messed up. So they go on the internet, they learn about Kegels, and it turns out that some people need Kegels, they need to strengthen their pelvic floor. Guess what? A huge number of people with sexual and urologic dysfunction have pelvic floors that are too tight, and Kegels are going to make them far worse, and they actually need to learn to relax their pelvic floor. And so seeing a pelvic floor specialist is important. I think in the next 5-10 years, we're going to see a dramatic shift towards more discussion about sexual and reproductive health in a way that acknowledges that, the clitoris comes from the same origin tissue as the penis, and in many ways the neural innervation of the two, while clearly different, has some overlapping features that, that there's going to be discussion around anatomy and hormones and pelvic floors, and in a way that's going to, erode some of the kind of cloaking of these topics, because they've been cloaked for a long time, and there's a lot of let's just call it what it is. There's a lot of bullshit out there about what's what. And now the hormonal issues, by the way, just to clarify, can impact desire. So a lot of people who have lack of desire as opposed to lack of anatomical function, this could be male or female, that can originate with either things like SSRIs or hormonal issues, and so we talk about that as well. So it's a pretty vast topic.
Okay, you're one of the most productive people I know. What's the secret to your productivity? Okay. How do you maximize the number of productive hours in a day? You're a scientist, you're a teacher, you're a very prolific educator.
Well, thanks for the kind words. I struggle like everybody else, but I am pretty relentless about meeting deadlines. I miss them sometimes, but sometimes that means cramming. Sometimes that means starting early. But
Has that been hard? Sorry to interrupt with the podcast. There's certain episodes. I mean, you're like taking just incredibly difficult topics, and you know there's going to be a lot of really good scientists listening to those. The very skeptical and careful eye. Like, how hard do you struggle meeting that deadline sometimes?
yes, we've pushed out episodes because I want more time with them. I haven't advertised this, but I have another fully tenured professor that's started checking my podcasts and helping me find papers. He's a close friend of mine. He's an incredible expert in neuroplasticity, and that's been helpful. But I do all the primary research for the episodes myself. Although my niece has been doing a summer internship with me and finding amazing papers. She did last summer as well. She's really good at it. Just stick that kid on the internet. She gets great stuff.
Can I ask you, just going on tangents here, what's the hardest, finding the papers or understanding what a paper is saying?
Finding the best papers. Yeah, because you have to, you read a bunch of reviews, figure out who's getting cited, call people in the field, make sure that this is the stuff. I mean, I did this episode recently on ketamine, about ketamine, it wasn't on ketamine, and there's this whole debate about S versus R ketamine, SR ketamine. And I called 2 clinical experts at Stanford. I had a researcher at UCLA help me. Even then, a few people had gripes about it. I don't think they understood a section that I was perhaps could have been clearer about. But yeah, you're always concerned that people either won't get it or I won't be clear. So the researching is mainly about finding the best papers. And then I'm looking for papers that establish thoroughness of understanding, that are interesting. Obviously, it's fun to occasionally look at some of the odder or more progressive papers that are, what's new in a field, and then where there are actionable takeaways to really export those with a lot of thoughtfulness. I mean, I think that going back to the productivity thing, I get up, I look at the sun, I don't stare at the sun, but I get my sunshine. It all starts with a really good night's sleep. I think that's really important to understand. So much so that if I wake up and I don't feel rested enough, I'll often do a non-sleep deep rest, yoga nidra, or go back to sleep for a little bit, get up, really prioritize the big block of work for the thing that I'm researching. I think a little bit of anxiety and a little bit of concern about deadline helps. Turning the phone off helps. Realizing that those peak hours, whenever they are for you, you do not allow those hours to be invaded unless there's a nuclear bomb goes off. And nuclear bomb is just a phraseology for it could be family crisis would be good justification. There's an emergency, obviously, but it's all about focus. It's all about focus in the moment. It's not even so much about how many hours you log. It's really about focus in the moment. How much total focus can you give to something? And then I like to take walks and think about things, and sometimes talk about them in my voice recorder. So I'm just always churning on it all the time. And then, of course, learning to turn it off and engage with people socially, and not be podcasting 24 hours a day in your head.
Okay.
It's key. But I think I love learning and researching and finding those papers and information, and I love teaching it. And these days I use a whiteboard before I start. I don't have any notes, no teleprompter. Then the whiteboard that I use beforehand is to really sculpt out the different elements and the flow, get the flow right, and move things around. The whiteboard is such a valuable tool. Then take a couple pictures of that when I'm happy with it, put it down on the desk, and these are just bullet points, and then just churn through. And nothing feels better than researching and sharing information. And as you did, grew up writing papers, and it's hard, and I like the friction of it, can't, I want to get up, when I was in college, I was trying to make up deficiencies from my lack of attendance in high school, so much so that I would set a timer. I wouldn't let myself get up to use the bathroom even. Never had an accident, but I was, it was like I listened to music, classical music, Rancid, a few other things, some Bob Dylan maybe thrown in there, and just study. And it felt, and then hit the 2-hour mark and you're pained, and then you get like, that felt so good. Yeah. There's something about the human brain that likes these kind of friction points of working through them, and you just have to work through them. So yeah, I'm productive, and my life is arranged around it. And that's been a bit of a barrier to personal life at times, but my life's been arranged around it. I've set up everything so that I can learn more, teach more, including some of my home life. And but I do still watch Chimp Empire. Still got time to watch Chimp Empire. Look, the great Joe Strummer, right? Clash, my favorite Mescaleros. He said, this famous Strummer quote: "No input, no output." So you need experience. You need outside things in order to foster the process. But just nose to the grindstone, man. I don't know, and that's what I'm happy to do with my life. I don't think anyone should do that just because. But this is how I'm showing up. And don't like me, then scroll. What do they say? Swipe left, swipe right. I don't know. I'm not on the apps, the dating apps. So that's the other thing. I keep waiting for when listens to like Screaming podcast is a checkbox on like Hinge or Bumble or whatever it is. But I don't even know, are those their field? I don't know what are the apps now.
I've never used an app, and I always found troublesome how little information is provided on apps.
Well, they're the ones that are like a stocked lake, like Raya. It's like they sort of like companies will actually fill them with people that look a certain way. And,
well, soon it'll be filled with AI.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way you said. Oh,
yeah,
that's a heartbreak within that.
Well, I'm guilty of liking real human interaction.
Have you tried AI interaction?
No, but I have a feling you're going to convince me to.
One day. I've also struggled finishing projects that are new. That are something new. Like, for example, one of the things I really struggled finishing is something that's in Russian that requires translation and overdub and all that kind of stuff. The other project I've been working on for like over at least a year. off and on, but trying to finish is something we've talked about in the past. I'm still on it. Project on Hitler and World War II. I've written so much about it, and I just don't know why I can't finish it. I have trouble, like, really. I think I'm terrified being in front of the camera. Like this.
Or solo?
Well, actually, no, solo.
Well, if you want to do solo, and seriously, because we've done this before, right? Our clandestine study missions. I'm happy to sit in the corner and work on my book or do something if you want to. If it feels good,
just for the feeling of somebody else.
Definitely.
What do you? I mean, how do you? You don't seem to. You seem to have been fearless to just sit in front of the camera by yourself to do the episode.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, the first year of the podcast, it just spilled out of me. It was just, I had all that stuff. I was so excited about it. I've been talking to everyone who would listen, and anyone who they'd run away, I'd keep talking. You know, before there was ever a camera, it wasn't on social media. 2019, I posted a little bit. 2020, I started doing a podcast. But yeah, I just the zest and delight in this stuff. Like circadian rhythms. I'm going to tell you about this stuff. I just felt like here was the opportunity, and just let it burst. And then as we got into topics that were a little bit further away from my home knowledge, you know,
I get more
super excited about
later.
It was Music in the Brain episode I've been researching for a while, and I'm just so hyped thinking about it. It's so interesting. There's so many facets: singing versus improvisational, music versus listening to music versus learning music. I mean, it just goes on and on. There's just so much that's so interesting. I just can't get enough. And I think, you know, you put a camera in front of me, I sort of forget about it, and I'm just trying to just teach.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I mean, maybe I need to find that joy as well. But like for me, a lot of the joy is in the writing, and the camera. There's something.
Well, the best lecturers, as you know, and you're a phenomenal lecturer, so you embody this as well. But when I teach at Stanford, I was directing this course in neuroanatomy and neuroscience and for medical students, and I noticed that the best lecturers would come in, and they're teaching the material from a place of deep understanding, but they're also experiencing it as a first-time learner at the same time. So it's just sort of embodying the delight of it, but also the authority over not authority, but the sort of mastery of the material. And it's really the delight in it that the students are linking onto, and of course they need and deserve the best accurate material, so they know what they're talking about. But yeah, just tap into that energy of learning and loving it, and people were along for the ride. Or, you know, I get accused of being long-winded, but, you know, things get taken out of context. That leads to greater misunderstanding. And also, I come from a lineage of 3 dead advisors. 3. All 3. So I don't know when the Reaper's coming for me. I'm doing my best to stay alive a long time, but whether or not it's a bullet or a bus or cancer or whatever, or just old age, I mean, I'm trying to get it all out there as best I can. And if it means you have to hit pause and come back a day or two later, like, that seems like a reasonable compromise to me. I'm not going to go longer than I need to, and I'm trying to shorten them up. But again, that's kind of how I show up. It's like Tim Armstrong would say about writing songs. I asked him, how often do you write? Every day. Every day. Does Rick ever stop creating? No. Has Joe ever stopped preparing for comedy? Are you ever stopping to think about world issues and technology and who you can talk to? And it seems to me you've always got a plan inside. The thing I love about your podcast the most, to be honest, these days, is the surprise of, like, I don't know who else is going to be there. Yeah. It's almost like I get a little nervously excited about when a new episode comes out, because I have no idea. No idea. And, you know, I mean, I have some guesses based on what you told me during the break. I mean, you got some people where it's just like, whoa, Lexus went there. Awesome. Can't wait. Click. I think that's really cool. Like, you're constantly surprising people. So you're doing it so well. Like, it's such a high level. And I think it's also important for people to understand that what you're doing, Lex, there's no precedent for it. Sure, there have been interviews before, there have been podcasts before, discussions before, but it's not like, how many of your peers can you look to find out how best to do the content like yours? 0. There's one peer, you. And so, you know, that should give you great peace and great excitement, because you're a pioneer. You're literally the tip of the spear. I don't want to take an unnecessary tangent, but I think this might thread together 2 of the things that we were talking about, which are, I think, of pretty key importance. One is romantic relationships, and the other is creative process and work. And this, again, is something I learned from Rick, but that he and I have gone back and forth on, and that I think is worth elaborating on, which is, earlier we were saying, you know, the best relationship is going to be one where it brings you peace. I think peace also can be translated to, among other things, lack of distraction. So when you're with your partner, can you really focus on them and the relationship? Can you not be distracted by things that you're upset about from their past or from your past with them or and of course the same is true for them, right? They ideally will feel that way towards you too. They can really focus. Also, when you're not with them, can you focus on your work? Can you not be worried about whether or not they're okay because you trust that they're an adult and they can handle things, or they will reach out if they need things? They're going to communicate their needs like an adult, you know, not creating messes just to get attention and things like that, or disappearing, you know, for that matter. So peace and focus are intimately related, and distraction is the enemy of peace and focus. So there's something there, I believe, because with people that have this strong generative drive and want to, you know, be productive in their home life, in the sense of have a rich family life, or partner life, whatever that is, and in their work life, you know, the ability to really drop into the work and Like, okay, you might have that sense, like, I hope they're okay, or, need to check my phone or something, but just know, like, we're good. So peace and focus, I think, and being present are so key. And they're key at every level of romantic relationship, from, certainly presence and focus, everything from sex to listening to raising a family to tending to the house. And in work, it's absolutely critical. So I think that those things are kind of mirror images of the same thing, and they're both important reflections of the other. And when you start to just, when work is not going well, then the focus on relationship can suffer, and vice versa.
And it's crazy how important that is. How incredibly wonderful it could be to have a person in your life that kind of enables that creative focus.
Yeah, and you supply the peace and focus for their needs, whatever those might be. I mean, that symmetry there, because clearly people have different needs, and the need to just really trust. Like when Lex is working, he's in his generative mode, and I know he's good, and so then they feel sure they've contributed to that, but then also what you're doing is supporting them in whatever way it happens to be. And I think that sometimes you'll see that people pair up along creative or musical or computer scientist. But I think, again, going back to this Conti episode on relationships, is that the superficial labels are less important, it seems, than just the desire to create that kind of home life and relationship together. And as a consequence, the work mode, and for some people, both people aren't working, and sometimes they are, but I think that's the good stuff, and I think that's the big learning in all of it, is that the further along I go with each birthday, I guarantee you're gonna be like, what I want is simpler and simpler and harder and harder to create, but oh so worth it.
The inner and the outer peace. It's been over 2 years, I think, since Costello passed away.
It still tears me up. I cried about him today. It's proportional to the love. But yeah, I'll cry about it right now. I think it wasn't putting him down. It wasn't the act of him dying. Any of it. Actually, that was a beautiful experience. I didn't expect it to be, but it was in my place when I was living in Topanga during the pandemic, where we launched the podcast, and I did it at home. And he hated the vet, so I did it at home. And he gave out this huge right at the end. And I could just tell he had been in just not a lot of pain, fortunately, but he'd just been working so hard just to move it all. And the craziest thing happened, Lex, it was unbelievable. I've never had an experience like this. I expected my heart to break. And I've felt a broken heart before. I felt it, frankly, when my parents split. I felt it when Harry shot himself. I felt it when Barbara died. I felt it when Ben went. So as well. And so many friends, like way too many friends. I mean, end of 2017, my friend Aaron King, Johnny Farr, John Eichelberry, stomach cancer, suicide, fentanyl. It's like, whoa, all in a freaking week. And I just remember thinking, like, what the? But when and it's just heartbreaking. You just carry that, and it's like, and that's just a short list, And I don't say that for sob stories, just for a guy that wasn't in the military or didn't grow up in the inner city. Like, it's an unusual number of like deaths, like close people. When Costello went, the craziest thing happened. My heart warmed up. It like heated up, and I wasn't on MDMA, and I was just the moment he went, it just went whoosh, and I was like, what the hell is this? And it was like a supernatural experience to me. I just never had that. I put my grandfather on the ground. I was a pallbearer at the funeral. I've like done that more times than I'd like to have ever done it, and he just heated up. And it was almost like, and we make up these stories about what it is, but it was almost like he was like, all right, I have to be careful because I will cry here, and I don't want to. It was almost like he was like, all that effort, because I'd been putting so much effort into him, it was like, all right, you get that back. It was like a giant freaking thank you, and it was incredible, and I'm not embarrassed to shed a tear or two about it if I have to. Like, I was like, holy shit, like that's how close I was to that animal.
Where do you think you can find that kind of love again?
Man, I don't know. I mean, when and excuse me for welling up, but it was just, I mean, it's a freaking dog, right? I get it, but for me, it was the first real home I ever had. But when Costello went, it was like we'd had this home in Topanga, we'd set it up, and he was just so happy there, and I think it just I don't know, it was like this weird like victory / massive loss, like we did it. 11 years, fucking did everything to make him as comfortable as possible. And he was super loyal, beautiful animal, but also just funny and fun, and I was like, I did it. I gave as much of myself to this being as a human I felt I could, without making it detracting for the rest of my life. And he loved, and so I don't know. When I think about Barbara, especially, I well up, and it's hard for me. But I mean, I talked to her before she died, and that was a brutal conversation, saying goodbye to someone, especially with kids, and that was hard. I think that really flipped a switch in me, where I'm like, I always knew I wanted kids. I say I want kids. I want a lot of kids. That flipped a switch in me. I was like, I want kids. I want my own kids.
You might be able to find that kind of love.
Yeah, I think because it was the caretaking. It wasn't about what he gave me all that time. And the more I could take care of him and see him happy, the better I felt. It was crazy. And I don't know. So I miss him every day. I miss him every day.
You got a heart that's so full of love. I can't wait for you to have kids. For you to be a father.
Yeah, well,
I can't wait to do the same.
I'm ready for it. When when God decides I'm ready, I'll have them.
And then I will still beat you to it, as I told you many times before.
I think you should absolutely have kids. I mean, look at the people in our life, because we're kind of in case you haven't realized it already, like we're the younger of the podcasters. But like Joe and Peter and Segura and and the rest, right? They're like the tribal elders, right? And we're we're not the youngest in the crew, but we're if you look at all those guys, they all have kids. They all adore their kids, and their kids bring tremendous meaning to their life. Like we'd be morons if you didn't go off and start a family. I didn't start a family, and yeah, I think that's the goal. I mean, I think
the kids
of the goals, that's one of them.
Kids not only make them their life more joyful and brings love to their life, it also makes them more productive, makes them better people. All that. It's like it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I think that's what Costello wanted. I think I have a story in my head that he was just like, okay, like take this, I can. Yeah,
and don't fuck this up.
And Lord knows, don't fuck this up.
Andrew, I love you, brother. This is incredible.
Love you too. I appreciate you.
We'll talk often on each other's podcast for many years to come.
Yes,
many.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Hey. We were talking about how much fun last night was. What a goddamn lineup.
Yeah, what a lineup, man.
What a lineup.
Ari, Dan Soder, Derek Poston,
Ron White,
Ron
you, Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
Wild lineup. Wild.
Yeah, what a fucking.
It's a great place, man. We were talking about this last night when we were thinking about that place. Like, we talked about it for so long when we were at the Vulcan. Like, it was almost like one day it's all gonna happen, and kind of we hoped it happened. We're hoping it was gonna happen, but you never know until something actually happens.
Yeah. Especially out here.
But now that it actually happened, it's been open for like 6 months now or something.
Yeah, since April.
Now it seems like it's always been there, like the Overlook Hotel or some shit.
I mean, because that building has a lot of dope shit's happening in that building.
100%.
You know, like just magical moment, like when Oliver.
God.
Oliver Anthony stopped in. The crowd, they was not ready for that.
Yeah.
Man, it was incredible. No one because I think people now might know that they can be surprised at some other shit, but this is the first time it hasn't been a comic.
Right.
You know, like he got brought up by Segura.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know what they were expecting, but man,
I wish I was there for that one. He had done the podcast and I did shit. I had to do it. I had to take off.
No, it was incredible.
His story's nuts.
Yeah, and he's a genuine dude. I mean, I still don't know a lot about him. You know.
Yeah.
Like but he seemed to just really care about people.
He definitely does.
Yeah,
he's a real good guy. And now the question is, I mean, I think he's gonna hold on to it, but that's the question. Can he hold on to it? I believe he will. I think he'd be fine.
Yeah.
He's like fascinating story because he gave his life to God like 30 days ago. And then 2 weeks later, he has the #1 song in the world, like that he recorded off of a phone. One of his songs, the audio that's up online, I mean, it's like very highly rated song. It was #1 at one point in time. It's the audio off of a video from his Android phone. So he uploads it to YouTube, and then he cuts the WAV file from the YouTube video and uploaded that as a song.
Wow.
No mixing, no studio. This little bitch-ass microphone that you have at the bottom of your phone, and it sounds odd. Which one song is that, Jamie? Ain't Got a Dollar.
I think.
But when you listen, can we play it? When you listen to it, it kind of adds to it. It adds to it that it's not produced. It adds to it that it's not.
That sound perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a dude singing a song.
Well, I ain't got a dollar, I don't need a dime. I got a little spot in the country where I spend all of my time. When the sun goes down on this itty bitty town, we can light up a bowl, pass it around. I ain't got a dollar, but I don't need a dime.
See, that's soul right there.
Yeah, you can't fake that.
And you know what, man? It sounds like it feels like that in person. Like he sounds just like that in person. No, like his live show was incredible, especially when he got to the hit. You know.
Yeah.
Everyone knew the words. Everyone lost their mind. Yeah, it was great.
Bro, that video just on my Instagram at one point, I don't know what it is now, but it was like 11 million views.
Yeah, he's likable for now. People love him.
Yeah, for now. It's funny. We're so cynical.
Well,
He's likable for now.
Yeah, because you know how people are fickle. But
Yeah.
I my theory about it is, I think you just got to be yourself and take what comes with that instead of trying to please everybody.
Yeah.
Because that's what destroys you. Trying to be fake so you can get stuff.
He and I had a phone conversation like right when everything was taken off. We communicated on Instagram. He sent me his number. I called him up, and he was freaking out. And I was like, "Listen, man, you're gonna be fine, but you're on a wild ride.
Yeah.
You're on a wild ride." I'm like, "Don't sign nothing. Don't sign nothing." I go, "Don't take any money because it's just a loan. It's not real money. Like when they offer you money for stuff like a record deal or something, it's basically a loan." I go, "Listen, you." And everyone's telling me I gotta strike while the iron's hot. I go, "Listen, you've got talent. You don't have to do shit. Just hang in there, dude. You got talent.
You got
You're
leverage.
Yeah, he's the real deal. There's certain people you see him and you go, oh, you don't have to do shit. You're fine. Like now the world knows. Now the world knows. That guy has fans now, like that. So he goes from 30 days ago, selling industrial equipment, a pothead, like smoking way too much pot, smoking pot all day. He said he wasn't getting anything done. He knew that he was procrastinating and wasting his life away. And he just broke down, gave himself to God, started reading scripture every day.
Instead of getting high?
Instead of getting high.
Damn.
2 weeks later, #1 song in the world.
I wonder what he would have got if he gave his life to Satan.
He would be that dude with the fucking, what's that guy's name, Sam? What's his name? With the fucking red skirt on the Grammys, dancing around like the devil. What's his name? Sam Smith? That guy.
Wow. Oh, you mean Lil Nas X?
No. Lil Nas X did it earlier.
Oh yeah, everyone's doing it now.
Bro, the Lil Nas X one was hilarious because everybody freaked out. They couldn't believe it. This is the guy from.
Because he was giving the devil a lap dance?
Yeah, that guy, Sam Smith.
Oh, Sam. Okay, is this
Yeah.
recent? Yeah, it's the great. Man, I don't keep up.
Good for you. Don't keep up.
Yeah, because I'm like, when it comes to the award shows and shit, I'm like, I'll hear about the stuff that I need to see.
Yeah, you hear about stuff. You know, we playing Johnny Thunder last night. I'm Alive, and like that's another cool thing about having friends that have great taste. Like you came up to me. You gotta hear the song.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, okay, let me hit me with it. I was like, oh my god, what is it? Remember we were trying to figure out like what year it was made?
Yeah, it's old school. You know, because that's what I do every now and then. I'll take a song, or I can take a playlist, and I go make a radio station out of this playlist. You know, and then I'll hear new shit that I haven't heard.
Yeah.
So man, it just popped up on me.
God damn, that's a good song. It's so good, and it made me sad knowing that the dude's dead. Because like, I bet he got fucked.
Yeah, and I didn't like any of his other songs. That made me sad. You know, I was real disappointed.
I only listened to one of the other songs. I wasn't into it either.
Because that's the thing. That's how I know all of them is fine. Because you heard the hit go viral, but then you're like, does he have any of this shit?
Right.
All his other shit.
No, it's all good. And he writes it all himself too.
Yeah.
You mean that wave file, just what we just listened to off of a phone? I think he has a Samsung Galaxy S20.
Keep it publishing, man.
I mean, that's amazing. It's just it's a 3-year-old phone, and the microphone off the phone records the audio, and then when you listen to that audio, it sounds fucking great.
You know what else too? It's like whenever I see a real good live musician, I'm always like, this is way better than comedy. You know what I mean? Like we can't do with that. Like what he did, you can't do that with a
They
joke.
do a different thing.
Oh man, it's a whole different thing.
It's a different thing, and it gets in your soul.
Music, yeah, it makes you feel something.
Yeah, it's like a drug.
Yeah, and it's like people. So I guarantee you're not aware of this, but
This episode is brought to you by
This- this is a-
AG1.
this is a little
Everyone's
microcosm
body
of
is
society.
different,
You
but
know,
we are all humans, and humans all need the
She has
same
a song where, like,
foundational
in the middle of the
nutrition
song,
to
she
keep
goes,
us healthy,
"Everybody on
focused,
mute,"
and ready.
and then you gotta-
And that's
you
why
gotta
I
be
have been
quiet
drinking
for 4 or 5
AG1 for
seconds
years.
until
They've
she
done the
drops
research to make a
And then so it's like
science-driven
a
drink.
shout. So every city she goes to, she gets to that part of the song, and the whole
multivitamins and probiotics
arena
with one
has to be
simple
quiet
drink.
for 4 or 5
AG1
seconds.
raises your
And
baseline by
fucking
supporting
it up.
nutrient
Yeah.
replenishment,
Like
stress
thousands of
management,
people are on
gut
board, and there's always
optimization,
2 or 3
and immune
motherfuckers
support.
that
These are
scream,
things we all
stop,
need.
and everyone's like, you know,
This
like
episode is
those
brought to you
people.
by LifeLock.
Yeah, those
Like
people should
many
be
of us,
arrested
you
because
might think
they're
identity
like,
theft will never.
those are people that are always fucking stuff up for everybody.
Yeah.
It's like, all you gotta do is be quiet. I think. And people are fucking it up left and right. Like thousands of people are on board, and there's always 2 or 3 motherfuckers that scream, it's about to be out. And everyone's like, you know, it's like those
They
people.
ruin the moment.
Yeah, those people should be arrested because they're like, those are people that are always fucking stuff up for everybody.
Yeah.
It's like, all you gotta do is be quiet. I think Atlanta got it right. And LA fucked it up big time.
Of course I did.
Yeah.
If anybody's gonna fuck it up, it's gonna be LA.
Fenway, oh yeah, well Fenway.
And if anybody's gonna get it right, it would be Atlanta.
yeah,
It'd
exactly.
be people
But,
completely disconnected from
well,
show
I think
business.
it should be a study done on this, on like why Atlanta? What specifically about Atlanta?
Well,
Right?
It's always been known as a fun town. A lot of great artists have come from Atlanta. A lot of great music, great comedy. It's a city, but it's not a city that has anything to do with entertainment. I think when you got anything to do with entertainment,
No, they film. It's a big film industry.
right, but not because it started there. Because they
right.
went there for the taxes. You know, they went there because it's easier. Like Massachusetts has that too. What I'm saying about it is like, you don't move to Georgia to make it as an actor, even though there's a lot of work there.
Right.
You move to Hollywood to make it as so the weirdest, the fucking most fucked up people, the people that are the most needy, they're gonna go to LA.
Right.
They're gonna go to LA, and it's like ingredients in a soup. If you got too much hot sauce, that soup gets rough. You know, sometimes it's just a couple of drops. You got a big ass bowl of soup, but if you put some of that fucking Da Bomb stuff, you ever have that stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Ari gave me a bottle of that stuff. It's ridiculous.
I don't play that. I don't
It's
play
so
that.
hot.
No.
It's like too crazy. But my point is, a couple of those people scattered around in a city can ruin the city.
Yep.
And then if you have an industry that's like almost entirely filled with crazy people, like acting, when I meet cool actors, it's such a breath of fresh air. Like, dude, you're so nice. It's so nice to talk to
You
you.
know what they always have in common? They had a rough life before they made it.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
Yeah.
A lot of them do. Some of them are really impressive, and it makes me embarrassed that I sort of dismiss some actors. I dismiss them as being insane.
That's the safest bet, though.
It is a safe bet. It's like, I mean,
Because an actor that is crazy, if they in your life, it's like they can act, so they can lie.
And they're practicing on you.
Yeah, and you would have no idea. You know, if Daniel Day-Lewis wanted to lie to your face, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Bro, when Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were having arguments that they recorded, I'm like, this is peak insanity.
Yeah, it's
you
crazy.
have two people who know other people are going to listen to this, and they're both aware of it because they were told to record their conversations, so they're both being very performative. And they're both like conning each other.
My favorite part is Donnie Trump going, don't tell me what it's like to be punched. The way he says punched, I laugh every time I hear it. Don't tell me what it's like to be punched.
Isn't that crazy that she was trying to tell everybody that he hit her, but meanwhile she stayed him?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll never get over that shit. Like, and the way everybody just let her slide after that.
It's weird because if that was a guy that
It's like,
did something and
tell
made
people.
something about some woman and you know tried to ruin her life like that, like he'd be shunned. But there's still people that like, someone tweeted a joke about Amber Heard recently. Who was talking about that? Jamie. And they got attacked by, who was it?
Oh, they said a joke, but they didn't even say her name.
Right.
Talking about her.
Yeah.
Will they get canceled?
No, it was just like, it's almost like she's hired like one of those, I'm not accusing her of hiring this, but there are publicity teams that you can hire. So like if people are saying bad things about you, you can hire a team and those people will go after anybody who says anything bad about you and it discourages people from talking shit about you.
No, but that doesn't work.
It doesn't work, but
I guess it lets people know you're not gonna be an easy win.
it also makes the argument muddy. Because if everybody agrees that she's a psycho,
Right.
you know, then it's just an echo chamber. But if you get the narrative to like, fuck you, you don't know what happened before that recording, and you know, he was an abuser and this and that, and Amber speaks the truth, and she's a woman and she was confused, and like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of people that will chime in and say those things. And if you're hiring people, if you have, like, say if you're a politician and something goes down, and everyone's blaming you for some particular crisis your city has. If you have a marketing team that has a whole social media aspect to it, a propaganda aspect essentially, you can have a bunch of people arguing for the mayor,
Right.
and he didn't fuck anything up, and it's the city council's problem, and he warned them in 2014. They can say shit that's not even true.
Right.
And especially if they have these weirdo accounts where it's just a bunch of numbers and letters, and there's no picture attached to it, and you go to them, there's no followers. You're like, this is wild.
I got a lot of shit for my criticism I ever heard, but it's like, hey man, I'm not saying she wasn't abused. She was dating a crazy motherfucker. They were both crazy. But from the evidence I heard, she the only one that sounded like an abuser.
But that's the only evidence we heard. When those two were together, so you got to imagine they were together for how many years and how many drunken fights that they have. Like who knows who did what to who, but
When you at the point where you, like when the bitch shit on your bed, you gotta get out.
You gotta get out.
You gotta get out.
She's a boundary
Yeah,
crosser.
I got no empathy for you past that point.
Yeah.
When you gotta start recording your spouse, it's time to go. Why even try to win that fight down? Just leave.
I think for people like that too, because they're so famous, it's probably very difficult to find someone new. You know, you would imagine like very few people could relate to them. And you know, they're both beautiful movie stars too.
Yeah, but you can find somebody that's not gonna shit on your bed.
Yeah, I bet you can.
That's not a low bar to clear.
It's totally possible.
Yeah, because I don't need like if you ever show me that you're gonna introduce chaos to my life, you gone.
Right.
I don't got time for that.
Right. Yeah, you gotta know when.
Yeah, how many bathrooms we got in the house, bitch? You shitting on the bed.
What kind of drugs are they doing?
Oh man, probably the
Gonna
best.
shit your bed drugs.
The best drugs, yeah.
For sure. I mean, that dude's pals with Keith Richards. It's just, you know, publicly to see something like that. So, the thing about it is, though, you know it happens. You know people are nuts. You know people have nutty relationships and nutty fights. But until you really see it, like, and then see a court case about it on television for the whole world to see.
Oh, yeah.
You see, like, some pretty, you know, what looks like lies, you know, a bunch of crazy talk, and you know, just realize like these guys were in hell. You're thinking of them as movie stars, and they were in hell. They were in hell, in the most psycho relationship ever.
Yeah, and I don't even think it was really about the money. It was like just not being, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think she ruined his career. I think he was getting kicked off of movies because he was being called an abuser, and he was trying to say that's not true. And she actually used to hit me, and then the recordings come out, and like, you know, I don't know what the fuck happened, but that guy definitely lost that Pirates of the Caribbean role because of that.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is my conclusion from all of it, because you know the documentary came on Netflix too, right, about it?
I didn't see the documentary.
Yeah, is that she is definitely an abuser, and he is probably an abuser. You know what I mean? So if you put a gun in my head, I'm Team Johnny. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
Also, you gotta think that the way he behaves with her, if she's abusing him, is different than the way he behaves if someone's not abusing him.
Oh, but also, man, like you've been in a relationship with crazy people. It's like they learn how to pull the crazy out of you so they can say, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like if you're if you with a person like that long enough, they know exactly how to make you act crazy so they can turn around and go, he's lost his mind, you know?
Yeah.
So, but for people to act like, oh, it's Eve and Steve, I'm like, no, that's not true. Bitch. She is an abuser for sure. This is the way she was talking.
Yeah.
What you gonna do? You gonna tell people? They're gonna think you a little bitch. Like who talks like that? Unless they,
Is
you
that
know,
what she said to him?
yeah, like I don't know the exact words on the recording, but that was the sentiment of like, oh Johnny, you gonna tell people I hit you? Oh, and if they believe you, you gonna tell them you getting beat up by you little pussy? Like that's how she was talking to him. You got the recording, Jamie? She's like,
I get it. At that point, you gotta leave.
yeah, and I don't have no tape from her of him talking like that.
Right.
So I'm like, I know that's how abusers talk. That's how somebody would talk of you if they were like just an abusive parent or anybody. You tell anybody, you know what's gonna happen. That's how abusers talk. I don't hear him talk like that. He sounds like an abused man. She sounds like an abused woman too. Like she's saying all the things an abused woman would say, but she's an actress.
Yeah.
So like without the evidence, I'm like, oh, you just killed that role, or
The thing is, she's not really good.
at acting.
Yeah, she's good. You know what I'm saying? But she's not Daniel Day-Lewis good.
Well, no, nobody.
Right? So
Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis could lie to me. I'd be like, damn, he really is from 1400. He got a fucking time machine, Brian. I met a guy with a time machine.
Like I couldn't tell. Daniel Day-Lewis, Meryl Streep, Denzel.
Yeah, there's a few of them that can just lie right to your face. I don't think she's one of those.
Nah, she ain't got that. But she can dig deep.
I'm sure she's got some emotions she can pull out.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's also one of the things that's fascinating about acting is we kind of reward crazy people that are actors because they're really good at it. Like some of the nuttiest people that I've ever met were amazing actors. Like some of them are really good at it and they're fucking crazy.
I think you got to be able to tap into, you know, every kind of artist is a controlled crazy. It's like you're barely holding your crazy, containing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of got to be a little nuts just to pursue something like that.
Yes, for sure. And then also, you're in this industry that, at least until recently, rewarded people for being insane. It was like it's part of the legend of guys like Jack Nicholson, a part of the legend of the greats. You know, like
That's also when they have the most fun.
Marlon Brando, out of his fucking mind. Remember, he became like 300 pounds, moved to an island. Remember, he stopped
Yeah.
acting totally.
But that's, because now, like I hear stories that, and there's a photographer that like took a bunch of pictures in the 90s. Hollywood, underground, LA scene, like people in a club having a bunch of fun. Because he's the only one with a camera. Nobody's got cameras, no smartphones. And it was like, that was the last time you could have a great time. Without, like, just let loose without having people sign NDAs and all this. You can't even throw a party without your lawyer now.
You can't.
Nah. The temptation to clout chase is too high.
What were we just talking about? I was going to tell you something.
Amber Heard,
Just after that.
people in Hollywood being crazy.
Shit, I can't believe I lost it.
Brando, Jack Nicholson.
Marlon Brando.
Oh, yeah, they had no gay parties. No gay, Eyes Wide Shut parties.
I'm sure he had a lot of that. God damn it, I forget what it was now.
Brando fat.
Marlon Brando, fat, 300 pounds.
Moved to an island.
And then that's it.
I'm not going to get it.
It'll come back when you stop thinking about it.
It will. What is that when that happens? That weird thing
Okay,
where
so
your brain just stops thinking about the thing you were just thinking about.
No, I saw a study. Man, and I can't remember. I should probably quote it. But they,
Oh, now I remember what it was.
There it is.
There it is. Thank you. This is what it was. Marlon Brando, when he won the Academy Award, did not accept the Academy Award. Instead, had a Native American woman go up there and accept the award. And it turns out she wasn't really Native American.
What? He had
She's
Elizabeth
fake.
Warren accept his award?
Yes, Elizabeth Warren went up and accepted his award. She was, and her fucking sister ratted her out, I believe.
It'd be your own people that be
See,
hating.
but she's beautiful. I mean, like, and she's probably crazy. But if you find the video, it's kind of funny because, like, accepting the award for Marlon Brando, and she goes up and talks about. I think she talked about Native American genocide. She's fake Native American. She just made it up. She changed her name, like the whole deal. What was her name?
Did he know?
Sheen Littlefeather.
Little Feather. She just calls herself Little Feather. He didn't know. He's Marlon Brando. He's on an island fucking everybody that moves. So this lady was not Native American at all. So look at the
From
Academy
Oxnard,
Award.
apparently.
What's that?
I heard the Wikipedia says she's from Oxnard.
Wow.
And her sister was like, you bitch, you're not fucking Native American. Imagine, like, your sister is crazy and you hate your sister and you're always fighting. And then one day you see that bitch at the Oscars telling everybody she's an Indian.
But yeah, but how she fool everybody? She don't even look native.
Well, watch her talk. She kind of does. She kind of does. I mean, she could be. Here goes.
Hello, my name is Sasheen Littlefeather.
No, it's not.
I'm Apache, and I'm president of the National Native American Affirmative Image Committee. I'm representing Marlon Brando this evening, and he has asked me to tell you in a very long speech, which I cannot share with you presently because of time, but I will be glad to share with the press afterwards, that he would very regretfully cannot accept this very generous award. And the reasons for this being are the treatment of American Indians today by the film industry, excuse me, and on television in movie reruns, and also with recent happenings at Wounded Knee. I beg at this time that I have not
Okay.
intruded.
Wounded Knee was quite a long
What is
time
that?
before that. Well, why'd you say recent happenings at Wounded Knee?
There was a protest there or something.
Oh, right.
Ancestry dispute. Like after her death, though, which is kind of.
Oh, that's when she got busted?
Yeah.
Her biological sisters, Rosalind Cruz and Trudy Orlandi, who say the family does not have Native American ancestry. Keeler writes that the sisters state that their father, who was born in Oxnard, California, was of Mexican descent and had no tribal ties, nor was he related to the Yaqui tribes of northern Mexico. Furthermore, Cruz believed Littlefeather fabricated a Native identity because she thought it was more prestigious to be Native American than to be Hispanic. Keeler searched records for Littlefeather's family going back to 1850 and did not find evidence of Native ancestry. So she got away with it.
Damn, Little Feather walked so Rachel Dolezal could run.
Yeah, well, back then, there was no social media. Like, your friends from college couldn't tweet and go, what?
Right.
What the fuck you do? You know, that's one of the things that happened with Elizabeth Holmes, that lady who ran that Theranos scam.
Oh, man.
Who created a fake voice.
The King scam.
Her friends from college were like, why is that bitch talking like that? They would call each other up. Hey,
Right.
have you heard her on the news? Why is she fucking talking
They
like
got her at a party like Tadale, and then she gets on the stage and she's like,
We're really excited to bring you the most amazing blood data research from a drop of blood. That story is so wild. Have you listened to the Dropout podcast series?
No.
It's really good. It's really good.
But they made some real good. There's some great documentaries on YouTube that are made by like one person. You know?
Oh yeah.
That's what I learned about.
Oh, you mean you can do amazing stuff with your phone today and just edit it all on your phone and upload it to YouTube. It's a wild time.
You ever try that shit though?
No, I don't.
I'm like these kids.
My kids do it.
They have this shit mastered. Because I try to do it. I'm like, wait a minute. Did you just spend 2 hours making a 15-second video?
Right.
They're like, yeah.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, I don't got it.
Yeah, they'll make these intricate TikTok videos that are 15 seconds and they'll work all day on it. But it's just like, you know, I mean, we're dinosaurs when it comes to that stuff.
You know, well, I'm kind of, I consider myself tech savvy. But I'm not really social media literate. You know? Yeah, because like sometimes, like I've had young people make fun of like the angle that I took my picture from, and I'm like, when did the rules change? You know, like, they tell me, oh, you take a selfie like an old man. I'm like, what does that mean? I thought you just take a picture of yourself.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
Yeah, and I guess there's a way that old people always hold the camera. And I guess I don't know.
Yeah. Who cares how you take pictures?
That's the weird thing about comedy because like Derek and Hassan they're two of my closest friends, but I'm like 10 years older than them. Right. You know what I mean? So like they always old man in me. They're right.
Well, I'm way older than them.
Oh yeah. But that's just how it is. But they keep me young, or they keep me. At least they let me know when I'm being lame.
Well, it's always fun to check in on the young generation. Like, what are you guys into? What does that mean? What does cap mean? No cap? What does that mean? That means no bullshit. Why don't you just say no bullshit? Why do you have to have a new word for no bullshit?
Well, yeah, because cap could also just mean a lot.
Right. Yeah. Right. How'd that happen? How did cap become?
I don't know the origination of it, honestly.
I found out from Schultz. I heard Schultz talk about it. Yeah. He goes cap. I go, what does that mean? He goes, I call cap. I go, what are you calling?
But that's the thing. Like, see, black people saying cap.
Another week of epic games.
So it's like
who's got you covered on the action for every single one of them? DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers can bet $5 on football and get $200 instantly.
Yeah. It used to be, you know, black people say some cool shit, and it would be, you know, pushed aside, and maybe 10 years later, black parents are saying it, and so now it's lame to the black kids. But by that time, the white kids are saying it, right? And then we already off it, and then the white parents are saying it, and now it's lame.
I'm bringing back groovy.
Like the bomb. Like who says that? Nobody.
Right. Who's saying the bomb now? White
grandparents
in the middle of the Midwest.
Yeah. So it's like, but that used to take like 20 years. Now it's like a year and a half because it hit TikTok and it hits everybody.
You know what it's like? It's like hourglass, but they just open up the pipe.
Yeah.
And sand flows through quicker.
Yeah. I'll have people like young people on TikTok telling me like, oh, that's not what that means. Like, that is what it means. We made it up.
Isn't that fascinating? Like how quick things change now. Like cultural things change.
Yeah. Me and the fuckboy changed quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know Ian Edwards.
Yeah, I remember that bit.
He used to have a bit about fuckboy, and then right under his feet, the meaning changed. Yeah. Because the kids, you know.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know if he's still out there, but yeah, it's like they're changing it up because what it takes is, you know, sometimes you'll hear a slang word, and you'll try to figure out what it means.
Right.
So what happens is somebody that doesn't know what it means will just assume what it means, be wrong, but popular.
Yeah.
And so the whole meaning of it changes.
Yeah.
You know, they go viral on TikTok, and the next thing you know, they're telling you wrong. You know.
The TikTok generation is like, how much attention do they have?
Man.
You're essentially being programmed from the time you're very young to look at something very quickly and just get a little bit of information, move on. A little bit of information, move on.
There's a bunch of people that want to be famous for free.
Yeah.
Because they think fame is the prize. It's like, oh no, fame sucks. Like fame without money sucks. You don't want to be famous and broke.
But you're looking at it as a person with talent who has a career. What they're looking at is like, hey, maybe I don't have to get a job.
Yeah, you know
like if I could just fucking dance around in front of my phone.
You know what, kids, y'all onto something. Yeah, because working sucks.
Working sucks.
Like you know, I was just telling the homie this, but I don't remember ever feeling so bad about myself in life except for the period where I was working my ass off just to make enough to go to work. Like I only had enough money to eat and go to work and go home and come back and go. And even on my days off, I couldn't do shit because I wasn't making enough money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that if all you can, that's how I know. That's how I know living is more important than working. You don't live to work. You work to live. So nobody wants to just work because when you just work, you feel like shit. You want to die
all the time.
But it's the opposite also. When you don't work at all, you die in a different way.
Right.
You feel useless. You gotta have a purpose.
You feel useless and you don't get anything done.
Yeah. You don't grow.
When you don't have a job, like you don't get anything done because you don't have any money, so you can't really do stuff. And so you're just kind of at your house all day, just waiting.
But sometimes I'll put it like this. I've never been envious of somebody that's being worked to death. But I've walked past some homeless people that laid out on the sidewalk, and I'm like, you know what? There's something to that. Just not giving a fuck. Like wherever you are, you at home. Now, you don't care about the smell. Who gives a fuck? It's pissy out here, but you're comfortable. If I had to choose between the two, I don't know. I have a tough decision.
You could always find a public shower.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, it just sucks. It sucks being homeless. There's no good thing about being homeless, but there's also no good thing about work. You don't want either or.
Once you're at the point where you're not rewarded for smelling good, you know?
Right. No.
Like my life's the same whether I smell good or not.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, you just live on the street no matter what. You don't care what you smell like.
Well, some of them be just high as a motherfucker. They're not even out there. So you run into them, you see them as out there, but they not even there. They in the clouds.
We ran into this lady at a gas station out here, and her posture was so bad that her head hung down. Like instead of going straight up from her shoulders, somehow or another her neck had her head went all the way down. It didn't look possible. Like she might have legitimately had a broken neck at one point in time and didn't do anything about it.
Oh Lord.
Like that's how bad it was. And this poor lady, she was probably in her 60s, or she might have been hard 50. just cracked out of her mind, scabs everywhere, clothes dirty and disheveled, and she just coming up to us and asking us for money. She can't even look you in the eyes. And it was just like, you were someone's.
She just holding the mirror like this.
She was someone's little baby. She was someone's little baby girl.
Oh, I thought you said she was holding a baby.
No. At one point in time, she was someone's little baby girl.
Yeah, it's been a long time since she was that.
But isn't that wild? Like it can go so bad.
You know a wild fact that I discovered, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, fans, but I have a theory that you know how you see crackheads like they have a funny walk sometimes.
Yeah.
I have a theory that the people that are strung out on drugs, they walk like they still have the ass that they used to have. So if you see a crackhead lady like walking funny, picture her with a fat ass, and it makes sense.
Right, because she's still in her mind looks like
her
that.
hips was trained on her good ass.
Right.
Now she on crack and the strength or nothing, but she still got the movements. Yeah. Let's see if I'm right.
You know what scares the shit out of me that I've been seeing on Instagram is anorexics. There was some anorexic lady who was dancing around on Instagram, and then I told my daughter about it, and she knew the girl's name, like Eugenia or something like that.
And is this like?
She's a famous Instagram.
She's famous for being anorexic.
I believe that's part of what she's famous for. Yeah, because when I used to do yoga, this played together.
Oh no, baby girl, no.
You should see the video. See if you find videos of it, because like when she's dancing around, like that one down there with the microphone in her hand. That's the one I saw. Like, look at this. It's crazy, man.
God damn, that wig looks like it's weighing her down.
Bro, it scares the shit out of me.
Wait a minute.
Damn, DraftKings customers can take
Look at
advantage.
the bones in her hips. I mean,
2 new offers every
used to
game
do
day.
yoga with this lady who was anorexic. This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka. And at the beginning of the class, like before the class starts, people are like warming up and stuff. And I what are you calling?
But that's the thing. Is like, black people have been saying cap for like 20 years.
Oh, so it's like woke.
Yeah, it's like TikTok just like TikTok has shortened the amount of time from when black people say some cool shit and then white people make it lame. You know what I mean?
Right, it's a fucking shorter window.
It used to be, black people say some cool shit and it would be, pushed aside, and maybe 10 years later, black parents are saying it, and so now it's lame to the black kids, but by that time, the white kids are saying it. Right? And then we already off it, and then the white parents are saying it, and now it's lame.
I'm bringing back groovy.
Like the bomb. Who says that? Nobody.
Right, who's saying the bomb now? White ladies
grandparents,
in the middle of the Midwest.
Yeah, so it's like, but that used to take like 20 years. Now it's like a year and a half, because it hits TikTok and it hits everybody.
You know what it's like? It's like hourglass, but they just open up the pipe. And the sand flows through quicker.
Yeah, I'll have people like young people on TikTok telling me like, oh, that's not what that means. Like, that is what it means. We made it up.
Isn't that fascinating? Like how quick things change now. Like cultural things change.
Yeah, the meaning of fuckboy changed quick.
Yeah,
because you know Ian Edwards.
Yeah, I remember that bit.
He used to have a bit about fuckboy, and then right under his feet, the meaning changed.
Yeah.
Because the kids,
Yeah.
And I think I don't know if he still has a bit, but yeah, it's like they're changing it up because what it takes is, sometimes you'll hear a slang word, and you'll try to figure out what it means.
Right.
So what happens is somebody that doesn't know what it means will just assume what it means, be wrong, but popular.
Yeah.
And so the whole meaning of it changes.
Yeah.
They go viral on TikTok, and the next thing you know, they're telling you wrong.
The TikTok generation is like, how much attention do they have?
Man.
You're essentially being programmed from the time you're very young to look at something very quickly and just get a little bit of information, move on. A little bit of information, move on.
There's a bunch of people that want to be famous for free.
Yeah.
Because they think fame is the prize. It's like, oh no, fame sucks. Like fame without money sucks. You don't want to be famous and broke.
But you're looking at it as a person with talent who has a career. What they're looking at is like, hey, maybe.
Telling the homie this, but I don't. Nobody wants to just work, because when you just work, you feel like shit. You want to die
All the time.
But it's the opposite also. When you don't work at all, you die in a different way.
Right.
You feel useless. You gotta have a purpose.
You feel useless and you don't get anything done.
Yeah. You don't grow.
When you don't have a job, like you don't get anything done because you don't have any money, so you can't really do stuff. And so you're just kind of at your house all day, just waiting.
But sometimes, I'll put it to you like this: I've never been envious of somebody that's being worked to death. But I've walked past some homeless people that laid out on the sidewalk, and I'm like, you know what? There's something to that. Just not giving a fuck. Like wherever you are, you at home. Now, you don't care about the smell. Who gives a fuck? It's pissy out here, but you're comfortable. If I had to choose between the two, I don't know. I have a tough decision.
You could always find a public shower. The thing is, like, it just sucks. It sucks being homeless. There's no good thing about being homeless, but there's also no good thing about work. You don't want either or.
Once you're at the point where you're not rewarded for smelling good,
Right. No.
Like my life's the same whether I smell good or not.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, you just live in the street no matter what. You don't care what you smell like.
Well, some of them be just high as a motherfucker. They're not even out there. See, you run into them, you see them as out there, but they not even there. They in the clouds.
We ran into this lady at a gas station out here, and her posture was so bad that her head hung down. Like instead of going straight up from her shoulders, somehow or another her neck had her head like all the way down. It didn't look possible. Like she might have legitimately had a broken neck at one point in time and didn't do anything about it.
Oh Lord.
Like that's how bad it was. And this poor lady, she was probably in her 60s, or she might have been hard 50. Just cracked out of her mind, scabs everywhere, clothes dirty and disheveled, and she's just coming up to us and asking us for money. And she can't even look in the eyes. And it was just like, oh, you were someone's.
She's just holding the mirror like this.
She was someone's little baby. She was someone's little baby girl.
Oh, I thought you said she was holding a baby.
No. At one point in time, she was someone's little baby girl.
Yeah. It's been a long time since she was that.
But isn't that wild? Like it can go so bad.
You know a wild fact that I discovered, and this is correct me if I'm wrong, fans, but I have a theory that, you know how you see crackheads like they have a funny walk sometimes?
Yeah.
I have a theory that people that are strung out on drugs, they walk like they still have the ass that they used to have. You know, so if you see a crackhead lady like walking funny, picture her with a fat ass, and it makes sense.
Right, because she's still in her mind looks like
her
that.
hips was trained on her good ass.
Right.
Now she on cracking and the shrank to nothing, but she still got the movements. Yeah. Let's see if I'm right.
You know what scares the shit out of me that I've been seeing on Instagram is anorexics. There was some anorexic lady who was dancing around on Instagram, and then I told my daughter about it, and she knew the girl's name, like Eugenia or something like that.
And is this like?
She's a famous Instagram. Or
she's famous for being anorexic?
I believe that's part of what she's famous for, yeah. Because when, I used to do yoga at this place. Yeah, there she is.
Oh, no, baby girl, no.
Well, you should see the video. See if you find videos of it. Because, like, when she's dancing around, like that one down there with the microphone in her hand, that's the one I saw. Like, look at this. It's crazy, man.
God damn. That wig looks like it's weighing her down.
Bro, it scares the shit out of me.
Wait a minute.
Look at her
Damn.
hips. Like, look at the bones. Look at the bones in her hips. I mean, I used to do yoga with this lady who was anorexic. I shouldn't say used to do it. I did it once. Showed up at the class, and this lady was there. And at the beginning of the class, like before the class starts, people are like warming up and stuff. And I look over, and I had to do one of these, like don't freak out, because she was like 70 pounds. She looked like that lady, but she was like right next to me on the mat, right next to me. I was like, oh my God.
Is she doing jujitsu?
No, yoga.
Oh.
I would just let her tap me. Just go ahead, get me. No, this poor lady. It made me so sad. It was so sad. It was so sad because she doesn't. You can fix that with food. Like you're at yoga class. You're not poor.
That's why that's way more alarming than like morbid obesity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's weird.
Because it seems like an easier fix.
But I think we have to realize this is really important. We have to realize that when we judge people like that lady, or like even like someone who's morbidly obese, like Lizzo or something like that. She's not morbidly, right? Is she?
No, but I was just sitting here thinking, damn, I'm glad he didn't say Lizzo. That's the easy way to go, because everybody always goes Lizzo.
Tim Dillon. Let's say Tim Dillon.
Okay.
It's I think what we have to really think about, and I never used to think about this when I was younger because I was a hard ass. I think you have to really understand that like there's something wrong. There's something wrong. Just like there's something wrong when someone thinks that demons are talking to them. Just like there's something wrong when someone can't stop gambling. There's something wrong when someone is starving themselves to death and they don't realize that it looks insane.
Yeah.
Like there's something wrong. It's like with bodybuilders that never feel like they're big enough. You know that's a thing.
Yeah. It's like body dysmorphia.
Yes,
like
body dysmorphia.
When you look in the mirror, you don't see what everybody else sees.
Yeah, and I think that it's not even just that they don't see it. It's just like they don't have control of what's happening. There's a bunch of factors, and everyone's like, oh, you've got control. You can go. Right, you do if you are at your best. If you were captured by the Viet Cong, fucking tortured for 3 years, do you think you'd be the same person? You wouldn't be, right? And if you lived some horrific life filled with physical and sexual abuse and violence and crime and incarceration,
or not even that.
Yeah,
sometimes
any of these factors.
one traumatic event can fuck your whole shit up.
Sure. And the point is there's so many factors that lead to a person starving themselves to death on TikTok. Like it's not as simple as that girl just needs to eat. It's like that there's a problem, and the problem is showing itself as a skeleton. But there's a lot of problems. It's not as simple as like she doesn't know what she looks like, right? Yeah. There's something dark there.
So fuck, this is gonna fuck me. It's gonna haunt me. Is she famous for being the anorexic?
I don't know. I just saw that video, then I brought it up to my daughter. My daughter knew her name. She knew who she was, and she pulled up videos, and she was like, "It's so sad." I was like, "It is sad," and she doesn't know that it looks terrible.
Especially because I'm pretty sure when your body fat percentage drops to a certain, like, it's life-threatening.
Oh, she's 100% life-threatening. Yeah, dude, it's life-threatening for sure. Starvation is one of the absolute worst things that can happen in your body because your body starts to digest itself.
Yeah, you know how you never hear the body positive movement is never like, just because she's that skinny don't mean she ain't healthy. Like,
right, exactly.
No, that bitch about to die, bro.
Exactly. There's no body positivity movement for not eating.
No, hell no.
According to Wikipedia, this is her first video that went viral like 10 years ago on World Star Hip Hop.
Okay, so then she looks just thin.
Yeah, but she looks like her mom and dad probably like, you need to eat, baby. That's what it's not an emergency.
She's very thin, but she also looks like she's frail framed. Right. She's a small person.
Little frame, but she still looks healthy.
Yeah. Between that and what she's at now, look, you could see like her legs. You don't see these bones poking out everywhere.
Right.
It's mental illness, man. I mean, it's 100% mental illness.
Especially when you got to twerk from the knees. Play that. She's twerking from the knees.
Well, she doesn't have a lot to work with.
No.
I mean, she's a tiny lady. She's so frail. But to see her like that, like it's just any like I said, that lady who just did yoga. It was like watching her do it. It was just like, oh.
Yeah, because how do you cure anorexia? Is it just like has anyone cured it?
Yes. Yeah. People bounce back from it. Yeah. I don't know what they have to do to bounce back from it. And maybe I think like a lot of it gets exacerbated by models. Like they have to starve themselves.
Well, when your relationship with food is compromised, I think that might be the most dangerous. Like even the opposite, like food addiction. It's like when your drug is food.
Yeah.
That just feels like such a because you can't quit food.
Right.
You know, it almost be like if you had to do a little heroin every day and you had a heroin problem.
Yes.
You know, it's like you got to eat. So
right. You have to. It's the only addiction that you can't ever just abstain from.
Right. So that's tough. But then what is this? Is it like the signal? Like something's fucked up with the chain of events that happen when you put food in your mouth. Where like your body, instead of being like, oh, that's great, it's like, get the fuck out of me.
I think for this lady, I mean, who knows what led her down to being a skeleton? But it's like they think that thinner is better. Just like when women have like crazy implants.
Or like just super gigantic
triple Z
like Nancy
implants.
Pelosi.
Yeah, like you're like,
big old knockers.
Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, like they don't see it. They want it bigger.
Yeah.
It's like it becomes some crazy.
Plastic surgery reveals so much.
Yeah.
It's like, do you? Because the big one now is like the lip injections. And you see some people be like, that don't look
right.
It look like you got stung by a bee on your lip.
Well, it's your face has symmetry to it. There's like a certain ratio to like the distance between the eyes and the length of the nose and where the chin is. And when one of those things is off, your brain is going, why is your nose so little?
But also, like, there's wrinkles on your bottom lip. So when you get too much of a lip injection, it looks smooth. Your lip looks smooth, so it looks swollen.
Right.
You know, and even though somebody might look at your face and not notice what's off, they know something's off.
Right.
You know,
right.
Like, why your lips smooth, bitch? That's
why
weird.
So shiny. It's stretched.
Right. So
I never thought of that part.
Yeah, it looks weird to me.
The lip thing doesn't work. It's like we went for boobs, and they're like, okay, what about lips? Let's try lips. Everybody likes full lips, and they tried it, but it's like, that's your face.
Yeah.
But I think you can do a little and pull it off. Some girls, I don't think they're doing a little bit.
Yeah. Some people have nailed it.
But you gotta be careful not to get crazy. You don't want to be the skeleton lady. You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't want to be obese. You don't want to be the bodybuilder that thinks he's small.
But I just feel like if she's been like this for that long, don't they get to the point where they fuck up their esophagus from throwing up so much?
I don't think she's eating. So she's probably barely alive, man. When you're that little, I mean, essentially her body has deteriorated, right? Like you're not seeing anything but the bones, all the hip bones and everything like that. You don't see any meat.
But let's be honest, she looked like she was having a blast. I mean,
It's
easy to look like that for 15 seconds when you shoot.
She probably had to sleep for 11 hours after that video. She probably has zero energy.
How's she making money from being an influencer?
I guess so.
But what product is?
None.
What is she?
Ads, maybe. You know, people just like
thousands of followers. She was up for YouTuber of the Year in 2020.
How?
I've never heard of her. I don't know her.
YouTuber of the Year.
Her YouTube might be fire though.
It might be. Why are we judging? We haven't even watched any of these
No,
amazing
I don't
videos.
2 million followers.
No, bro. I think it's a sweepstakes. Like people are betting money on when she's gonna eat, and she just teases them every week. She just puts right here. No.
I hope she gets better.
I do too, man.
I really do.
How old is that girl? Almost 30.
Yeah, when you lose that kind of weight and get that thing, that has to be. Let's Google anorexia and its detrimental health effects on the human body. It's got to be horrific. Because I know weight cutting is fucking absolutely brutal for these fighters, but that's severe dehydration, which is not quite the same thing. But they get real thin before they do that a lot of times. At least they used to. Guys are getting better at cutting just all the water out now.
Oh yeah. Well, I remember when I never got to see it up close till we went to Fight Week, and I was like, oh damn, like you gotta leave these motherfuckers alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the day before, they
So
look like somebody just rescued them from something.
Well, they did. They rescued them from death. They legitimately are at death's door. Okay, this is complications of anorexia include anemia, heart problems such as mitral valve prolapse, abnormal heart rhythms or heart failure, bone loss, osteoporosis, increasing the risk of fractures, loss of muscle in females, absence of period, in males, decreased testosterone, gastrointestinal problems such as constipation, bloating, or nausea, electrolyte abnormalities such as low blood potassium, sodium and chloride, and kidney problems. Here's a question. What's the ratio of men with anorexia versus women? And how many of the men who have anorexia are gay men?
I mean, it might be a problem, but
I bet it's very few men have anorexia.
But I think that's starting to change, right? Because right now,
People are non-binary.
But right now, Pete Davidson is a sex symbol. Pete Davidson and Machine Gun Kelly, like young white women love the sick looking,
Sort of.
like the real malnourished looking guys.
Sort of, until Jason Momoa shows up.
Well, right. Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is,
and then your eggs start talking.
what I'm saying is, more guys don't mind because men do what gets them laid.
Yes.
You know, and so it's like that's all. That's why it's not very many anorexic men
Yeah, but they're not gonna try that hard.
to stop eating.
Anorexia.
I bet you a lot of men in the model industry are probably anorexic.
I would think they would have to be fit.
Because all what they do, but you don't have to look like her to be anorexic.
The research I'm trying to find this is there's a problem. There's a lot of it's just a general eating disorder.
Right.
Is big in men. Going to anorexia is I think it's tough to find.
Well, overeating's probably bigger in men.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I was even finding. The first study, they had double the amount of women responded even, but it's twice as many men said they had an eating disorder than women.
Right, but
In
that
this
just could be
study.
they're addicted to eating.
Correct. I mean, most of it's overeating.
So they don't have data on just anorexia?
I'm trying to find it, and then I have not located it.
Why don't you Google how many men have anorexia? Just Google that. I'm curious just what the number is.
I bet you're surprisingly low.
Well, it says percentage of anorexics are 25% are men.
A quarter of anorexics are men.
10 to 25%.
So that's higher than I guess.
That's higher than I would think. But what's the number of total anorexics? Say 10 to 25% are men? Is that what you said? Do they have to self-report?
That's
Get
not
below 80 pounds?
Yeah, that's how they have to know. You have to go get help.
Yeah.
So it's out of like 20 million women and 10 million men have an eating disorder. Males make up 25% of people with anorexia.
25%. Wow. Wow.
Because they're often diagnosed later than females. They are at a higher risk of dying.
Ooh.
I think that's probably true of every disease.
Yeah.
It also says it's not common in people over the age of 40.
Interesting. So it's only common when you want someone to fuck you.
Yeah. I think it's probably just common when like the most young, impressionable. Because once you're over 40, you're like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Hopefully you get to the I don't give a fuck 40s. Because there's nothing sadder than someone who's like in their 60s and still gives a fuck.
Yeah, dude, it's like you wasted. That's the only benefit.
Yeah, the only benefit.
This also adds just for men are likely underdiagnosed with eating disorders because clinical assessment tools emphasize a desire to lose weight as opposed to building muscle. So they might not. I mean, I guess they're asking a bunch of questions. They might ask guys the right questions. Women have a 1.5 to 7.5 to 3 times higher prevalence for anorexia bulimia, so bulimia might be more prevalent.
Okay, so wait, what's the difference between bulimia and anorexia?
Bulimia, you throw up your food. You eat and then you throw it up.
Okay, that's why I was talking about the damage to the esophagus.
Yes.
Okay, and anorexia is just you don't eat.
Anorexia is just you don't eat at all.
Oh, wow.
But I bet some people have both.
Yeah, well, I think if you have bulimia, you probably die sooner.
Yeah, that's also so men are 3 times more likely than women to have a sub-threshold BED, which is eating disorder, meaning it's significant but does not meet all criteria for an official diagnosis.
Yeah, overeating.
Because throwing up all the time. Severe alcoholic get that.
What's the last one?
50 to 80% of anorexia is genetic.
Alcoholics don't.
It's the deadliest mental disease.
Whoa.
Anorexia nervosa.
1 in 5 is associated.
The risk of death in anorexia is more than double the death rate of schizophrenia.
Holy shit.
Almost triple the death rate of bipolar disease and more than triple the death rate due to depression. Wow. The crazy thing is maybe 80% of it is genetic.
Yeah.
That's the wild thing, man.
See, bro, that's the thing is like a lot of times you got to get healthy enough to get healthy. You know, like once you got to the point where like enough shit is broken, you know, it's like trying to drive a car that needs a lot of work. You know, you have to fix all this other stuff before you can even get to driving. You know, it's like
that's a lot of work too to get past that.
Yeah, once you get to the point where more than one thing's wrong.
Also, if it's genetic, like what are your genes telling you? Like I wonder. That's what's interesting. It's like, does that mean that it's prevalent in multiple family members? And is that because of like some other shit?
Well, yeah, you probably are predisposed to it, but then something in your environment has to trigger it.
Maybe, or is it possible that what we're calling genetic is just the same environmental stimuli, the same shitty abusive family life, or whatever it is, and it just like transfers down from generation to generation? Because like you think in some ways, like especially when I was younger, I thought like, how would my stepdad think of this? You know, I thought like he thought of things. Like, you think about like the older people in your life. You think about your family, like how they think of things. Like you think for yourself, but you're not sure. Right. So you think like, what would my mom do? How would my mom think about?
So what are they saying? Like these babies just pushing titties away? You know, it's like I don't know. Genetic. I don't know.
So my thought is that like maybe it's just prevalent in many people because they have a terrible family life. Like depression. Like depression is supposedly genetic, and I bet it is. But is it always genetic because someone has some sort of a wrong wiring in their brain? They transfer that on through their genes, or is it because all the people in the family live these fucked up, shitty lives, and there's no hope in that house, and everyone who is a part of that is kind of fucked?
They found 2 specific genes that do it, and that brings it up to a 90% chance of having an eating disorder.
Holy
shit. So yeah, I think your genes just mean you're more likely to get it.
To do with your appetite.
Interesting. So these 2 genes, ESRRA and HDAC4, increase a person's chance of developing an eating disorder by 90 to 85%. But this is eating too much, right? This is not anorexia.
No, they studied people with anorexia.
Oh, interesting. So these genes, as well as some of the other identified by researchers, are involved in signaling your brain's appetite. Blockages or interruptions in the appetite pathways may impact how a person interprets hunger. Oh, so their wiring is fucked up and they're not getting hungry?
And linked it to diabetes.
Wow.
Metabolic conditions.
They studied twins.
Wow.
There's some links with twins that had it that like prove some of the family genetic stuff too.
That's amazing. So it's some screwy wiring that makes you less hungry? But also, like, you should know, but here's part of the thing that I don't understand. You got to know if you see yourself like that something's wrong. Why wouldn't you just drink some milkshakes? Why wouldn't you just do something to put calories into your body? You'd have to know that you're dying, right? So there's obviously a mental illness component to it too.
Well, yeah, I think
it's not simple as like a gene being off where you're not hungry.
No, I don't think it's that you're not hungry as much as it is that whatever the normal processes is to tell you to go eat.
Yeah.
You like your shit screwed up somehow. Like whatever 100 signals got to be passed for you to go eat and like desire the food.
Right.
Something in that chain is fucked up.
But not only something in that chain fucked up, but you don't have the rational ability to say I need to consume food.
Right.
Because a person needs a certain amount of 1,000 calories a day.
It's screwy too, because you know my Burner, Jeff Burner.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. Me Undies knows you don't want to be feeling your underwear. You want to be feeling yourself in your underwear. It's not just about comfortable fabric, which they have in spades.
Yeah, he has to remind himself.
Confidence when you wear them.
He doesn't know he's hungry
I
until
feel
he
my
starts.
best when I'm taking care of my health by eating right and working out. And Me Undies also did that you're working on your fitness, so they wanted to provide you with super soft activewear with their new Move Me collection. It's moisture wicking, quick drying, and breathable with medium compression to provide support. Everything you want when you're sweating down there. And as always, you can find the cut and fit that are most comfortable for you. They've got tons of options for every preference. And if you're not satisfied,
man, thank God.
The Expendables are back. This is gonna be fun. Get ready for another wild ride.
You almost killed me.
Can you imagine having a fucked up relationship with?
You fucking convert anymore. those circumstance me. Playing his Carth. God. Okay. This one. Okay. Now, modify. Coot. Being a real coot.
He was doing wrestling since he was a kid. You know, that do all the weight cutting and stuff, and it's fucked him up to the point where like he forgets to eat. He doesn't get hungry like we do.
Really?
Yeah, he has to remind himself to eat. Like, you know, he doesn't know he's hungry until he starts acting. He's like, oh yeah, because he's been starving himself since he was a kid, wrestling since he was a little kid.
Wow.
So my point is,
I'm accustomed to that signal.
yeah. So I think like if you have these genes, you're more likely, something in your environment is more likely to. It doesn't mean you're gonna have anorexia, but it means you're way more likely to. You know, depending on what you're exposed to.
That makes sense.
You know, because I wasn't born with depression.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But something happened, and some people are just more likely.
Yeah.
Oh man, thank God. Thank God I'm not. Yeah, I gotta be grateful for where I am. Man, can you imagine having a fucked up relationship with food? Where it's like, you don't want it?
Oh, I would rather want it way too much.
Yeah, I'd rather have to fight that.
I like. There's a lot of people that I know that are like pretty obese, that are food addicts, that are fun people.
Yeah,
They're great to eat with. You know,
they're having a ball.
Yeah, they're having a great fucking time.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, it's bad for you, but at least you're enjoying yourself. Anorexia does not look like you're getting the enjoyment part. The thing about like if you go to like a real Italian restaurant, like, come on, eat,
Changing settings.
and everybody's drinking wine, everyone's laughing.
Catch on fire.
Like, that's how
I
Italians
literally
eat.
have a box.
They go hard.
No anorexic is dangerous. You know, it's like you can't no chance of winning. At least a fat motherfucker can fall on you or grab
Right.
you and
Yeah, this fat people can fight.
Yeah, like if you that skinny, you ain't got no chance.
You have zero chance. You have no muscles. There's nothing. You're just a skeleton coming at you like fucking Pirates of the Caribbean.
Like a leg kick might kill you.
Oh yeah.
Snap your femur.
Oh, you could kill that girl if you kicked her in the stomach.
Oh.
100%.
Sure. You can be cancelable for my special come out.
You could kill a regular person if like their back was against a wall and you kicked them in the stomach. You could destroy their organs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or they like a turning sidekick to the body.
Especially if you get them like right.
No, you would get him right in the fucking center, like right in.
Oh, like a Spartan kick?
You just smack. No, you use a spinning back kick. That's the most powerful kick. A turning side kick, it's called. It's my specialty.
Oh yeah, so I'm about to say the ones I've seen you doing videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, but most people can't pull that off with.
No. I'm just saying that there's human beings that are capable of killing someone with a kick.
Oh yeah.
You don't see it in an MMA fight because first of all, these guys are heavily muscled, and generally kicks don't land perfectly flush, and your back is not to a wall where you absorb all the impact. But if your back was to a wall and there was nothing like a concrete wall, there's nothing stopping the impact, and someone like really fucking smashed you, you got a real good chance of bleeding internally.
Yeah, I'm
real good chance of having fractured ribs that go into your lungs and all kinds of shit.
I'm away when I see a UFC fighter take one of those kicks.
Bro, you know, you know what the most painful shit is? The calf kicks. And I'm saying this anecdotally. I've never been kicked in the calf, really. Not hard. Not like by a UFC fighter in a fight. But just getting massaging your calves fucking hurts like hell. These guys are kicking each other in the calf, and it deadens your calf where you can't walk right. So then you got to kind of play it off. So mostly you're moving on your other leg. And you see it in guys. You see it like right away. Like Poetan, Alex Pereira, he's the best I've ever seen at that. I've ever seen. He's the best at it.
The calf kick?
He's so sneaky. And Izzy, he got Izzy in the first fight, and he was getting Izzy in the second fight with it. And he's just like, God damn, this motherfucker's getting me again. Like right before he cracked him. He was catching him in that leg, and he was deadening that leg. And that's what fucked Izzy up in the first fight. He couldn't get away from him. His leg wouldn't move. He had kicked his left calf so many times, the whole thing was just useless. And Izzy's just a great athlete, so he's moving around on it, and you can't tell that much.
But what's the worst? Is the worst kick you ever received a calf kick?
No. The worst kick I've ever received is kicks to the body. Oh. You get kicked to the body, man. You kicked in the head is horrible. You know, you get knocked out, you get rocked. Getting kicked in the body, like getting kicked in the liver, especially. Holy shit, man. Your whole body shuts down.
Being knocked out doesn't hurt, though. You know what I mean?
Oh, it hurts.
No, I mean, no, but what I mean is you just wake up. You don't feel the pain. Like I'm sure you feel like going through something.
Right.
But like
liver shots. Like you remember when
Tank?
Bernard Hopkins Tank's a good one.
Yeah,
Tank's a good one.
When he hit Ryan
Garcia.
Davis.
Yeah.
Or Ryan
Garcia.
Davis.
Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gervonta, a murderous puncher, man. But I was gonna say when Oscar De La Hoya fought Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins, you know Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins was too big. Oscar was past his prime. Bernard was still in the fucking. I mean, even though he was older, Bernard was probably in his 40s when that fight happened.
That's when he was the sharpest, though.
It's crazy. Bernard, I asked Terrence Crawford about that. He said one of the things was probably that Bernard was in prison, and during that prison time, he didn't abuse his body. Like he didn't get beat up. He didn't have all them, but he was training and learning. And then he also developed this insane discipline when he was in prison. He's like, I am never coming back here. I'm never coming back here. And they said to him, we'll see you. Like after you got his deal. You never seen me.
What's the thing, man?
So this is it. I don't know how old Bernard. There it is. There's the body shot. Let me see that again. Ooh, dig to the body.
Yeah.
Bernard was so good. I rewatched Bernard versus Kelly Pavlik the other day. Yeah. And I think Bernard was in his 40s in that fight too. And everybody counted Bernard out. That was after Kelly Pavlik knocked out Jermaine Taylor.
You can accomplish so much out of spite.
Spite?
Oh yeah.
The will.
So many of the things I've overcome have been from spite.
Yeah.
Yeah. When my dad dropped me off to go to boot camp, he was like, "I'll see you in a couple weeks." Whoa. And that is what made me not quit. I was like, never. I will not give him the satisfaction. Because he was right. I had trouble with people telling me what to do and stuff like that. But I was like, oh no, ain't no way I'm going back home. No way. Fuck no. I'll endure whatever. Just to win. Just to show you.
Bernard was world class when he was 50.
Yeah. He probably still boxed up the average person.
Yeah. Oh, the average person's dead for sure. But I mean, that guy, like, what? And also clean living his entire life, organic food, no fucking around, no drugs, no alcohol, no nothing. Yeah. He was always in shape. Always in shape. Never got fat. Never got big in between fights at all. Always running. Always hitting the bag. Never got out of shape. Not for a minute. Not for a second. You could have called Bernard Hopkins on a Tuesday and said you got to fight on Saturday and be like, how much?
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, he was always ready. He was just so defensively responsible. Like his defense was impeccable.
Yeah, he was shot. I mean, Philly produced a lot.
Oh my God, Philly produced a lot of killers.
Yeah, man. And I don't know why that is specifically.
Tough neighborhoods. Yeah. Tough neighborhoods produce killers.
Yeah,
you know?
It's true.
Come on, Brownsville.
But every now and then, though, you get like a rich kid, like a prince or somebody.
Oh, Prince Nassim, my man.
I don't know if was he really a prince? I don't think he was really a prince.
No, he was really a prince.
But every now and then, you get like a spoiled kid that got some hands.
Every now and then. Yeah, I mean, there's people that violate the rules.
Yeah, just the Ivy League champ. But
it's so rare.
Nobody wants that, though. They want somebody been through some shit.
They want Tyson.
Yeah, they want Mike Tyson. They want somebody that came from the depths.
Yeah. Someone with no family. Someone who's raised by a guardian who happened to be a hypnotist and also a boxing trainer. Yeah, that's Prince Nassim. He's this motherfucker. He came out of the flying carpet. How amazing was that, bro? People forgot about Nassim. Yeah. And his style was amazing, man. Watch some of the fighting. This is fun, but find some of his fighting. Because his style was so crazy. He had his hands down by his knees, and he would like bend at the waist and just wing punches at you.
He reminded me of, who was the dude we were talking about the other day that had that weird style? The Drunken Master.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. What's his name? Look at Nassim. Look at him dancing around. I mean, look at that. How do you handle that? And the guy can punch. And he had big legs, and his power came from his legs. He would like punch with his whole body. And people forgot, man, he was really good. And he was so popular. I mean, he was all over television back then, man.
So unusual. His interests were too long, though. He had like a 20-minute.
Oh, no, it was great. It's great because now we can go back and watch it. But, dude, he was fucking people up. So he had this crazy style, but he also had murderous power. Emmanuel Augustus?
Yeah, Emmanuel Augustus. Yep.
Yes.
Drunken Master. Yeah,
that's him now. Now he's a heavyweight.
Oh, Prince Naseem's
Yeah,
heavyweight?
no,
Oh,
he's not fighting anymore. He's eating a lot of food. That's him on the right.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's one of them 85%. He's got that genius.
For real.
What is Emmanuel Augustus? Go to Emmanuel Augustus highlights. Emmanuel was different though, because Emmanuel, instead of, I mean, it was a lot of like hands down moving around, but it was like smoother. Emmanuel was like he was dancing with you, like literally dancing.
And it's like he would throw a punch when you least expect it. There's no rhythm to it.
Floyd said that he was the hardest fighter he ever fought. He said the hardest fight he ever had was this guy, because like look how he fights. He's just moving around. It's like that dude was dancing before the fight started. He was dancing during the fight, and he was really slick defensively. So like this style was like very disconcerting because he could move so good and he was kind of clowning you. So that fucks with your head.
Yeah, I mean, if you see somebody, he would throw a couple punches at me, and I'm like, I'm good, man. I forfeit.
Well, that's where leg kicks come into play, son.
Well.
Whump. Give him a couple of those. Whump. Put your hands up, move forward. Whump. A few of those, and all that shit's gone.
That's why it's wild to hear. I forget that guy, that bodybuilder. That was like
Bradley Martin.
Like, I could beat. He was a professional fighter in a fight. It's like, yeah, come on, man.
Well, he's also very smart, and he's doing this for clicks.
Oh, he knows. Yeah, he knows.
Bradley's a smart dude.
But I did see him actually spar with a black belt jiu-jitsu guy that was his weight. You know, obviously he got fucked up.
Who did that? Who sparred with him?
I don't remember whose name it was, but I just watched it a couple days ago. Somebody did spar with him.
Who is it? Yeah, I mean, look, Bradley is a super
Oh,
athlete.
yeah, here it is, right here.
I mean, he's a gigantic athlete.
I don't know who that is he's sparring with.
Where is Bradley? That's him? Yeah. Is this a long time ago?
No.
Was it 2 years ago? He's done
okay.
recently, I think, but
No, this ain't the video I watched.
So it looks in this video like he's just learning stuff.
No, the video I watched was recent. He was getting fucked up. He got real humble. But again, they weren't in a street fight when like kicks and punches and everything's on the table.
Right. So at least, but when it comes to jiu-jitsu, at least Bradley's done this, right? So Bradley has done some rolling, and yeah, he's getting manhandled by a black belt, but we all would.
Right.
But at least he's got some grappling experience. So I'm assuming if he's done that, he's probably done multiple classes. So he probably has some understanding of positions. Probably some understanding.
He's probably never been in a real. Like you know what it is to me is like people that have never been in a fight. What they don't understand is you could do all the fucking training you want to, but if you ain't never got hit for real,
right?
That's your ability to take damage or avoid damage is most of winning a fight.
It's a lot.
So it's like that one, you know, like the type of motherfucker like Izzy that can take a leg kick from Poatan and keep fighting. Most people don't got that in them.
Right.
You know, when you hit me with one leg kick and I'm out.
Right.
I'm out, and you are too. You haven't fought. If you've never been in a fight, all you're doing is imagining.
Right.
It's like you don't know how you gonna react to getting hit in the fucking sternum.
So this is him rolling.
the same guy. I think he's
Wrestling Steve. Winner keeps the truck. Oh, I was kidding. But that's just to be expected. It doesn't matter how big you are. I mean, that guy's big too. If you're grappling with a black belt in jiu-jitsu, you're gonna get manhandled. That's what that guy does every day. You know, if you play chess with a guy who's a chess master, you're gonna get fucked up.
Yeah. I wish I had the money to put up to actually have him do it.
Oh, you just trying.
The MMA fight with Mighty Mouse.
Well, you don't want an MMA fight because if he picks him up and slams him on the ground, he can fuck Mighty Mouse up. I don't know if he would be able to do that. Mighty Mouse is he's so technical. He knows everything. But the size difference is so great. All it would take was one slip up. He didn't get a hold of him and spike him on the ground.
Yeah, we kind of saw that happen to
Rose Namajunas got knocked out like that.
Right.
Yeah.
She was piecing her up before.
She was.
That fight.
She was.
Yeah, I don't think she hasn't really been the same since.
Well, she broke her finger in the first round of her last fight, and you know, people are like criticizing her, saying she needs to go down to 125, and maybe, but you can't discount that her finger was broken in the very first round. Like that's a giant factor, man. Her finger was fucked up. So she fought 3 rounds against a very, very tough, legitimate flyweight. He's much bigger than her. The girl looked jacked. But Rose, in my mind, is one of the greatest strawweights of all time, and that's where she should be.
Agreed.
She's amazing at 115. I know it sucks to make 115, but that's the big fight. Is if she really wants to keep fighting, she wants to go back down to flyweight. I mean, there's Tatiana Suarez down there, but Zhang Weili, she beat her twice. So she knocked her out, and she beat her in decision. So they fought twice.
Yeah, but you know what though? That's a different Zhang Weili. Yeah, because she locked in.
Oh, she's locked in.
You know, like, and she was always dangerous as fuck. But I don't think
she keeps getting better.
Yeah. It's been a couple years since Rose seen her. I don't think that's the same fighter she fought before.
Zhang Weili is a tank, man. She comes blasting you with kicks and punches. Her grappling sensational. Ground and pound is vicious. She's got a killer instinct. I mean, she knocked out Joanna Jędrzejczyk with a spinning back fist. Like she's a beast, man. She's a fucking beast.
And I love me some Rose, but
I do too.
I don't think she wants that smoke.
Well, who knows, man? Like I said, she beat her twice. I think if they fought again, you know, if Rose gets her finger fixed and drops back down to flyweight, that's a fight I'd like to see.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna watch it.
That's a fight I'd like to see.
I remember when Rose won the title. That was one of the best cards in UFC. Remember that? 3 titles changed hands that night. It was Rose won the belt, and then who the fuck else was in that card? There was 2 other title fights in that card.
I remember DC just yelling out, "Thug Rose!
Oh yeah,
Thug Rose!"
And that's when I didn't really know much. I was just like, oh, I'm picking her. She looked, and everybody's like, what? I was like, yeah. And she won. I was like, oh, who is this lady?
When she crocked Joanna with that left hook, I was like, oh my god, she did it.
She beat the boogeyman.
She beat the boogie woman. But she was the boogie woman too, man. She was lighting people up. If you saw Joanna Jędrzejczyk in her prime, like you want to see a wild beatdown, do Joanna Jędrzejczyk, Juliana Payne. No, who was it? It wasn't Juliana. It was who did she fight? Can I see her record real quick? Jessica Panay, that's who it was. Go Rose Namajunas, Jessica Panay. I mean, not Rose Namajunas. Ioana Jędrzejczyk. Yeah, the highlights. This is perfect. This is when she was the boogie woman, dude. Look at that face. Look at that face, dude. And this is like when she was multiple-time world Muay Thai champion, who now was in MMA. And so you got to see like a level of striking that you had just never seen from women's MMA before. When she came out of the scene, it was her and Valentina Shevchenko. We're like, whoa, this is some next level striking. Just super technical. You know, I mean, her fucking technique, it was fantastic. Stuffs takedowns. Go to towards the end where you really see the beatdown. So she starts putting it on her. She starts putting it on her at the end of the second round. Look at this. I mean, Jessica Panay just getting battered. And Ioana just beating her down. Like, look at this. I mean, this was when everyone was really scared of Ioana because she was just so aggressive. And she would talk so much shit and get in your face at the weigh-ins, and now she sees Jessica's just busted.
This game is ridiculous.
And she's just piecing her up. And at the end, the final barrage is horrific, man.
Can't.
Go to the final barrage, and she has her up against the cage.
Lost though.
She just starts unfucking loading, man.
How did the ref not stop this?
That's it right there.
Yeah, girl. How you complaining, girl?
Bro.
Searching for a
She's
match.
warrior. She wants to fight, but that one was the best.
Yeah, it's like your corner should have threw that towel in.
Look at her. Let me hear what she's saying. What is she screaming?
Has delivered the Polish power, the strawweight champion. That was a very, very good
She's screaming, who's next? If you're a 115-pound woman, you're like, fuck that. Yeah, fuck getting smashed like that.
What happened to her though? She gone?
She just retired. Yeah, she lost to Zhang Weili, and then she retired. You know, that was her last hurrah. She had a lot of wars, man, and those they pay a price. You know, I mean, Amanda Nunes just retired. She's the GOAT. She had to retire. She said her legs aren't working right. Her legs have nerve damage. She said from kicking too much ass.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I get that. She retire as the GOAT. Don't you know? Like you said, we never get to see fighters really retire. It's always too late. It's never like early enough. You know?
There's very few that retire at the right time. Very few.
I don't know any athletes that don't got some kind of long-term injury that's never gone.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. So, especially combat sports.
Especially fighters, yeah.
It's just so brutal on your body. I mean, you're literally practicing breaking people's bodies. And just the practice is brutal. So you're getting all this damage just from practice, and then you're having cage fights with people that are going 100% trying to kill you.
Yeah, that's why every athlete, when you see them in an interview and they go, I'm healthier than I've ever been, it's like, no, you're not, motherfucker. You never, you know? It's like, I know that's what you're supposed to say. Hey, this is the best I've ever felt. No, it ain't. No way.
Well, some of them have pulled it off. It's amazing how some guys just don't like it that much. It's real weird.
LeBron James.
Yeah, well, he spends a lot of money though on just maintaining his health, just maintaining his massages and physical therapy, and like he treats his body like it's a pit crew at a race stop. You know, he's in a race car and like
that's the money maker.
Yeah, take care of that.
He might be the most durable superstar that's ever played any sport.
So he's very, very rarely get injured.
I can only remember him being like, I mean, he's never been seriously injured. Like when he had to miss a whole season or something like that. That's never happened. Wow. And I think, I think the first time he really got hurt for real was like recently in year 18 or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how old is he now?
39.
He may have needed foot surgery in the offseason, but I don't think they're going to say that.
Oh, like that? Talk about it?
Like he just started getting injured at a time where like most people have had multiple surgeries by now.
They probably get him the best stem cells.
Oh yeah.
They fly him straight to Ukraine.
Oh yeah, bro. No, they fly him to the jungle and knock a child out in the jungle right there and just take their shit.
I mean, what kind of if you have that kind of resources, like you're a super athlete, the doctors that you're in contact with, must be just
because if I was a superstar in the NBA, the first thing I would do is call Magic Johnson and be like, "Where your doctors at?"
Right.
I want them working on every problem. I got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because remember the whole HIV thing? Nobody had heard of nobody beating HIV before him.
Right.
Yeah. So it was like that's the first doctor I want to see.
I wonder what medication he took, if he took anything.
You know, I think
back in the day when everybody was taking AZT and dying. Yeah.
I think by the time he had it, AZT wasn't the main thing they was giving you, but also I think he had the resources to like mitigate all the side effects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because I don't know. But you know what's funny is like my uncle was HIV positive. And he lived for a long time.
Jeff Scott was HIV positive.
Right. Yeah, that dude. That's a survivor. Because Jeff Scott had it when it was grids.
Right.
When it was gay-related disease.
The key weapon beginning was a regimen of 3 or 4 antiretroviral drugs, collectively known as antiretroviral therapy or ART. So it was after the AZT days. They told me that the 3-drug combination was going to save my life, and they were right. There you go.
So why they wasn't giving that shit to everybody?
Maybe they didn't have it yet.
Yeah,
maybe it was just like
maybe it was just super expensive.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe insurance didn't cover it.
Yeah, but now you know what's so funny is isn't it wild how now
no one's scared of it.
It's not that well. I still don't want to get it, but it's not a death sentence no more.
Right.
Yeah. It's still going to significantly diminish how many people will fuck you though.
Yeah. Especially if you're honest.
You got to be honest.
Yeah, about that one.
You got to be honest about that one. I don't think you know, if it's not a life-threatening thing, I don't think you got to be honest about everything. But
that was the scariest thing about AIDS. There's a thing that you get from having sex that could kill you, but you're gonna want to have sex. So be careful.
Oh yeah.
Be careful.
Well, you know,
you want to die.
Whenever it's the most dangerous to fuck, that's people be fucking the most. That didn't stop nobody from fucking.
Nope.
No, that's why when politicians when they try to legislate morality, it was like, hey, you're not gonna stop people from fucking.
Yeah, and not only that, you're not gonna stop fucking. So
no,
shut
speaking
up.
of, bro, you know, I told you Mexico just legalized abortion nationwide.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night.
Mexico's ahead of us.
Yeah.
In social.
Well, also they recognize an opportunity for tourism.
Oh yeah, I ain't think about that.
100%. They already have a stem cell tourism. They have an ibogaine therapy tourism.
Yeah, I gotta visit Mexico legitly instead of like just the border towns.
Yeah, Mexico is a beautiful place.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful place. But it's just like, it's kind of fucked because of America, because of American drug laws. Like American drug laws have propped up the cartel, just like prohibition propped up the mob.
Do you think the cartel is paying lobbyists to keep drugs illegal here?
If I was a cartel, I would do that.
That'd be a smart move.
If you could get a hold of them.
Yeah.
If you call them up, my friend.
But that cartel shit, it blows my mind that like we were helping the cartels move drugs into the country while simultaneously enforcing drugs being illegal.
Who's we? Who's doing that?
I mean, just us as a country. Like the CIA was letting cocaine come in.
Yeah.
And it, and then, but at the same time, the DEA was arresting drug traffickers.
Right. How come? What is that? Jamie Chuck
I think the cocaine was how CIA was paying for certain stuff because it was money they didn't have to be in the federal budget. You know what I mean?
Well, that's definitely the case with Oliver North.
Right.
That was the case in with Freeway Ricky Ross in Compton, in South Central LA, and we found out about it because of this guy Michael Rupert, who was on the podcast back in the day. Michael Rupert was in that documentary Collapse. Did you ever see that documentary? It's a documentary about the collapse of peak oil and societal collapse because we're so dependent upon fossil fuels. It turned out to not be correct, but what he was predicting. But what he was right about was how dependent we are on fossil fuels. He was detailing the supply chain. So he's sitting there. The whole documentary is him sitting there in this room on a folding chair, just smoking cigarettes and just telling you why all these things are a problem because they're all connected. And it's a very compelling documentary. Well, Michael Rupert was a narcotics officer in LA, and he caught the CIA selling drugs in South Central LA and then exposed it on a hearing on CNN at like this big like town hearing. You ever seen this? Jamie pulled up. It's wild. He was a really interesting guy. Last time I saw him, he gave me mushrooms.
How did they catch him? How did he catch this guy?
Well, he was a narcotics officer, so he was arresting people for selling drugs. Here, play this.
I am a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, and I work South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you, Director Deutsch, emphatically and
Can you speak further into the mic, sir? These mics don't seem to be...
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
Dude.
Obviously, that is an answer for a lot of you. Now, can you please? All right, now, can you please?
I refer to...
Wait a minute.
So that guy at the table is from the CIA.
Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. If you don't like what's going on here, please leave now. No, please. Leave now.
Alphabet agencies are bad for you and me.
I will come back to you and we go back across to the center section.
Director Deutsch, I will refer you to 3 specific agency operations known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s to become involved in protecting agency operations in this country. I have been trying to get this out for 18 years, and I have the evidence. My question to you is very specific, sir. If, in the course of the IG's investigations and Fred Hitz's work, you come across evidence of severely criminal activity, and it's classified, will you use that classification to hide the criminal activity, or will you tell the American people the truth?
All right, you want to get a response first from Congressman Julian Dixon and then from the director.
The director of the CIA.
Wait a minute. From your. I'm sorry, sir. I will allow the director to speak first and then Congressman Julian Dixon.
If you have information about CIA illegal activity in drugs, you should immediately bring that information to wherever you want. Let me suggest 3 places. The Los Angeles Police Department.
Wow, now you're playing in my face.
Others want to hear this answer. I am sorry. Others want to hear this answer.
It is your choice. The Los Angeles Police Department, the Inspector
Fudge.
General, or office of one of the Congress persons on this.
Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute. Sir.
Wait a minute.
But wait a minute, then don't stick out turn.
Let me say something else. If this information turns up wrongdoing, we will bring the people to justice and make them accountable.
Just imagine You think there's even a possibility that's true? We say, if it's true,
Well,
if it's true, I've heard rumblings.
right. Just imagine, hey, bring it to one of the offices where we have people that work for us.
Yeah, they'll definitely take care of it appropriately.
Right.
Bring
I'm
it to
surprised,
the
I'm surprised they let him live.
Yeah, he was worried about it too.
Well, but they know. See, they know that if they kill you, it makes what you said seem true. If they let you live, they can always accuse you of being crazy.
He wound up taking his own life.
Where?
Yeah. His health was failing him getting older. It's just like that life is very, the life of exposing extreme corruption all the time and being right about it. It's very scary. It's a horrible life.
You got to be willing to kill him.
Yeah, it's just a horrible life. And to go from being a guy who's a narcotics officer in LA and discovers that and just gets dragged down this rabbit hole. Just see the movie Collapse, though. It's pretty interesting. See if you got a trailer.
Yeah. It's like no CIA agent has gone to prison for cocaine trafficking.
Weird.
And that's how it gets you.
Weird.
That's crazy.
Weird. Yeah, Freeway Ricky Ross. He's been on the podcast a couple times too. He's the guy who was selling it in South Central Los Angeles. He didn't even know what he was a part of. He was funding.
Maybe
This is
the
it.
greatest preventable Holocaust in the history of planet Earth. I have 30 years of experience as an investigative journalist. I've broken major scandals, going out to try and map how the world really worked as opposed to the way we were told it worked. Our map has proven deadly accurate economic predictions. Well, we had it so right. In 2006, get out of debt right now. Check your mortgage carefully. We issued a whole series of warnings. Nothing like we have ever seen before. Everything that we said was going to happen is taking place right now. Gold prices, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the stock market. It's not that Bernie Madoff was a pyramid scheme. The whole economy is a pyramid scheme. Of course I've been called a conspiracy theorist, but I don't deal in conspiracy theory, I deal in conspiracy fact. The mortal blow to human industrialized civilization will happen when oil prices spike and nobody can afford to buy that oil, and everything will just shut down. Unlike the Great Depression, we do not have infinite resources. Nothing grows forever. There is a cycle: birth, growth, maturation, decline, and death. Cars don't run, mail stops getting delivered, planes don't fly, law enforcement stops working. This is all part of the collapse. If you're in a camp and a bear attacks, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You only have to be faster than the slowest camper. The challenge being faced by the human race now is either evolve or perish, grow up or die. You have to believe, not hope, not pray, that there's a way out of it. You will find it.
He's basically a prepper. He was.
Dang.
He's basically telling you to start growing your own food. Get something that you can treat water with. This is a fragile society we live in. That's completely depending on us sucking blood out of the earth to pump everything. That's what we're doing. We're sucking the blood of the earth that we use to make plastic and jet fuel. Silicon. I mean, think about all the different plastic parts that are just in electronics. It's oil.
You know, it's part of the reason why we couldn't really, like, why the sanctions on Russia, like, didn't really stick. Like, we hit Russia with the most economic sanctions that anyone's ever been hit with. And it's barely phased them because
they sell oil.
They sell oil. They're the number two, I think the number 2 oil supplier in the world, and then they're maybe number 1 natural gas supplier. And China like needs them.
What?
And so does Europe.
Who got hurt most by the pipeline shutting down?
At first, it was Europe.
It was Europe?
Yeah, because they.
And now are they just buying gas from Russia?
Europe?
Yeah.
No, now they're buying. I think their gas comes from us.
So that was from Russia to Europe, right?
Right, from Russia to Europe. Europe was their number 1 customer. Now
someone blew it up. Someone.
Well, the sanctions made Europe stop buying gas from Russia. I don't know who blew up the pipe or why.
Well,
probably us.
Yeah, they say it's us. That's what Seymour Hersh said.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
We probably blew up that plane too. That had the
Prigozhin in it.
Yeah.
You think so?
I think so. I wouldn't be surprised. It's either Putin or us. It wasn't an accident.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, when the guy's about to surge Moscow with tanks, and he turns around and goes back, he doesn't have much time to live.
Gotta take that man out.
Yeah, that he's dangerous.
I mean, I don't know what he thought. And like his whole leadership was on that plane, which is also crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you don't see the vice president don't fly with the president.
Right.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Along with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th person, like they never on the same plane. That's
if
insane.
both planes went down.
Yeah. I wonder is the vice president's plane Air Force 2? Is that what they call it?
I don't know. Probably. Makes sense, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, it turns out that the Air Force 1 is whatever plane the president's on.
Oh.
It's not. I mean, it is a specific plane, I guess. Or maybe there's 2 or 3 of them.
Air Force 2 is any call sign held by any United States Air Force aircraft carrying the vice president.
There's something absolutely hilarious about Trump's name on his plane, just Trump.
Oh, he uses the Trump plane for his presidential shit?
No, I mean, he does it now. He flies around the Trump plane now. I'm sure he's got more than one plane, too. He's got a giant-ass one, like a commercial plane.
What's the point of it?
He's got a lot of room there. How big is Trump's plane? Isn't it like a 767 or something crazy like that?
The first one is a 757.
757.
Oh, they call it Trump Force 1?
That's a big-ass plane. What's it look like inside? You got pictures of the inside of Trump's plane? I bet there's a lot of dudes like compete. Like who's got the most baller interior?
Oh, yeah.
In your private jet.
Just imagine eating dinner with Trump. He wants his Wagyu A5 well done.
That's what it looks like. Looks like a normal jet. It's $100 million. Damn. So he's got like a little desk there. That's like just a big ass private jet. It looks very nice. Yeah, big screen in the back.
This is Air Force 1.
Air Force One's got like a fucking U.S. office. Is there really like a pod in Air Force One where the president can go in and parachute to the ground?
I guarantee there is. There's some way.
Get him in the pod. You imagine being in the Secret Service knowing you're going to die and you got to get Biden in that pod.
Yeah. Well, knowing you might have to go to prison with Trump. So, like, how's that going to work? Who's volunteering for that? You got to spend some of your days in prison because they got to be with him no matter what.
Even if he's in prison?
Even if he's in prison. They
so
have
if
to
he
protect
goes
him
to
until he
prison,
dies.
Secret Service has to protect him in prison?
Yeah, for the rest of your life. If you were ever president, you get that protection forever.
Is that true?
Well, the thing is, it's never happened before. No president's ever gone to prison.
Right.
So I think they would avoid sending him to prison just for that complication.
That was just in the movie Air Force One.
What?
That was just a thing for the movie.
Oh, the pod, the escape pod.
Yeah, like Harrison Ford.
Oh,
Air Force
but
One.
you don't think it's really a way? Because you know what? I just found out that there's really there's a secret subway system in the Capitol.
What?
Yeah, that like the politicians use, the president.
Yeah.
Like that's why you never see Obama walking from the White House to Congress. He just pops up at Congress because he can just get there's like a
wow.
It's tiny too.
The political elite subway system.
Yep.
Now, they must feel like ballers.
Oh my God.
Knowing you're running the country. This is it.
Yeah, it's small and they're like see-through carts and they all see each other when they're going from room to room. Also,
Was this in House of Cards?
I think it has been.
Yeah, it has been, but also he killed people in the regular subway.
Yeah, he killed someone in the regular subway, right?
Yeah.
That was a great fucking show.
It was so good.
Such a good show. And it made you wonder, like, okay, I mean, obviously this is fiction, but how much is real? How much is accurate? How much of it is based on what people know about how psychotic?
All those things have happened. Yeah. Like it probably didn't happen to the people. Like they probably changed names and situations and stuff, but they definitely murdered people for sure.
Well, they certainly. I mean, if you just think about what they're willing to do in other countries that they know is not true, that it's going to cost lives, to sacrifice people left and right. They don't think about that at all. Like if like when you're talking about like say drone strikes, you know, drone strikes are the ratio of innocent people killed by drones. It's crazy high.
But you can justify it.
Yeah. So if you justify that, of course you can
National
justify taking out some asshole who's causing problems.
You know, especially if you really a true believer, like if you really thought that you were right,
yeah,
and everyone else is wrong about like the direction America should go in,
yeah,
wouldn't you do anything in your power to make sure your vision came to truth?
Yeah.
So they're willing to do anything, and some of them just want power, but most of them, I think, to them, they genuinely believe, like they believe their bullshit, long ago. So they genuinely believe that they're doing what's best, and the other side is trying to destroy everything. So they'll cheat, they'll kill, steal.
Yeah. Especially if you consider how every single ruling class throughout history has done that to their people.
Oh, yeah.
They've all done it, and they've all assassinated each other. Like the idea that stopped now.
Yeah. And think about the fact they want their grip on power so badly that no matter how many signs of dementia and deterioration that are exhibited by Joe Biden or Mitch McConnell or Dianne Feinstein, no one's calling for him to resign.
No.
The motherfucker froze up
twice.
like, how is that acceptable to anybody?
It's like if you're having a FaceTime call with someone in bad service,
right?
Just freeze up.
Like Mitch McConnell was getting like the update. He was like buffering. I don't know.
He's just really old.
And then they get the federal doctors to say, oh, it wasn't a stroke. But what the fuck was it then?
It wasn't a stroke. It's brain short circuit.
Yeah,
it didn't bleed. Just shut off.
But it was something that means you shouldn't be making major decisions. You go sit your ass down.
The face he made. Like, what kind of hell have I found myself in at 80 years old? What have I done? There's no joy left in my life.
He's like, I'm not going anywhere.
The Kentucky Republican said he would finish his term as leader, which runs through 2024, and in the Senate, where he was elected to serve through 2026. Of course he is. Why shouldn't he?
I got news for you, Mitch. You're not gonna make it that long, bro.
Well, maybe he wants to die out there.
Yeah, those freezes are gonna get longer and longer and longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, until something like what I'm asking is, at what point even if you on his side, at what point do you go, we can't go back? Like what has to happen for you to be like, he's done?
Well, you start looking for other jobs immediately for sure. Like if you're in the staff, start looking for other jobs right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would have to do something that not even the shrewdest spin doctor could explain away.
See, the thing is though, the problem is if he's loyal to his party, and this is the problem with a lot of them. You don't want to give up your seat. You don't, because then there's another election, right? And then someone else comes in, and that person could be a Republican.
Well, the thing is, it's another election, but in most states, the governor of the state gets to appoint the replacement senator until the election.
Really?
So yeah, and so Kentucky's one of those rare states where all their senators are on the right, but their governors are.
Interesting.
So, and I think they're trying to introduce legislation where the governor doesn't get to pick, like the same party gets to choose. Because that's what they're afraid of. Of course. That's why they won't let D.C. be a state. That's why they won't let Puerto Rico be a state, because it's automatically blue.
Right.
You know,
right.
D.C. has been blue forever.
Right.
But when we have a senator, we don't have voting power. He can't vote.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, D.C. is the only city in America that has taxation without representation.
Do you think the Electoral College makes sense, or do you think people should just be one person, one vote?
That's tough. Because I understand the reasoning behind the Electoral College. Because they didn't want the biggest states to just dominate choices for everyone, right?
Yeah, right.
But I think that's just antiquated now, man. Yeah, for president, I don't even think it should go by state. It should just be straight up popular vote for the whole country, maybe.
Yeah, like when Hillary won the popular vote, but Trump won the Electoral College. a lot of people are like, well, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, but were you only saying that because it was not to your benefit?
No.
You know,
I wasn't a Hillary fan.
No, like
but I thought about it and I was like, that is some bullshit. Like, if you win, more people want you, and we're all together. Like, what is this funky electoral college bullshit about? And I get what you just explained. It makes sense, but still, part of me is like, fuck that.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, how much did she win by? I think Hillary won by a lot.
By a whole lot.
Yeah. Like, what was the margin of her victory in the overall votes? I think her overall votes were way higher.
Yeah, but see, the other side of that though is too is like, but if we go to only popular vote, that means the small states basically don't count.
Dude,
What do you
I'm
think would have
so
been like if she
bad.
won?
I think it would have been more the same from Obama, but maybe a little more corporate. You know,
There definitely been less ladies with sock hats screaming in the streets. What is the number? 3 million. Wow, almost 3 million. She beat him by almost 3 million votes in the popular vote. See,
but he won most of the states.
yeah, 304 to 227 in electoral college. That's kind of crazy. Isn't that kind of crazy?
It's wild.
It is kind of crazy. It's just weird.
But at the same time, though, the bigger states have the most votes. California's 55.
That's nuts. That is nuts. California's so dangerous.
Well, it's the biggest state by population. So how many electoral votes you get is based on population.
Yes.
So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think,
But even in that state, there's a lot of people outside of Los Angeles and outside of San Francisco that are red. Right. If you drive up through Fresno, drive up that area, it's all farmers and shit like that. It's a very rural part of California that people forget about.
I think the thing we really need to change is we need like a parliamentary system so that it's not just two parties. You know, but
That's a good idea. And also, we need to be able to take corporate money out.
That's the craziest thing about California.
Only 5 countries have a bigger GDP than California, including America.
Yeah, no one is that.
Wow. So we're above France, India, Italy, and Brazil in California. The United Kingdom is just slightly more GDP than California. There's so many people there. It makes sense. It's just like, what are they doing to that state? What are they doing? Between the homelessness and the smash and grabs and the fucking defunding the police and the not arresting people for shoplifting and like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Are you guys trying to ruin that state?
it's Burning Man. The state slowly turned into Burning Man.
It's way worse than Burning Man.
Yeah.
It's Mad Max.
You know, when I visited there recently. You know, there's certain stuff that I miss, you know, because there's a certain feeling and nostalgia about LA, you know?
Yeah, sure.
You get there and you're like, yeah, this is LA. And then after it was like visiting family. It's like after a few days, I'm like, okay, I'm good. I remember why I left.
Yeah. There's a lot of great stuff about LA.
Oh, man,
But
yeah.
it's just not the same LA. The way I describe it, it's like you had an ex-girlfriend, she used to be really cool, and then you meet her a few years later and she's on meth and she works for the cartel. Like, what happened?
Right.
What are you doing?
She's got the scars from stuff and
She's
in her
all
titties.
fucked up. Like, yeah, well, take care. It's just,
We've all been there.
it's been ravaged. The city's been ravaged. You know, it's just a different place now. It's a different place. And I don't know what the fuck is ever going to turn that around, other than some radical shifts in the way they run the government. And then massive uptick in doing something to mitigate crime. You got to do something in the community,
But
with police.
They really have to go over how they spend the money.
Yeah, that too. Like, how come you guys haven't done jack shit about this homeless problem? Like, where's that money going?
Because it's big business.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, when I was homeless and I was living in that shelter, and I discovered that because something occurred to me, because there's a certain amount of money they get just from the VA, right? So these because it was a veterans homeless shelter, they get a grant from the VA, but they also get money from the state, money from the county, and money from the city. And when I found out how much all that money was, and the only reason I looked into it was because the food was shitty. The food was fucking terrible, and I'm like, wait a minute, how much money these motherfuckers get? And I did all the math, and I just estimated all their salaries like over proposed, and when it was all left over, it was like millions of dollars left over. And it's
You
like,
did this math?
Yeah, I did this math because I was like, because we weren't. It was a point where we didn't have proper cleaning supplies. We were running out of toilet paper. The food was like the bottom of the barrel, just gross bullshit, and it just didn't add up. And then I was told, well, you don't understand the inner workings of nonprofits and all this other bullshit. And then right after that, the guy running the place relapsed. Like, he came to work fucked up. He took the meth that he caught somebody else with.
Oh.
Like, because every now and then they would like sweep through the rooms and like check for drugs and shit like that. And they, when they caught you, they would kick you out and take your drugs. And it was just his drug. And he was sitting there like, He came to work the next day. I'm talking about gone, Joe.
Whoa.
Like a completely different person. One slip up, like he was up all night on that meth and tried to come to work like it wasn't shit. And we was all looking at him like, motherfucker, you, like you are definitely not you.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. And then and when that happened, then all of a sudden the CEO of the nonprofit, or the CFO, came by, pulled up in a Phantom or Bentley or something crazy. And then everything started changing. The food got more gourmet. All of a sudden they got everybody new beds, like fucking memory foam mattresses in a homeless shelter. Because it was like they didn't want it to get looked into any further. So they knew when people came around to ask us questions, they didn't want us complaining about shit. So
there's probably no oversight.
Bro, there's no oversight. There's so much money. And when you look up that company, they'll tell you, because every nonprofit has to do earnings report, but there's no penalty for the numbers not adding up. So you can look up how much money they brought in and how much money was unaccounted for. And they don't shut them down for that. It's just reported. So, these guys, millions and millions of dollars is always unaccounted for. It's all, nonprofit does not mean they're not making money.
Well, look what the Black Lives Matter ladies did. They went and bought houses.
Really? Wait a minute, what do you mean Black Lives Matter?
You don't know about that?
No.
Yeah, there was a bunch of houses that one of the ladies bought for millions of dollars.
You got to watch out for people that are catering to you. Like you belong to a certain group. You know, like outside of every fucking, outside every military base.
Secret $6 million home has allies and critics skeptical of BLM's foundation finances. So Google at Black Lives Matter. Leaders are facing questions about the purchase of a $6 million home in Southern California. It was bought with donations made to the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation. The transaction is raising questions about how the social justice organization is using donations. Yeah, there's a bunch of investigations.
But that's NPR too. That's not even like a.
Yeah, it's not like some conspiracy theory website. Yeah, it's real.
I told you, look, outside every base, there's car dealerships and all kind of shit. It's like for veterans, owned by veterans. They're there to fuck you over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, anybody that's like, oh yeah, I'm here just for you. You gotta be skeptical of this. Yeah, you know how we do. Everybody's like, okay,
right.
Let me see what you're going on. When you open that school, I'm gonna give you $100 a year for 10 years.
Yeah, and if you got a loan and you got very little credit, they just jack up your interest rate, and you sign off on it because you really want that car.
Oh yeah, I think I'm about to make that mistake.
No, you're not. No, you're making money, man. You should be spending it. Have fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
You need something comfortable that feels good when you get in it.
Also, I think the planet is like, I'm not gonna act like there's gonna be shit here in 50 years. Like,
yeah, we're in a time of great change. Like legitimately, I think it's hard to see because we're in the middle of the storm. But I think if we could look back on it historically, I think they're gonna look back on this time and think, wow, everything within a few decades changed so radically.
A lot of people are gonna die. Every time there's a major change, a lot of people die, and then the world's different.
Yeah, maybe. This is a different kind of change because it's a change of technology, which theoretically at least would mean an improvement in medical technology.
When you say change of technology, what are you talking about?
The overall shift of technology over the last 20 years with the introduction of the internet and personal computers. The fact that everyone's carrying around a connection to the internet constantly. That shift, I think, when the historians look back on the human race, I think it's going to be like a giant explosion. Like you have this graph that's like, at a 15-degree curve, and then boom. It just goes straight up to artificial intelligence and fucking robot overlords.
You know what the next big shift is going to be when it's implanted.
Yeah.
When you're literally always connected to the internet.
Yeah. It'll start off with something you wear probably. But the really good one, you have to have the operation. Like, I think people will be like, you got the operation? No, I'm still, the wearable's pretty good. Listen, bro.
Like the iPhone 30 is going to be in your fucking skull.
Yeah, everything. You have a new, Meta has a new VR headset that's coming out soon. They have a 3, don't they?
Yeah.
Has that been announced? Like, they keep getting better at these fucking things. Amazing. They're getting better and better and better and better.
Have you put one on before?
Yeah.
I talked Burden to get one. He was blown away.
They're dope. Matt Serra was on the podcast, and he says he brings it on the road with him, and he plays like first-person shooters in his hotel room, and he's like screaming in his hotel room.
The reason I stopped bringing it on the road is because the battery don't last that long, and I don't. It's just another thing I have to remember to charge.
Right.
But that's gonna get better and better.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually
it'll be glasses.
I don't know why they haven't done this already, but it should be a separate pack that does all the computing that isn't in the headset that you're wearing on your head, so it's not so heavy.
Yeah, well, the Apple one apparently is doing that. Yeah. The Apple one at least has an external battery.
But the Apple one has a cable, though. I'm talking about, because now they're at the point where...
What does the Apple one look like? Can you pull it up? And the Apple one has a cable that goes to the back, and then that cable is connected to, what is she wearing? What's going on in her back?
They won't really show it.
They haven't shown a lot. There is a battery pack that's different than the phone's battery pack. It also could be probably connected to a computer.
Oh, no.
So, well, that'll let you get different actions. So, like, the battery pack is only 2 hours, supposedly. So when you're plugged into the computer, you're probably getting a updated battery power.
So
battery.
No, it's probably infinite.
This is iPhone 1. Okay, that's
correct. This supposedly isn't even going to be available for everybody to buy. I mean, you'll be able to buy it. I don't mean it in that way, but it's going to be so expensive. I think it's $3,500, and they're not going to make millions of them.
Hey, man, I bet they're going to sell out quick.
They probably will, and they're going to make another one.
You know what? I'm the type of motherfucker that pay $3,500 though.
If you're going to watch movies on that thing, I bet it's insane. I bet that's insane. Imagine watching a movie like this, like you're watching like Vikings or some shit. You're watching people hack each other apart, like the Northmen.
Oh yeah.
And you're watching that, and it's just in front of you.
And that close to your eye.
Yeah.
That can give you the equivalent of very much higher resolution.
Yeah, high resolution, and I bet the intensity of the scenes is like overwhelming because you don't even see your body.
You know what?
You're just like in the scene.
When I hear that Apple's doing
get
the eye tracking.
I get a computer and make sure. Wait,
they know where they
I
know
don't
where
even
your
know
eyes
how
are.
VR works.
Yeah, Marquez Brownlee described that as magic.
But
He said it's so cool, it works so good, it's like magical.
Well, they've had that
Some
technology
shit
for a
zone.
while with Black Hawk helicopters.
Oh wow.
They have this technology where they put this headset on. Peter Berg was explaining it to us. You put a headset on, the headset syncs up with the controls, and where you look, that's where you shoot. So that's where the crosshairs go. So you look at an object on the ground, you're like, you're looking through your eyes, and that's where the crosshairs go. The crosshairs know exactly what you're looking at.
Dude, I can't wait. I'm gonna sign up.
How wild.
I will be the third person that has the surgery. I'm not gonna be the first one, but I'll be the third one.
I will talk to you for 6 months, and then I'll consider it.
Yeah.
How you feeling today, Brian? One of those days. How you doing, brother? What's going on? You all right?
Dude, I get so hype about technology. Oh man.
Well, it's it's fascinating stuff.
It's like when that guy walked in the green room yesterday, and I was like, oh shit, are those the B&Os? And he was like, I don't know. I was so disappointed.
Yeah, he has no idea what kind of headphones he's carrying.
Yeah, it's almost like seeing somebody buy have a classic Mustang and it's just a commuter car for them. They don't know anything about it.
Right.
They never open it up.
Oh, my dad gave it to me. It's a car.
Oh, right. It's like, oh, you motherfucker, you don't know what that could do.
It's just a 68 Mustang.
Yeah. I get that way.
Bro, you gotta be committed to drive one of those every day.
Yeah.
You gotta be really committed. Yeah. They are not reliable.
No.
That's a fucking 54, 53-year-old car.
Well, none of those cars
55-year-old car.
Yeah, none of those muscle cars from back then are really reliable.
No. Not now. Especially not now. But even back then, they weren't that reliable.
I'm looking at some sensible cars right now.
Sensible. I don't like it.
You don't like sensible?
No, Brian. We've had this discussion.
No,
I'm not interested in sensible.
But actually, you know what's crazy? Actually, I hate it. I don't want to get these motherfuckers attention. But the hybrid joints now are like they have real high horsepower. Like it's kind of crazy. That you can get I test drove a Volvo Recharge, the S60 and S90.
That's a hybrid.
It's a hybrid. Well, the thing is now all their cars are semi-hybrid at least, so they all have an electric motor of some kind. But the plug-in hybrid, the S6 had like 455 horsepower.
Whoa.
Yeah, and it's a 4-cylinder engine.
Really?
Yeah, it's a 4-cylinder inline.
Oh, that looks dope.
Yeah.
You should get one of those. Why don't you get one of those?
I'm really thinking about getting one.
Have you seen that thing?
I'm thinking about getting one right now.
That's dope.
That's the last one I test drove.
That looks beautiful. And Volvos have like a great safety record, right? That looks very good. That's a very good looking car.
Yeah, look at the stats.
A lot of those Volvos, can you show me some more pictures? A lot of those Volvos to me, they're always like a little, I think if you can, there's a little thing on it you can click.
They're very simple.
Yeah, well, I used to think they were kind of dull, but this is not dull. This is a very good looking car.
No, it's definitely an old man brand.
That's a good
But I'm an old man.
Yeah, what does that mean? I would buy one of those if I was 20. That's a dope car.
Oh, yeah.
That's a dope luxury car.
It just means young people don't think it's cool.
That's a Swedish
See,
company, right?
455 horsepower.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a lot. It's a lot for, I mean, it's not a lot for cars of today.
Yeah,
my Tesla has 1100.
Oh yeah, because my boy was talking about this. But remember when like 250 horsepower was crazy? That wasn't that long ago.
Not that long ago.
Like late 90s, it was like 250 horsepower. You crazy.
Yeah.
Now 600, 700,000.
Yeah. I have a 1993 Porsche. It's a RS America, so it's like the little hot rod, the stripped down version of the 911. It has no air conditioning, no radio, no power steering. It's less than 3,000 pounds. And from the factory, mine's a little juiced up. I had it worked on, but it's only 300 horsepower now. And from the factory, I think it was like, I want to say it was like 270.
But you know what else I loved about that Volvo when I test drove it? Because I was thinking about that one. It's a Mercedes I was looking at. But I remember you telling me the button, like just having certain things just be buttons instead of on the touch screen.
Yeah, fuck that.
It's like I got because for me it's like the volume has to be a button.
Yeah.
The changing the drive mode, that's got to be a button.
Yeah.
And certain things that you need to happen instantly, that should be a button.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't need to go into the menus and turn up. And so that's kind of, it's not as flashy as like a Mercedes or an Audi car. Like
it's undercover. Audis are nice. Have you seen the Audi electric one? I saw one of those the other day. Pull that up. That Audi electric one is fucking dope.
I'm looking at it.
That's a dope car. Audi makes a fantastic car.
Yeah.
Great handling.
Yeah. The driving experience in Audi is just always great.
Yeah. They're like BMWs. All their cars are fucking awesome. Yeah. What is it called? What's their electric? Their electric cool.
Yes, I was looking
that's
at
it.
I was looking
e-tron.
At too, yeah,
Look at that thing, man.
That's badass.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, you see one in real life, you're like, oh.
But it's starting at 100. It's starting at 100K. I ain't got that on.
It's only 523 horsepower.
Let's open a new
with boost engaged.
car.
Interesting. So they probably have, maybe it has a longer range or it's lighter or something like that.
You look
What's
at
the range?
Look at one of the Mercedes like AMG.
249 miles. That's low. That's lower than the Tesla. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think you get the most out of the electric combined with the gas.
Well, you know who made a great version of that? They stopped making it, sadly, is the Acura, the NSX.
Oh, really?
The last one was a hybrid. It was a hybrid turbocharged engine, and I think it might have had electric engines on front and rear wheels.
See, Volvo used to do that. They took out the supercharger because it was creating more problems. It just needed to be. It would break more often. It was just one added thing in the chain that would break.
There it is. That's the farewell to the NSX. That, for whatever reason, did not sell that good, and I don't know why, because it's amazing. Although I never owned one. But I did own the old ones. It only sold 2,548 globally.
Damn.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, dude, cars are getting faster.
But I think it's also like unfortunately, that brand, Acura, it's not associated with the kind of cars that people want to buy. That's a dope-looking car, though, man. Look at that thing. It's just not associated anymore with cars that like young people who buy those kind of cars want to drive.
And not just that, but it's like, because that's kind of the problem I was running into with the Volvo thing. It's like, that's a cool car, but for the same amount of money, or for a little bit more money, you can get a Mercedes.
You can get a Porsche.
You can get right. So it's
right.
like,
yeah, that's the problem. Is the status thing.
Why am I buy a $70,000 Acura or $100,000 Acura when I can go with a
Super glue.
Right.
BMW?
I had a watch on once, and this dude looked at it. He goes, "That's a dope watch. What is it?" I go, "It's a Seiko." He's like, "Oh." Like, oh.
Oh, he don't know nothing about it.
Well, just because it's a Seiko instead of like a Rolex or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Seiko makes regular
People
watches.
are real brainwashed in that way.
Yeah.
Where like once they find out, like those shoes are fucking ugly. And I go, oh, but these are these are Gucci. And they go, oh, okay.
Yeah, now they like
It's
them.
like, now you like them?
Right.
Yeah, that's weird, man.
Yeah. Yeah, people get brainwashed, and the Acura thing is one of them. But the old NSX sold real well. The old NSX, the first one that came out, I think that only had 250 horsepower, or maybe 270.
I care about how I feel in the car really more than anything.
Yeah.
Because once like to me, it's like now, it's like once you pass 300 horsepower, you You don't need. That's all for you. That's all extra.
It's all extra.
About 300 is enough where you can pass most people on the highway.
Yeah.
And that's all you need. Everything after that is just funsies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just driving around, why are you going that fast? Unless you want to merge on the highway. That's one thing about the Tesla. When you have to merge on the highway, it's
yeah. Well, especially out here because the highway is all fucking weirdly designed.
Very weird.
Where there's like very little space between the on ramp and the off ramp, so you got to get on and merge like immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably. I think it's one of the most dangerous highway systems in the country.
It's goofy.
Yeah, it was made for like when top speeds was 40 miles an hour, like horse and buggies or some shit. I don't know.
It's not well designed. No. I think it definitely was not designed for this many people either. Yeah, it's just never anticipating the kind of growth.
Austin's real slow to do. It makes sense. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when I first got here, it was like, and I was so pissed because the wintertime fucked everything up. And I was like, how y'all not ready for the winter?
It snows 2 years in a row and you guys still don't have any snow plows?
Yeah, well, they were like, it doesn't usually get cold out here. Yeah, you know what? America doesn't usually get attacked, but after 9/11, we did something. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't. If you had a 9/11 in 2002 and 2003, you'd be like, set some shit up.
Right.
They haven't made any changes. 3 winters in a row, fucked up out here. They haven't changed.
And this winter, they're saying it's going to be bad again.
Oh, it's going to be real bad.
How do they know?
You know it.
Because it's so hot?
I think like the same way they knew it was going to be a really hot summer.
Yeah.
Right. Well, obviously climate change, but on top of that, the way the weather was before that, something happened where we had like a heat dome over this area, and so we didn't have a really really wet spring like we normally do, and so there was no moisture left to cool it off during the summer, so it was like extra hot.
Dry hot.
Yeah, and so I don't know shit about weather, but I think that's how they can predict that the winter's going to be even worse.
Unseasonably cold and stormy winter as El Nino, a climate phenomenon that also often brings wetter, cooler weather to Texas, rolls in. After a hot summer, Austinites are ready for a cool down. Yeah. Until the fucking roads freeze over and there's no plow.
But the problem with that though is El Nino was supposed to be a cooler summer too, but we didn't have that because of the heat dome. I think these motherfuckers trying to predict weather, I think they all wrong from now on.
We were having a conversation last night, and I said this. If the government could affect the weather, if they really had technology that could affect the weather, would they?
Yeah, they would. And they do. Well, they're not even hiding the cloud seeding because they can do that. They can,
right?
Because they do that in Abu Dhabi, right? Or Saudi Arabia, they like make it rain.
Abu Dhabi, they make it rain once a week.
Okay, yeah. So
baller.
Yeah, of course they can. Of course they can.
That's so baller. It never rains here. Oh yes, it does.
Oh yeah.
It rains once a week, like every week.
Yeah, it rains every Friday at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, but that's always been around. Cloud seeding's been a thing.
But you're saying like if they could cause earthquakes, if they could make a thunderstorm, if they could,
right.
I'm sure they would. They definitely would.
Yeah, if they could do something along those lines. Do you know the wacky conspiracy theory? And this is wacky about the South Pole. That the South Pole is some sort of a direct energy weapon. That there's like some station down there that they've pretended is just for receiving, but it's actually for transmitting. I have no idea if any of this is nonsense. It's just fun. It's fun when people talk crazy. But this guy was on the Sean Ryan show, and he is a air quotes whistleblower, and he's explaining how he went down there and he read the operating manual for this device, and this device caused the earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand. I was like, what? Like, what is this? It's so hard to know if you're just a comic in Austin. How the fuck do I know what's going down on the South Pole?
I mean, like I said, whenever somebody's saying some wild shit to me, I start asking them, what other shit do you believe, so I can know how believable you are. Because if you believe, because you might be one of those people that just believes bullshit easily.
Here, what he says, give us a volume.
And every single door in the facility, I had complete access to every compartment they manufactured.
What are you blowing the whistle on?
That there are technologies at the South Pole Station that people can't even consider that exist on this planet. Directed energy weapon systems is something that people need to get in their vocabulary fast. The Ice Cube neutrino detector is not simply a passive listening device as presented for the science that they're claiming it to do. It also has the capacity to transmit. There are embedded in the ice what are called digital optical modules, DOMs. They're about the size of a basketball. The array embedded in the ice is 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. It is the world's largest telescope, and now because we have proven that it can transmit, it's the world's largest directed energy weapon system. It is responsible for the earthquakes in Christchurch, New Zealand.
Okay, when he says 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, does he mean it's 1 kilometer high, it's 1 kilometer long, and 1 kilometer wide?
I think
a whole kilometer into the ground.
Yeah, he could have just said a cubic kilometer.
Well, it kind of, I mean, it's more impressive, I guess, just to think about it goes a kilometer into the ground.
Former firefighter contractor.
Raytheon exposed the company's alleged ability to create earthquakes worldwide, linking to hidden directed energy weapon systems at South Pole Station. So what is this?
How would a firefighter contractor have access to that?
I don't know how any of this is real. I have no idea. I don't know what his job was. Yeah. What's his name? Eric Hecker?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He has some nice patches on his jacket, though. Looked official.
Yeah. I mean, you full of shit until I see some proof. Because extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's like you saying some wild shit, you got to at least show me something.
Yes, good point.
Yeah, because you were a firefighter contractor. I don't feel like you would have the keys to the secret death ray. You know?
Well, I think what he was saying was that he was reading the documents of the owner's manual, and that's when he realized that it's capable of transmitting. I believe he says that in the show.
Yeah, but how would a firefighter have access to manuals and shit?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy. And why he's still alive?
This is what the thing he's talking about is when I Google it. Antarctic muon and neutrino detector array is what it's called.
And it goes, let me see what it looks like.
The neutrino detector is real.
Yeah,
Right.
that
That's
is-
the facility on top of it. And whoa, look what happens under the ground.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, but the reason it has to be so deep under the ground is so it's protected from like solar, from like extra shit. So they know when it gets hit that it was a neutrino. You know?
Right.
So it's real. Like a lot of the stuff he said was real. But here's the thing we also know, Joe, is that the best place to hide a lie is between two truths. The best bullshit is they say a lot of true shit and they sneak the bullshit in there.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, the neutrino detector is this and this and this and that.
Yeah.
And did you know it can make you gay?
Antarctic muon neutrino detector array. The shield provided by looking for only upward-going neutrinos that must have passed through Earth. Something no other known particle can do. Oh wow. So it's through Earth.
Right. Neutrinos don't interact with matter almost at all. So that neutrino detector is way down, and they're waiting to see like sparks of light, so they know that was a neutrino. Wow. But if they put it on the surface, I think they can't tell the difference between one that came, because they're pouring out of the sun.
Right.
So they're looking for ones that have passed through the Earth that have come from other places. Wow. So they know for sure. So every now and then, it's so unlikely that one will interact with matter that like it doesn't happen at all. You know.
Isn't it crazy they spent that much money to build that thing, to find that out?
Yeah. So and also that's the other thing. The thing this guy's saying, I don't even understand how that would work.
How could it be both things? Right? How could it be a detector and also a transmitter?
Yeah, because I think it's just a pool full of some special kind of water, or some special kind of liquid that that it's enough where it makes a neutrino more likely to fucking hit a nucleus or something. But so I don't understand how that's gathering power that it can transmit. I don't know.
The thing about people like that, and I'm not saying this guy's not telling the truth, but I'm saying when I see stories about like someone talking about like some alien base that's underground and there's these aliens down there and one of them shot at me with a laser beam. If you were hiding some shit, like one of the best ways to make it seem ridiculous that you're hiding some shit is get some guy who's out of his fucking mind to go tell some wacky ass story.
Oh yeah.
Fill him full of lies. Tell him, we started the earthquake in Christchurch, New Zealand.
for hire.
We started with this thing, and then you tell him, it's actually a transmitter, and then you have the guy go tell, and now everybody's like, oh, that's kooky. The idea of doing that is kooky. Directed energy weapon is kooky. Well, meanwhile, it wasn't even that. They got a real one somewhere. So now they've discredited the whole idea of directed energy weapons. And they got some shit out in the desert in Nevada that's real.
The government loves conspiracy.
I mean, why wouldn't they? If I was running some top secret program like a directed energy weapon, I would have someone give them bad information, give them fake stories, and then have them go expose it. Like have someone who's like most likely to blab, and then have that person give them this knucklehead story, and then he goes out and says it, and then everybody researches it.
You just tell Roseanne. Just tell Roseanne of the secret.
Tell her right before she goes on stage.
There's a direct energy weapon.
Yeah, it's it's one of those things, man. It's like I have no fucking idea what they're capable of doing.
See that right there? That's the red flag to me.
It's a little red flag.
A self-educated research investigator. Fuck out of there. That's worse than homeschooling.
That takes from his many odd life experiences and connects with others. Eric was raised on Long Island. Okay. Yeah. Part of the Stargate project run by the CIA and the DIA. What?
Oh yeah,
His childhood included being part of the Stargate project run by the CIA and DIA. Later on, he experiences in the submarine service. Following that, he became a plumber for some of the wealthiest people in the world back on Long Island. What? It's a weird turn of events. In 2010, Eric took a contract to work at the South Pole Station for a year. So he went from being an amazing plumber to being a firefighter in the South Pole. That's what he's saying? Yeah, okay, always the avid researcher. It was not until Eric began working remotely throughout the state of Alaska that he started making connections that his own life may not have been what he thought it was. Now he's trying to help others see that things may not be as we were told. 3 exclamation points.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, man.
That feels a little red flaggy, does it?
Yeah, that feels real word. I mean, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, you can donate, support on Patreon. We'll shop his CBD products.
Yeah, what is a
Does he have an NFT?
Does he?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like maybe he's telling the truth.
Maybe on X.
Maybe. It's like, would you trust a self-educated doctor?
But if I wanted to obscure the truth, I would tell everything to a wacky dude.
Yeah, man. See, that's what's going to kill us. It's the death of truth. We can't tell what's true.
Look, maybe that guy's honest. Maybe he's telling the absolute truth, and maybe it's so crazy that we think that he's a loon because the story sounds impossible. The story sounds impossible that they would hide some sort of a directed energy weapon in some beautiful project to try to detect neutrinos, right? You'd think that would be a really good way.
Yeah, but at the same time,
could they do both things? We're too stupid.
Why would you try to hide anything in the South Pole? I mean, ain't nobody going down there.
Nobody's looking. That's a good place to do it. If all you have to do is just be deep into the earth, what better place to do it than a place where absolutely no one's going to do it?
They couldn't even cover up the sexual harassment down there.
In the South Pole?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, think about that. Because you out in the middle of nowhere. Like you go out there, you out there.
Yeah.
Like it ain't like you could just hop home real quick. So it's like, people can fuck out there.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
If you're stuck out there, you also like have a real concern of dying. Like if something breaks down,
yeah, you can't get away.
You can't get anywhere. No. You gotta wait for someone to come rescue you.
And whoever's in charge of the food, you gotta fuck them. Bro, living out there must be weird. It's only scientists. No other humans live in the South Pole. Weird.
Yeah, that must be so weird. Just to be in a place where you know you can't survive, stay outside too
like,
long.
Not even you can't go outside at all. Like I think if you're out there, like if you go out there if you step out there without protection on, if you just step out there during certain times, I think the burns it'll permanently burn you. Yeah, at the coldest times in the South Pole, you can't just you have to be suited up to go outside. You can't breathe the air. I don't think so.
Whoa.
No.
How cold does it get?
Well, let's look it up.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't think it's the coldest place on Earth.
It's not?
I don't think so.
What is?
Well, let's look it up. It's the coldest place on Earth.
It's probably Siberia.
Oh, East Antarctica plateau. Where it gets negative 98, negative 144 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. And so it's like, you breathe one of those breaths in, that's gonna fuck your whole shit up.
But wait a minute. How is that true? Because I've done the cryo chamber. The cryo chamber is minus 250.
Yeah, but that water's not touching your skin, right?
No, it's not touching it. It's air. It's air.
Yeah, I have no idea.
How you do that?
But maybe, but you know what? Maybe it's because there's no moisture in it. I don't know.
Right.
I have no idea.
Right. How is that not freezing the fuck out of your mouth? You do wear a mask though.
So is the
you wear a surgical mask when you go in there.
The East Antarctica Plateau is the coldest place on Earth with temperatures as low as negative 144 degrees Fahrenheit. It's located in Antarctica.
Humans can't inhale air that cold for more than a few breaths. It would cause our lungs to hemorrhage. Russian scientists ducking out to check on the weather station would wear masks that warmed the air before they breathed it in.
Yeah, you know that.
So how are you able to do that in those cryo chambers?
You wear a mask in the cryo chamber.
Yeah.
There you go.
But you don't have to.
Oh. Maybe it's that limited amount of time. Well, I don't know.
No, let me look
Maybe you do have to. Maybe I'm wrong.
How come you don't freeze to death in a cryo chamber?
There's two different
Not
kinds
that
too.
cool.
There's ones that go below the neck and they're filled with like gas. It's like it looks cloudy. And then there's a kind where they just cool the air and you walk in and there's like a thermometer. It's brutally cold. But it's way more doable than the ice bath. Cold plunges are way harder to do.
Yeah, it's too. I don't understand this. I don't understand the answer that you gave me.
What is the answer say?
You're doing it with the mask.
He was trying to say that like the speed, it just happen really fast.
But how would that little mask protect you from hemorrhaging? Would that really work? That's crazy. Just breathing cold air with that little bitch ass mask is gonna protect you?
Yeah, I don't think so. You say it's just optional, right?
I think so. I think some people didn't wear the mask. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. I know I always wore gloves and you always wore like heavy socks.
Even for the Antarctica thing, it says you can use a snort or breathe through your jacket. That's enough to warm the air.
Interesting.
It just has to be warmed a little bit, and that's enough to warm it enough probably.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think you can't afford for the moisture in your lungs to freeze. You know?
Right.
Or boil.
Or boil.
Like that's how you die in space. When the pressure is so low that the boiling point drops low, so all the moisture in your body would just boil.
Really?
Yeah, like if your helmet came off in space, you would die from. That's how you would die.
You boil.
You boil and like blow up.
Isn't that crazy? Because in movies you always freeze. They're always like, and you see like their face turn to blue. And
Oh yeah.
freeze.
See, I think. Well, listen. I think there's debate about. I think if you ask astrophysicists how you would die in space, they would all give you a slightly different answer. But that's the one I'm going with.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah. The first thing that would happen to you is that, I mean, your body might freeze up after that, but the first thing that would happen is that the liquids in your eyeballs, your mouth, your lungs, all that would boil off. I know that's a fact. So I don't know what happens to the rest of you.
That's what's super bizarre about even the concept of aliens. Because our body is designed to survive our atmosphere, our gravity, you know, our temperature. Like we're designed for a very narrow window.
Our very specific mixture of air,
Yeah.
oxygen and nitrogen.
Right.
15 seconds.
You have 15 seconds in a cosmic vacuum. Oxygen deprivation. Assuming you don't hold your breath during decompression, it will take about 15 seconds for your O2 deprived blood to get to your brain.
Nice.
When this happens, you'll pass out and then you'll die. That's oxygen deprivation.
Assuming that you don't hold your breath.
Whoa. Cosmic vacuum.
Oh, but click on that. let's see what the other 5 ways are. Oh, 6 ways.
6 ways you can die. What does it say?
So association.
Come on.
Up in the atmosphere.
Well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
High energy photons. Yeah, cosmic
sunburn.
rays. Fortunately, heat doesn't transfer. Ebulism. Motion your body will
Damn
start
it, I
evaporating.
want
There it
someone
is.
to
This is known as ebulism. It happens
follow
because
me
reduction
so I
in
can
pressure
see if
causes the
my
boiling point of your bodily fluids to
sound
decrease.
works.
With no notes. With no notes. Just pulled that up.
Explosive decompression.
Oh boy.
No air. Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Your shit ain't pressurized, but that's gonna kill everybody.
As long as you don't try to hold your breath during this explosive decompression, you'll survive about 30 seconds before you sustain any permanent injuries.
You don't hold your breath, you got
What if you
30
hold your
seconds.
breath? How likely is it that you would survive?
Bro, that's why the idea of like the type of people they gotta pick to be astronauts. You know what I mean?
Look at this. If you hold your breath during decompression, the gas in your lungs will expand due to the lack of ambient pressure. This expansion will eventually cause internal ruptures in your pulmonary tissue. Essentially, your lungs will explode, for lack of better description. As your lungs collapse, the gas they contain will be transformed into massive internal air bubbles. These bubbles will meander through your body. Sooner or later, they will find their way to your vital organs, such as your heart and your brain.
Which means that
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, but all of these are like you got what 10 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah,
You're dead or you're dead.
So imagine being an astronaut, like signing up to go somewhere where one mistake could kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then imagine being like, and somebody else's mistake could kill you, right?
Yeah.
So now imagine being one of those astronauts that was out there when that one bitch, when she let the wrench float away. Like I think she was out there to maybe repair a Hubble or something like that, and she just lost the whole bag of tools. You don't remember this?
I don't remember
You know what I'm
that.
talking about, Jamie, don't you?
She lost it in space?
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, oh, right here.
Is there anything they can do now?
Fuck no.
That's it? Wow. So that's the tool bag? And something just fell out of the tool bag? Oh, Jesus, you can't grab it. Oh my God, imagine just even thinking if you grab it, what if you fall?
Oh, no, yeah, that's not worth it. You gotta let that shit go.
Bro, fuck everything about what this poor lady's doing.
Yeah.
That gives me so much anxiety.
But yeah, man.
I just watched a video how you if let's say that person was with that tool bag, how they'd get back because you can't have propulsion, you know?
Right.
You can't swim back because there's nothing to move against.
Right.
Your only shot is to then use as much force as you can to throw that tool bag backwards and use that as propulsion forwards.
Oh my God.
You have to throw something the other way.
But it's like
Oh my God.
Or imagine if like that's the key thing for that whole mission. Like the whole reason we out here. And you just let that bitch float away.
Imagine the idea of keeping it in a bag.
Send up another one.
It's not tied to anything.
Made it cheap.
But you know what? I'm sure a NASA physicist could explain to you why they can't do that. Probably. It's probably a reason why they can't do that.
Right. We're questioning.
Or like no magnets or nothing.
Right. Nothing. Not like a little fucking bungee cord.
Because it looked like that bag. It looked like when she opened it, everything was just floating.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, it's like that don't seem like an efficient.
No, especially when you got those weird tips to your fingers. You're probably not good at grabbing shit.
But they probably have backups. Yeah, but it looked like why did she do that?
Well, I think she touched it to like set it down or something like that. Don't give me anxiety. Just seeing that lady on that machine all the way up there in space.
And your reflexes to be like, no.
So spooky.
But she's not the first one that's lost something, right?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure guys have lost shit.
Have they lost people though? Have we ever lost a person from like floating off?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because that's one of those things where it's like as soon as you let go, you dead. You know what I mean? Like you ain't it ain't like the movies. Like as soon as you let go, you gone. Because there's no way, like he said, there's no way for you to. I mean, maybe some real
Iron Man shit.
Yeah, I think for you to do that, you would have to lose air. You would have to risk losing air to propel yourself.
What?
There were 3 Russian cosmonauts that lost in space.
The first guy almost. What was his name? Yuri Geller?
He almost got lost in space? They drifted away?
No, the first man in space was a Russian guy. I think his name was it was Yuri something. And he had a rip in his suit or something like that.
Oh, depressurized on his way back.
Okay, yeah. But he survived. I don't think he was ever the same after that, but he survived. And they first sent the dog up. That dog died. Yeah, for sure. I forget the dog's name.
Yuri Gagarin.
No, Yuri Gagarin. Who did I say? Yuri Geller?
Yeah, that's
Yuri Geller's the magician.
Okay, yeah. Yuri Gagarin. Yeah, that's a bad motherfucker, but he definitely didn't come back the same.
Damn, back then. No games. Fuck back then. Get one of those fucking rockets. Oh man,
Goddamn Twitch.
Bomb was dropped in 1903. Or sorry, the first plane was 1903. Bomb was like 4 years later, and then less than 20 to get to space.
Yeah. Hey, what? I know the United States got a lot of scientists from Operation Paperclip from Nazi Germany, but how many did Russia get?
A lot. The rest of them.
Yeah.
Did they? So is their Russian rocket program like this one with Yuri Gagarin?
I think so.
Yeah,
That's the dirty secret.
I was
about
watching
space travel.
Did you see the Indiana Jones movie by any chance?
No, I haven't seen it.
There's a little bit of that Operation Paperclip in there. The main like bad Nazi guy was like helped in the story. He like helps.
Wait, you haven't seen any Indiana Jones movies?
No, I have. I just not the,
The
new
newer one.
Oh, there's a new
Yeah,
one?
Dial of Destiny is what it's called.
Yeah, it was like out like a month ago.
Is it out, man?
Yeah, I just watched it on digital.
Did the Nazis have blue scars?
Not did he? I don't think so.
Some people, so many good movies. This might be the best movie year ever.
Really?
Yeah, and it's crazy to happen during a strike. Like, but it's like
Operation Osoy Vakio.
they re-released Old Boy. Have you ever seen Old Boy though? The original, the Korean one.
Yes, I have.
They just re-released it in theater.
Oh wow. So this guy was It was a Soviet operation, which more than 2,500 former Nazi German specialists from companies and institutions relevant to military and economic policy in the Soviet Union. They came over just like they came over to America. That's the dirty secret about rocket travel. Like, the Nazis had amazing engineers and scientists, and these guys were ahead in rocketry, and we scooped all their evil motherfuckers up.
Why do you think that is? Why do certain cultures have better engineering and all that?
That's a very good question. It's like who gets the jump start on steel, right? You got to think that if you're in Germany, unlike the United States, it's not an emerging country. It's been around for a long time. They have a long history of automobiles. I mean, think about like Mercedes-Benz. What year was that developed? Audi.
Well, I think it's whatever your culture takes pride in.
If they take pride in engineering.
Yeah. It's the way like when you were in Japan, how the trains never late. Like never.
Right.
Yeah. The one time it was late, like the guy had to go on TV and apologize.
Yeah, like Japanese corporations, like the way they run them, man. Like these people are very emotionally attached to the success and failure of their company. And they will work very, very hard to make sure that they don't dishonor their company.
They'll work you to death.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. And the products they make are all awesome.
But you know what? Over there, the CEO, the ratio of CEO pay to worker pay is like 20 times less than here.
Really?
Yeah. Over here, our country.
So the workers get paid more.
The workers get a bigger percentage of what the company makes.
It's fair.
Yeah, that seems fair to me.
Yeah.
The CEO, there's no CEOs over there that are like I forget what the ratio is over here, but it's ridiculous. Ours is the biggest for sure. The biggest gap between the workers and the CEO.
Well, the wildest thing that we do is we have stuff that we can buy cheaper if we build it in places where they don't have any rules. So we go to these places that don't have any rules, and we build all the shit and then sell it in America.
Yeah.
Because that is a really wild loophole.
Here's the God honest truth. Like, you know how when you go to other countries, how they have, like, you buy a pack of cigarettes, they'll have, like, somebody with lung cancer or someone.
Yeah.
It's like, if they had to tell you before you bought something, right, like all the horrific shit it was connected to, I'll still buy it.
Yep.
You know, they were like, hey, this new iPhone? Yeah, well, 2 kids died in the factory that made this. And you're like, I need that camera, you know?
Well, now, for sure.
Yeah.
People are addicted. And also, there's not an ethical choice.
They would have to show you a picture of them for you to feel something.
If there was an ethical choice, like if you knew Samsung was making their phones in some factory in the United States where all the chips were made here and everybody was on union wages, they all got health care and benefits, they all lived a nice middle-class life, and the phone was more money.
The phone would be like $20.
Well, actually, a lot of people,
almost that.
we've had this conversation too many times, but I think a lot of people would buy it. I think if iPhone just had a made in America phone, like as an option, and it became like a status symbol to have the USA phone.
You know what? I agree. I think a lot of people would buy it, but I think you would be surprised at
I'm gonna have the chip making.
Yeah. Like,
with
most of the people making the most noise about this sort of thing would still be like,
what am I gonna do?
Yeah, I gotta buy the cheap one.
I have to. I can't afford it.
Yeah. Most of the same people that are mad at you for what you buy, they would still buy it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what it boils down to. It's like you need money to live.
But it is one of the weird things about this country is that everyone is addicted to their phone. Everyone's phone is made by slaves. It's made by, at the very bottom of the supply chain, they're taking minerals out of the ground in the Congo in abject poverty.
The cobalt.
Horrific poverty. Yeah.
Every phone has cobalt, and that shit is like mining that shit is treacherous.
Treacherous.
Yeah, ain't no CEOs out there at the cobalt mine.
That Siddharth Kara guy, the journalist that exposed that, and came on the podcast and showed all those videos about that. Like that guy, I mean, he risked his literal life to go there and get footage of that and tell that story. And I don't think he put a dent in the
Poor son
sales.
of a bitch, yeah, that ain't gonna change shit. Look, money talk, bullshit walk. That's saying that's the cliche for a reason. It's like, until you can affect money, no one gives a fuck about the story you're telling.
It's true.
Yeah, if you don't stop the money from moving, you just out there screaming. Remember Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah.
How is this year
When they thought those kids was about to run up in Wall Street, they were scared to death. When they knew they were just gonna camp outside, they were like, oh yeah, what the hell y'all did?
Yeah.
We'll go in the back way. It's like if you just make a noise, that shit don't work no more.
Yeah.
No.
I think if something like that happens, they'd be terrified.
Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah, because people seem a little bit more prone to violence.
Well, people more dangerous today. Yeah. And you wouldn't be able to. I mean, the thing is, if the cops got on board, like if you couldn't count on the police to protect you,
right,
that would be a whole other thing.
It's a whole other thing.
Yeah. But damn, are we really ready for the world to change in that way though? I don't know.
There would have to be something that's egregious where people could all agree that like this one institution is ruining our country and ruining our lives. They're somehow or another getting away with it, and people decide to go to that place.
Well, I just think it's easy to get behind a sentiment when it don't cost you.
Also, you have to consider that if you are planning something like this, you're going to get infiltrated by the federal government. There's going to be agent provocateurs. That's standard play, but there's no fucking way they're going to let you go storm some institution somewhere, some banking institution or some, like, and just fucking shut everything down. There's no way they're going to let you do that. So they're going to probably just join your group. They're going to find out everything about you, and they're going to catch a couple of people and turn them into informants. And so they're going to give you immunity, but you have to testify against these people, and then it's over.
I don't know what kind of world we live in, man. I know too much stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I could have gone the rest of my life without knowing that Steven Seagal made a reggae song.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I ain't want to have to hear it. Now it's like stuck in me.
Yeah, you're inundated with stuff.
Too much information.
And it's like every day there's a new tragedy. Every day, excuse me, there's a new natural disaster. There's something going on in the South Pole. Directed energy weapons.
You know the best thing that I've done for myself recently is I started scheduling a do not disturb for Mondays. So,
scheduling it.
Yeah. So on Monday at midnight, I don't get no phone calls. I don't get no notifications.
Oh, you schedule it on your phone, so it switches to do not disturb.
Switches to do not disturb on Monday morning, and it's like that all day. So I mean, obviously, if you call me twice, it'll come through, like whatever. But other than that, I don't see the shit unless I want to.
That's good.
Yeah, and it's like because I can't deal with that. I can't deal with all. I'm just overly stimulated.
Yeah, you're overly stimulated, and people are always sending me links to tweets and links to videos and links to watch this documentary. I'm like, how?
Yeah,
I don't have any time. It's like you're constantly getting. But the good thing is you're finding out about a lot of stuff. Like I think way more aware of what's going on in the world now. Like human beings in general, but people that are paying attention in particular are way more aware of what's going on in the world than they ever were when I was like 20. Yeah. Like when I was 20, the kids 20 years old today, they know way more about how fucking weird the world is.
Some would say too much.
But that, I bet some before the fucking internet and before television and before the newspapers would also say that's too much.
Yeah. But you know what it is, man? It's nothing worse than a young cynic. Mm-hmm. It's like you 17 and you already cynical. Like you're supposed to live ignorant and with pie in the sky ideals.
Party.
Yeah.
Party, have a good time.
Yeah, have some damn positivity, some hope.
Yes. Positivity and hope.
Was that a bug?
I didn't see a bug. No. We were talking about there's never been a bug in here.
No.
Now you've seen bugs. Yeah, I mean, you don't want young cynics, but I'm not even saying it that way. I'm just saying they're more aware of how bizarre everything is. It's not that it's not going to turn out well, but there's a very real possibility that it might not turn out well.
Oh, no, Joe, we're doomed. I'm full on. Like,
really?
Yeah, because the solution to all the major problems that face humanity require a bit of selfless cooperation that I just don't think humans are capable of.
Really?
On a grand scale. No. It's so easy to divide humans, you know, because we have so many differences. There's way more differences than we have perceived connection, right? So it's like, even if you get people to unite for a little bit, it's only a matter of time before they fall apart.
Well, people also love to collect in groups and then go after other groups.
Right.
You know, they love to do that. It makes them a part of something bigger than themselves. That's why people love to call themselves activists when they're really just bitching about shit online. Because you join a group of people that are also like into the same thing, and then you have like camaraderie within the group. You support each other's like posts and tweets and all that. You know what I'm saying? So it becomes very community oriented.
It is wild to call yourself an activist when you're not leaving the house. You're not active at all.
They're an online activist.
Yeah, they call us slacktivists. You know,
but I get why some people, even if what your cause is fucking stupid, I get why you'd be drawn to being a part of a group. Because a lot of people are alone. They got nothing. And if you become a part of a group, whatever that group is, especially if it's a noble cause, now you've got a purpose. Now you're fighting for something.
Right.
I'm out here fighting for something. I'm fighting for a better country. You're not doing shit. You know, and then you get self-righteous with it.
Yeah. Well, excuse me for caring about the world.
It's hard to have an objective opinion about so many different things, because so many different things that we talk about, there's like your side already agrees that this is the solution, or your side already agrees that we must support Ukraine, or your side already agrees that climate change is real.
It becomes dogmatic.
Yeah.
But
we're so vulnerable to that. It's amazing. It's amazing how vulnerable we are to that.
Well, what it really is that it distorts your, because we forget, like, the truth is not just the conclusion, but it's also like we were talking earlier. How do you decide what's true? That's just as important as whatever you're saying the truth is.
Yeah.
And when you get in groups and get into the dogma, it's like that. It completely takes it away. There's just the truth.
Yeah.
And we don't get to scrutinize how we got there or any of that. It's just you believe this or you're not.
Right.
You're not a true believer. You're not part of the group. So it takes away people's ability to be discerning.
Yeah, it does. And there's also a fear of stepping out of the lines, because if you're living, like, a lot of this is interaction you're having on social media, in which people are much more likely to attack you, much more likely to insult you than they would be to your face if you were saying the same thing. So it's like, then you feel that, like, oh, I'm being attacked. And then you get caught up in this weird web of, like, checking all your mentions and seeing who's mad at you for what you said. And
I stopped giving a fuck. I really did, because I realized, like, I don't have time for that. Like, I'm not gonna argue with you for free. You know?
Yeah.
Man, I don't have time for that.
It's interesting to see people lose their whole life to it, though.
Yeah. Some people get too obsessed with it. 'Cause like I told you, I don't watch the news. I only absorb the news that rises to my attention.
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm looking up like this, if something come up here, I look at it.
Ari was just saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, I'm with him on that. I mean, he went extreme. Like, you know, he
doesn't know what's going on.
Right, but I feel like it makes my opinions pure. That I'm not being, because it's hard to get the news without being told how to feel about it simultaneously.
Right.
Like, here's the news, and here's also the correct feeling from your group.
Right.
And it's like it makes you be fake, you know. And so I'd rather hear about the news. I only really hear about the news when I'm doing my podcast. BS with Brand Center, available every Thursday on all platforms. I wait till my producer tells me some shit, and that's when I know the news. I very rarely am I like looking, because I hate that. You know, people that are like obsessed with Trump and obsessed with Biden, and every time you see him, depending on what's happening, they got new facts for you. I'm like, like, damn, man, like, what's the point of that?
What is the point of that?
You don't get anything out of knowing all this. You know, you've already decided who you're gonna vote for, and that's all the power you have.
Because they're caught up in a game. It's like rooting for the Dolphins. You're caught up in this fucking thing. Like, you know, we're playing Pittsburgh. Fuck Pittsburgh.
Right.
You know, it's just people just get wrapped up in this idea that if somehow or another Biden stays in office, everything's gonna be great. If Trump gets in office, the world's gonna end.
Yeah. Or vice versa.
Like
Trump. Yeah. It's like, bro, you know what's so funny is almost nothing will change no matter who it is.
Some things will change.
Like, that's where I'm at. Yeah, I mean, surface level things will change, but like the main agenda, the real powers that be, they ain't letting this shit. You know, they let little stuff change so you feel like you have power.
Right.
But the main agenda, that shit ain't shifting.
But what's interesting is if we're gonna find out how much power they really have to, like, decide who becomes president, because if Trump wins, like, what do they do? What do they do then?
Let him be president from prison? I don't know.
Do you think he has a real shot at going to prison?
No. Listen, I think it's cute.
It's cute.
But look, man, again, money talk, bullshit walk.
Yeah.
When has a billionaire ever gone to prison for any reason other than fucking with other rich people's money? That's the only time you see people that rich go to prison. There's no other time. So it's like this hope that he's gonna be the first one. I highly doubt it. I could be wrong, but generally people that are his rich, they don't go to prison.
We were just talking about that the other day. Like, they didn't even put the Sackler family in jail.
Right? When do you? Because they was fucking with poor people. They put Bernie Madoff in jail. They put Elizabeth Holmes in jail. They put the Enron dudes. They put them down because they was fucking with other rich people. But as long as you stick to fucking with poor people or trying to cheat, whatever, you ain't going to prison. You're not. I don't think so. If Trump actually goes to prison, that would mark some kind of progress, I suppose. You know, but at the end of the day, they all
progress, but not really, because if you could target your political enemies and have them locked up to prevent them from being able to run against you, that's some banana republic shit. But that's where it gets dangerous, because they could use it on the other people too.
Exactly. The smart people know the real smart people know that what you're actually doing is setting a precedent.
Yes.
And you don't, and it's real fine when it's happening to the person you want it to happen to.
Exactly.
But what happens when the other side has that power?
Exactly.
It's gonna be a problem.
It's gonna be a big problem.
Yeah, and that's also why they've never really locked each other up. Why they always pardon one another and all that, because they know whatever precedent they set, it could happen to them.
Yeah. The pardon thing's wild.
I wouldn't even be shocked. Actually, I don't think Biden can pardon Trump because it's not a federal thing. I think it's a state. It's a state thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I wouldn't be surprised if the governor of Georgia pardons Trump.
Interesting.
Just to prevent a constitutional crisis, because there's nothing in the Constitution that tells us what to do if the former president goes to president.
Didn't we just talk about that? Someone, no. I think the governor of Georgia doesn't have the power to pardon.
No?
I'm thinking they don't. I think someone just told me this.
Okay, let me see.
Dude, you hear about this kind of shit.
I think it's one of those
Georgia
weird
is one of the
cases
4 states
where
the
it
governor does
doesn't
not have the
matter.
authority to grant clemency, although the governor retains indirect influence
I'm
by virtue of the
kidding,
power to appoint
but
pardons.
I'm not.
That's even better.
That's crazy.
So then he can have the board do it and not take a political hit.
Yes,
I think it's even more like.
does not have the authority to hand out pardons.
So who can hand out pardons?
A 5-person state board.
Interesting.
Wow. Oh, this is spicy.
Interesting. Brian Simpson, I gotta wrap this up.
Let's get it.
Thank you, brother. Very good to see you as always.
Thank you.
It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks for having me. My pleasure.
It's been a lot of fun.
Filler
hanging with you at the club.
episode.
Tell everybody upcoming tour dates, social media.
Oh yeah, the next place I'm coming is Chicago. Go to BrianSimpsonComedy.com to get those tickets. Or go to my link tree or BS Comedian and follow me on socials. Also listen to my podcast, BS with Brian Simpson, on all the platforms. Yeah, Zany's Chicago. Goddamn Side Splitters in Tampa is coming up. Rumors in Canada. Why did I agree to go to Canada?
Zany's in Chicago's a great room.
Rick Branson's House of Comedy. That's also Canada. Yeah, Zany's Chicago. Zany's
great room.
Yeah, Zany's in Nashville. Yeah, those are really good
great
ones.
room. All right, thank you. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Thank you to everybody who came out to the Barry Weiss event that I did comedy in front of. The very important Barry Weiss event. It was a debate sponsored by the Mossad in which we discussed the proposition, should women start getting hit again in the movies? Should they start getting punched in the face, but in kind of a romantic way, like to calm her down? And the answer was no, but it was close. It was 51-49, and the great Anna Kashian from Red Scare was there, and she was the funniest one. But Louise Perry was there as well, who's very smart, and then Sarah Hayter, who's really smart, and then Grimes, who's very entertaining and smart in her own way. And it was a good debate. I stayed about 40 minutes, and that was fine. That was more than enough. I mean, Jesus Christ. I heard about that after party. It's on a rooftop, and it's just, you do it, it's fun, you move on. It doesn't need, it doesn't have to be a convention. So, thank you, Barry, for including me. I appreciate it. And, everybody, more and more people are on Ozempic. That's all I can tell you. Everybody I bump into in Hollywood and Los Angeles is on Ozempic. And it's a miracle drug, apparently. But in rare cases, you can get something called gastroparesis or paresis, where your stomach refuses to empty. It will not empty out, so you're nauseous kind of for the rest of your life when eating food, but that is very rare cases. But everyone you meet in this town is on Ozempic. I'm not going to say who's on it, but I'm saying people you bump into and they go, are you on Ozempic? I'm on Ozempic. And I'm happy for everybody that's on it, and who knows, I might do it. I'm a pussy. And doctors, they're telling me they don't know if I should do it. And I mean, doctors, these people are the scum of the earth. They'll tell you to do anything, really. So if doctors are saying we don't know yet, doctors, their job's just to sell you shit. If they are telling you to wait, doctors, the lowest of the low, brightness. Doctors, people, they have to literally make them do the Hippocratic oath, first do no harm. They have to make them say that because they know how sick they are in the head. Doctors, if they are even saying, wait, maybe, or let's see what happens, and some of them aren't, some of them are going, go for it, we don't know. But a lot of them are afraid now because of that thing on Netflix called Painkiller, where everybody is mad at the Sacklers. And I'll tell you this, I found out at my mother's wake, she was a pharmaceutical rep. She was one of those hot chicks. She used to be hot, and she was like selling speed and stuff, and I was so proud of her. By the way, let me mount a much needed defense of the Sackler family right now. Because I haven't heard any. There's none. There's not one person defending the Sacklers. I thought about it the other day. I said, everybody, has betrayed these people. They've deserted them in their hour of need. There's not one person willing to say maybe this is a two-sided issue. Maybe there's more to this. Maybe somebody had a bad back. Here's the deal. Does it or not? Does it work or not? That's number one. Does it work or not? Are you still in pain or not from the boating accident? Do you feel better after the boating accident or not? Or do you want a leave? They created a product that works, and the problem is it worked too well. And they knew it worked really, 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 really well. That's the whole point of that show. They knew how well it worked, and they kind of were like, hey, we're just gonna let you know it's good, but we don't want to tell you it's that good. We don't want to tell you it's great. And I'm aware that hindsight is 2020. The Monday morning quarterbacking is big. Everybody likes to beat up on the family that got us all addicted to opioids. Okay? I understand that. Instinctually, maybe I might even agree with it if I were of a lesser mind, as many of you are. I wish I was in that condition, in that state. Because it must be easier to kind of go through life questioning nothing and always walking around. By the way, they have a great wing at the Museum of Natural History that's beautiful. That's got... Get up the Sackler wing at the Museum of Natural History, because that's good. It's not only if you've made money, it's what have you done with your money. And now all these boards are going, let's give back their money. What about all the money that they took from like these fucking military industrial complex groups that have literally killed people all over the world, but that money's good, but the money from the Sackler family is not good? Don't you think it's odd, by the way, that we only have a problem with one family in the pharmaceutical world? Isn't that strange that it's one evil family and no one else? Nobody else has done anything wrong. There's no other drug that we should look at. It's just OxyContin. There's no other meds out there that we may not need. We're the most medicated country in the world, but there's nothing else that's a problem. The only thing that's a problem is literally the most obvious thing. The most obvious thing that turns people into zombies running around. We'll criticize that. But isn't it interesting that we've directed does anyone find that interesting that we've directed all of our attention to one family and the ruling class has decided to evict them from the boards of museums and charities, and they've decided to give back their donations and say, your money's no good here. Take your money away. We only take money from the military and people that do only good. We only take money from people that do only good things, like Boeing. Don't you think it's odd that there's just one family that everybody's focused on, this one evil family of evil people that were born evil? They're born evil. It's odd to me. It seems like we've scapegoated them. I'm not telling people to do OxyContin. I liked Percocet. Stick with Percocet. That's the message of the show. The message of the show. Vicodin might not be enough for you. I understand that. Vicodin's light. It's a mom thing. I used to do open houses with a fat realtor named Nuala, and she used to give me Vicodin, and we used to walk ourselves because no one would come to the open houses. We used to do them on this small island, Harbor Isle, where I grew up. It doesn't matter. You can Google it. And we used to walk around the island, you know, and all viked up, and it feels nice because your joints kind of glide. But the point is, if you want to get, you know, I get that doesn't seem fun maybe to people listening, but then you do Percocet, because Percocet's nice. But that's habit forming as well. But OxyContin, I remember I took it a few times. I ended up on a couch, me and my buddy just kind of going, ugh, staring at each other. We got like dope sick. It's not fun. It's not fun. But pretending that it is the only drug that is a problem in this country, it is the only thing that we should monitor at all. It is the only pharmaceutical problem we have is the evil Sackler family with OxyContin. That's it. That's the only issue. There's nobody else is pushing anything on you shouldn't take. Nobody, you know, because all those 18-year-old kids collapsing on soccer fields having heart attacks because of OxyContin, right? It's all bad. I love when, by the way, it's going to sound crazy, but go with me here. When all of the rich people decide to evict one rich family, take the side of the family they've evicted. Take the side of the family they've listened to me, not emotionally. Take your emotions out for a minute. What I'm saying is when all of these people decide that one group of people, that they all knew what they were doing. There was nobody that didn't know how the Sacklers made their money. There was no one that didn't know. So what are you guys in? Machine parts? What do you guys do? Are you import-export? What do you do? Do you run art galleries? What do you do? They knew it. Everyone knew how they made their money. There's not one group of... They're all at the dinner party, and the Sacklers are there, and everybody's going like, how do they have all this money? Everyone knew. Everyone knew. Some of the people took the drug. Some of the people, drum roll please, were in on it. They were invested. They thought it was great. They just didn't come up with the thing. So this one family who created this drug that has become a nightmare for people. I don't advocate drug use. I'm sober for 12 years. The only reason I'm able to do anything as a human being on this planet is because I am sober. If you even think you have a drug or alcohol problem, you do, and you should get help. That's true. But I'll tell you something else. But for the people that aren't, or maybe a little on the fence, stick with perks. I think that's a happy medium. I'm not going to tell you to do nothing. Life's hard. Stick with perks or a little Viking, because the oxys are too much. And it's like abstinence-only education. It's not realistic. The kids are going to fuck anyway and have kids, so you got to teach them a little bit about the condom, but you can't teach them it in the 5th grade. There's got to be there's a little, you know, when you're in high school, you go, here's the thing, this is what you use. If you're gonna do it, don't do it. But if you're gonna do it, wear the condom. If you're gonna do it, don't do it. But if you, and that's the way that's what I'm telling you. Don't do it. But if you're gonna do it, take a Vicodin. Take a Percocet and take a nice drive around Connecticut and take a nice walk. Go antiquing with 2 Vicodin. You don't need OxyContin. That's the you take a couple of Vicodin, you go antiquing on a Sunday in Connecticut, and you have a warm lobster roll. It's fine. That's fine. You got to learn to live with that level of intoxicate. You have to learn, you know, my friend's mother, who was a prostitute, but was brilliant in her own way, said once, I handle my drugs. I handle my drugs. I've learned to handle my drugs. I'm good at drugs. She said that. She goes, I've learned to handle my drugs. Handle your drugs. She said that to us when we were 13. Handle your drugs, she said in her kitchen to us. My friend, my lesbian friend. Handle your drugs, she said. You have to handle your drugs. You have to. You can't drink to the point where you vomit. You can't. People have used substances for enjoyment forever, and it's not a popular thing to say, especially a sober guy. I lack the power of using recreational drugs. Many people do not. I know people that drink often and smoke marijuana a lot. I know people that go on ayahuasca retreats and have horrible ideas for scripts afterwards. I know people that take DMT. I know people that do everything, that roll on Molly. They go to raves. They're 48 and they're at raves. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But they can do it. I cannot. I have lost the power over that. I'm incapable of it. My advice is to the people that are capable of it. Be good at your drugs. Be good at your drugs. It's not an abstinence message. It doesn't work. Telling everyone to not do drugs is not really maybe realistic or even ideal. How much funner are certain people drunk? How much better are certain people if they have the edge taken off, right? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying stick with Percocet, which is more than enough, and for many of you, Vicodin's enough. OxyContin's way too much. It's way too much. You got to stay away from it. And yes, it's a slippery slope, they'll say. Yes, it is a slippery slope. Yes, if many of you who start with Vicodin or Percocet will end up doing OxyContin. But I guess many people who start sucking cock will eventually fuck a dog. It's not my problem. I'm saying be good at your drugs, as my friend's prostitute mother said, who used to sell us weed. Where was I before that? I was on something important. When all of these rich families that know exactly what's going on kick out one family and decide to blacklist them, they decide to shame them and say, they are uniquely evil. They are uniquely evil and bad. And they have corrupted the system single-handedly. We don't know how they did it. We just went to every fundraiser with them, vacationed with them, sat next to them, hung out with them, maybe fucked them, did drugs with them, donated money to every political campaign with them, saw them out at every fundraiser for the last 30 or 40 years, but their lives have been a mystery to us. We don't know what they're doing over there. We have no idea what they're doing, but it's bad. It's bad and it's uniquely evil. They are different. They have polluted a great system, the pharmaceutical system, the system of research and development and innovation, the system that makes people in America better and healthy. Isn't it a country of healthy people? They're always getting better. That's what they've done. They've made everyone better. And then this evil family of warlocks called the Sackler family invented the plague. And no one knew it was a plague, even though we prescribed it for 30, 40 years. And it's that evil family that we didn't know what they were doing. We knew that they had a drug called OxyContin and blah, 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 blah. You know, the studies weren't, and we were not shown. Whenever the rich decide to evict, and I mean the real rich, not people like me. Stop calling me rich. It's not true. It's not true. The real rich, the people that are insanely wealthy, and they're cabals of powerful people. They're factions, power factions, they control. And every now and then they evict somebody. They decide to evict somebody. This happens all the time. They go, "You're out," because the way these things work is all of the businesses in America at the high end are cartels, kind of. They're like cartels. And then eventually what happens is the public gets angry. They become enraged because there's some crime that's uncovered. And then everybody's got to decide at the midnight meeting how quickly and how cleanly they can disown whoever either committed said crime or whoever they can pin the crime on and convince them that they are a complete this is a outlier. This is not the way we are doing good business. We're doing the right thing. The vast majority, those two words. Whenever somebody's using those words, it tends to be a lie if they have something to gain from it. They go, the vast majority of and what they really mean is that we all still have each other's backs, but we're throwing them out. We're kicking them out. They're out. This is not to say that OxyContin's good and you should put it on your frozen yogurt. This is to say that it's always interesting when the most, which by the way, RFK, they attack him because he's going after the industry that makes more money in this country really than any other. The pharmaceutical industry is allowed to advertise in America and New Zealand, and that is it. Growing up, I saw so many ads for all of these drugs that cured everything from hair loss to erectile dysfunction to anxiety to insomnia. Every single thing that you could imagine there was a blue or pink or purple pill for. Allergies, all the allergies we get from the crap food we eat, you know, the Claritin ads, people running through the meadows. Look at me, I can breathe again. Everything the pharmaceutical companies do is now off limits. You cannot criticize them at all. They are an incredibly powerful lobby. And since with the vaccine, they were able to fuse with public health. And criticizing anything they do, you became a conspiracy nut job and a whack and a crank. But that's why RFK is making waves and pissing people off, and that's why the media is ignoring him, because those news networks that are not letting him come on and criticize the pharmaceutical company, the ads for those news networks are all pharmaceutical ads, because the median age of a viewer of cable news is like 115 years old. Their skin is thin. It's like Biden. It's spread very thin, like a thin layer of butter on toast. The skin is spread very thin and the bones protrude out of it. And if you touch it even so slightly, it becomes blue. Those are the people that watch the cable news shows, and those are the people that need the pharmaceutical ads. I did enjoy Painkiller. Uzo Adoba is brilliant, and I don't think the Sacklers are upstanding, fine people, but none of them are. That's the point. None of them are. So when everybody gets together and goes, here's the bad guy, look this way. But I was proud of my mom that she was one of those hot chicks selling speed, because she was really hot back in the day, and she was one of those hot chicks selling speed, and I was proud of her for that, because I thought that was a cool job. So speaking of my mother, I want to show you these beautiful, beautiful things that my aunt just sent to me. I had no idea they existed. Make them big. Make everyone be able to see them. These are paintings. Get them up. Get both of them up. These are paintings that my mother did before she died. These are paintings. I believe they are maybe watercolor on canvas, acrylic on canvas. I don't know. They mean a lot to me. They're her last works. And they are incredibly emotional and mean a lot to me. We are selling them. And we're selling them because she would want them sold. And is it unreasonable to start the bidding at $25,000? For a dead artist with two works? For a Patricia Dillon original? What about five? Here's what I'll say. Tell me on social media the amount of money you are willing to pay for these paintings. I don't really want them. They don't fit the color scheme in my homes. No, they don't fit the color scheme in my homes. My aunt said, you want them? I said, no, I'm working with designers and we can't fit this in. We can't fit it in. I've spoken to these people, and there's very tough, because there's a whole scheme. There's things that highlight other things and colors that bounce off you people. I couldn't even explain it to you. But it's just not going to work. And get the other one up with the palm trees. I think it's a little stronger. So again, if you want these Patricia Dillon originals, we can make, but it's going to cost money. I don't think it should be free. This is a recently deceased artist who has two works. Could we do a gallery show with two works? Mm-hmm. You could, right?
Like an exhibition, yeah.
Yes. Well, that might happen. I mean, I have an art dealer I should call. No, I don't think she'll answer, but I genuinely have an art dealer because I like art. And
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Sophia. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Let me ask you a question. This is crazy. My mother was kind of like an artist. She painted two things. She's recently deceased.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I appreciate it. She fought a long, hard battle. But she's got these two, like, beautiful things. I just want to show them to you. I don't know.
Okay, show me.
I want to show them to you because I don't know what you could do with them, but, like, you know, she was schizophrenic, and I know, I mean, not to be crass about it, but I know some of the art world likes stuff like that.
Yeah, no, definitely.
You know what I mean? Because
most people have like mental health problems, or like artists do, also in general, like
yes.
society.
Well, and that's the thing, because I think it unlocks something that's a little brilliant, and there might be someone, you know, that, I mean, not even to monetize, I'm not concerned about the money, but somebody might look at this and go, there's some real value in it because of the schizophrenia.
Yeah, send it to me. I'd love to see it.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Thank you. Are we not living in a, folks, are we not living in a great world? Folks, are we not living in a great world? I mean, the art world, is it not fun? Savage! She's a savage! She's a nut! I'm gonna send these shit paintings to this person, this demon, and we're gonna sell them to some rich fuck. But not the Sacklers. Not the not them. Not them. I'm gonna sell my dead schizophrenic mother's paintings because the system's good. But not the Sacklers. My art dealer likes that. She goes, let's pimp out those synapses firing, but not quite meeting up. But not the Sackler fans. Not good, the Sacklers. But these are on the block. They're going to the block. Fuck you. You know what? You're not messaging me on social media. We're going to do a show. This bitch, she's legit, this bitch. She's legit, you know it. We are doing a show for my dead mother's art. We're doing a show for my dead mother's art. If you're not into it, you're not into it. But people like that it's a schizophrenic. You fucking normie minds can't fucking comprehend. Because what my mother's painting there, she's not really painting a sailboat and palm trees. And you know what we need to do? We need to kind of dress these up a little bit, right? Yeah. These could sell for $100,000 each. If I get them, I'll get my aunt to send me them. And then instead of them just being these like shitty things, in the middle of it, we'll put like a bloody stencil of Richard Nixon's face. And I swear to God, I'm not kidding. You put a bloody stencil of Nixon's face and let it bleed and go, she's a Vietnam era schizophrenic. Shell it out, shell it out. It's true. It's absolutely true. It's amazingly true. I'm actually, to be honest with you, I'm sad there's only two. Let me call my aunt, because frankly we might be getting more, and I am praying to God there's more. Give me more. What if we glued the Beanie Babies onto them? What if we glued the Beanie Babies on? Hi, Donna. Very quick question. Can't really talk long. Are those two paintings of my mother, are those the only paintings she's done? Are those her only works?
Wait, say that again?
Those two paintings that my mother did, are those her only works?
To mine, I might have one of my own, you know, that I have somewhere that I packed and brought.
I'll get all of her works. I want to do a gallery show. But, all right, I'll
even donate mine. I think mine looks just like the pine tree.
Get them all. I'll call you back. Thank you. We're in it, baby. Get them all. Get the space. Get these rich retards. They just got out of the U.S. Open. Start stenciling Richard Nixon's bloody face or some crap they'll like on my mother's kind of boring landscapes that are kind of uninspiring. Start stenciling something, kind of Banksy it up, sex it up. Let's do a gallery show of my dead schizophrenic mother's art. It's my mother, by the way. People that may be offended by this or think this is cold-hearted, there is nobody that would want her work to sell. How do you say, posthumously?
Posthumously, yeah.
There's nobody that would want her art to sell posthumously more than my mother. Nobody. My mother would be happy that I'm using the art that we found in her mental institution to enrich myself. And if you don't have a mother like that, then you got to get a new mama. You got to get a new mother. They want their work appreciated, and it doesn't have to be in their lifetime. That's a great thing about art. And if you think I'm kidding about this, you don't know me and have not watched this show. There will be I will do a gallery show in New York City of this woman's art. You have to just stencil the faces. Get me maybe a Henry Kissinger Nixon, we got to do something. It's Vietnam. It's retro. Her mind was ruined. She was a hippie and it was fun, but her mind got, because we got to sell to the rich hippie contingent. They're older now. They're rich. They're wandering around Malibu or Soho. These are the people that, were these free love, wild types, they're really excited about Pete Buttigieg. I like Pete Buttigieg. I like Mayor Pete. But, these are the people that were doing, they were having fivesomes with Country Joe and the Fish. But now they're excited about Mayor Pete, It's like life can be long sometimes, and that's the problem. But these people that, those are the people that we're going for with kind of that 60s nostalgia. Give me a little warplane. You put a warplane in the middle of one of these. A stenciled warplane in red that it looks like blood. I'm telling you right now, we're in. That's all art is. It's fake. It's not real. Dude, sometimes I want to buy tickets to something, and I'm like when I was buying the free speech night with Barry Weiss and Grimes, I was stressed out because I'm like, I want a night of free speech. Where can I go? It's important to get a night of free speech out there. Get a little free speech. So I went to the feminist free speech debate,
Alliance?
but a lot of my friends were like calling me. They were stressed out. They were like, fuck, how do we get these tickets? I'm like, what about the Game Time app? They're like, what? I'm like, the Game Time app? And they're like, is that how we can see Grimes? I go, yeah. Flash deals, last minute tickets, easy to find and buy tickets for every kind of event in your area. Images of seat views, lowest price guarantee, even cancellation protection, job loss protection, things like that. Forget planning months in advance. Game Time has deals on tickets right up to the day of the event. Get exclusive flash deals on tickets for football, basketball, baseball, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Game Time guarantee means you'll get the best price. I'm telling you right now, download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code TIM. Don't take my word for it. Go do it now. Maybe that is taking my word for it, but figure it out for yourself, but do it now. Use the code TIM for $20 off your first purchase, which would be to see me. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code TIM for $20 off. Download Game Time today. I'm telling you, folks, it is a good app. This is one of those good apps, legitimately. And it is one of those apps where you need it because you are buying things in the show. I'm sorry, it's late. You're buying things out there in the world. You're going to buy them anyway. Why not buy them efficiently and quickly? It's last minute. Last minute. Like Princess Diana Bear right here. I want to go to the Game Time app. Why do you want to go to the Game Time app, Princess Diana? Well, I'm the soul of Diana, actually. And I was murdered because I was dating a Palestinian, and the British royal family couldn't take that chance. So they murdered me with the Mossad. Well, that's wacky, isn't it? Yes, but now my soul lives in this bear. And this isn't even a real bear. It's the fake bear that your retarded fans think is real. Well, that's not a nice thing to say. I died before cancel culture. You're not going to cancel me. I've already been cancelled in a limousine.
He's
by
Louis
some
Theroux.
very bad people. And my only regret is that I couldn't see Grimes debate the girl from Red Scare about feminism because I didn't have the Game Time app. Download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code TIM for 20% off your first purchase. I also am not thrilled that my cunt of a son is dating Meghan Markle. As I agree with you, I think she's sort of a low-rent fishwife. So much of what people have to do when they own a business is to promote growth and change. That's really what it comes down to. They can't worry about a lot of the clerical jobs, the back office, you know. Right now, we're in the calm before the holiday storm, if you are in any type of e-commerce business. And if you know, let me tell you a story about a friend I had. This is a real story that might help people, because I'm talking about a thing today called ShipStation that might made you avoid the fate of a friend that I have, because ShipStation can quickly and easily update crucial order information, reduce errors. It's effortless integration anywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. It manages orders, prints labels, compares rates, optimizes every They work with every carrier, UPS, FedEx, and Postal Service. My friend, he wanted to do it himself. He said that. He started a business. It was sports memorabilia. And he goes, I want to do it myself. And he got his wife, who was involved as well. And she was taking a sabbatical because she was pregnant. I don't know what they call that. Maternity leave. But she was a teacher, so I think sabbatical is kind of an interesting. She was in maternity leave. Okay? And this guy, this gentleman, started an e-commerce business with her. Well, I don't even want to say. It got so bad with the shipping of the labels, and they were trying to keep track of the orders. It got so bad that he cut the baby out of her and killed the baby in front of her and then killed her. I don't even like to think about it, because to me it's like it's ShipStation has enterprise solutions that reduce warehouse costs and improve profitability. Over 130,000 companies have grown. It would be one thing to kill her, but and then her, it's, Go to ShipStation.com and use the code TimDillon today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, code TIMDILLON. Bye. Hunter Biden, sadly, was indicted. This guy is indicted now. He's facing 10 years because of a gun charge. Here's what you got to respect about Hunter Biden. He's still showing up to life. Like he's still with the family. He's still out. Remember a few months ago, you saw him, he was out on the balcony, and then he kind of left to do something or other inside. But he was out on the balcony with everybody. He's another artist. It's an episode about art. If Hunter Biden can sell his art, my mother can't. If this guy can sell his art, my mother cannot. My mother was a law-abiding citizen. So Hunter Biden, sadly, is indicted on gun charges, and it's not looking great. He purchased a gun in 2018, the first time in U.S. history. The Justice Department has charged the child of a sitting president. The 3 charges include making false statements on a federal firearms form and possession of a firearm as a prohibited person. Biden's now getting very old. He's not getting old now. He's been old. But now the laser focus on him has made people realize how old he is. He's confused. He's wandering around. He has probably early onset dementia, something like that. And they don't know they got to get rid of him. They're trying. The powers that be, I don't believe, want him. I think they believe he's too much of a liability now, and that someone else could win and maybe open an investigation into any of these things, right? The Russiagate hoax or whatever the hell's going on in Ukraine with the Biden family. Like, there are people that don't want, there's members of the political establishment that do not want somebody coming in there, especially an outsider, flinging open all these files and going, what the hell's been going on here? They don't want that. The only reason to really run Biden at his age is to continue some kind of cover-up. Think about it rationally and ignore politics for a minute. The only reason you have a guy wandering around a stage that can't speak is because you're terrified of whoever comes in next. There's no reason that you would prop this corpse up unless you weren't scared that the person that came in next would be able to, start digging up dirt. Do you have the thing where Biden, they abruptly end his press conference?
Yeah.
It's really It's really weird.
Yes, hold on a sec. This was in Vietnam earlier this week.
What, by the way, so I was talking to a friend of mine about this on Shelter Island, and he made a good point. He's like, it's kind of like elder abuse. It's like elder abuse. You know, people in his family keep putting him out in front of the podium and keep making him talk. And there's almost like some weird thing where a friend of mine made a point where it was like, maybe Hunter Biden's like abusing his dad. Like, you fucking shut the fuck up and like, because, you know, Biden having the power of the presidency is maybe one of the reasons all these dominoes aren't falling, right? And I think Hunter Biden knows that. I mean, he's probably telling his dad, like, you have to support me. You have to back me. You know. I mean, so take a look at Biden here. It's crazy. And I actually, by the way, kind of feel bad for Biden because he's so old. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's like a pawn in something. And I mean, he's been, you know, a pretty consistent demon legislatively in every other way his whole life. I'm not saying we should feel bad for him like many of them, you know? I mean, that being said, I truly don't believe he knows where he is. I think we've gotten to a point where it's an apolitical statement to make. This is not a political statement. Poll after poll says majority of like Democrats want another option because the guy's fucking ancient. But I don't think he knows where he is. So then the question is, why is this going on? It's not enough that they just don't have another person. That's not enough. That's not enough. There's people. They're not great, but the Republicans don't have anyone great either, right? Except Trump, who's been indicted a bunch of times, right? He's the only one with the gravitas to kind of, you know, get in the ring and he'd be a formidable candidate. The rest of them are bombing. DeSantis is deflated. You know, Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, it's not. So the Democrats have governors, they have people, they have senators, they have congresspeople. I think it's got to be something else. It's got to be another reason that this guy, they have to run this guy again. It seems weird to me. It seems odd. And I don't know what it is, but take a look at this. It's weird.
We talked about at the conference overall. We talked about stability. We talked about making sure that the third world, the Southern Hemisphere had access to change it, had access. It wasn't confrontational at all.
Thank you, everybody. This ends the press conference. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's saying the third world is not the third world. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at it, the jazz music plays. How beautiful is this? Look at him. He has no idea where he is. He doesn't know where he is.
Every person I've met with.
He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know where he is. The poor guy, they're talking about his son. He's walking off to jazz. Is that the music they played in the room? I mean, Jesus Christ. Play his exit one more time. It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen with the jazz music. I thought that was dubbed in.
No.
The fact that this is the real music playing as this guy leaves is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Talk about the sun setting on the empire. I mean, watch this.
Thank you. Crazy with every person I've met with.
Yeah, he's talking. He's not even in the mic. And then he just walks off to jazz. Just some fun, soft jazz. Thank you for watching The Quiet Storm. Joe Biden. That's Joe Biden. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible that he's in the state he's in and nobody's rescuing him. He needs to be rescued. This is a SEAL Team 6 rescue mission, and the only way to rescue him is to get him, put him out of his misery. I mean, not kill him, but get him out of the fucking Oval Office. Let the guy be. I mean, we really torture people in this country. You know, we don't ever let it end. We don't ever let it end in this country. How old is that guy?
Late 70s, right?
That guy's in his late 70s, and you know someone came to him and they're like, the country is calling, you know? You have to answer.
He's 80.
He's 80. And you know they tell him every day, they're like, history is calling, sir. You know, and he's like, like history, because it's just the people behind the scenes are running the whole thing. And you could tell the way he walks off the stage.
So
God,
hungry.
he's not going to win. And they can't run him. And I believe that's what they're thinking now. But they can't run Amy Klobuchar because she ate a salad with a comb once. Remember when they didn't have a fork and Amy Klobuchar, she threw a stapler at her assistant's head and then ate a salad with a fork? I'm sorry, with a comb. She ate a salad with a comb. Out. Elizabeth Warren is a joke. She's a literal punchline. Pete Buttigieg is a CIA gay, which is probably not the most attractive right now. He took 3 months off to raise a child he did not have. I mean, that seems odd, and I'm all for gay people being parents if they're good at it, but like taking 90 days off while trains are derailing and they're spilling waste all over fucking Ohio or wherever the hell it is, Pennsylvania. It's crazy. So it's just an ugly reality now that they don't have anyone. Sanders is too old. Gavin Newsom is probably their best bet, even though he's hated. And he's the governor of a hated state, which he's made quite a mess of. But they cannot run this guy. And then we have Kamala, who's incapable of communicating, is a prosecutor, a cop. You know, Democrats love that. A resident of the hated state, California. Doesn't she have a white husband? Yeah, right. So, I mean, it's across the board. She doesn't check any of the boxes, right? It's just not cool. Nobody's into it, you know? Nobody's into it, and that's unfortunate. You know what I was saying the other day to somebody? I was having lunch with somebody. And I said 35% of all fatal car accidents occur between 6 p.m. and midnight. They said, no way. I said people aged 25 to 34 have the highest amount of drivers involved in car crashes. And people aged 15 to 24 had the highest rate of emergency room visits due to car accidents of all age groups. They were like, what? I said, Morgan & Morgan is, I was getting very, like, we were having lunch, so I was kind of just going, and they were like, what? But I told them, I said, Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury firm. They have 100 offices nationwide, more than 800 lawyers. I said, with over $15 billion recovered from over 300,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. At this point, they were going, what's wrong with you? Stop. I just want to have lunch. I said, Morgan & Morgan has been fighting for the people for over 35 years. Submitting an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan is easy. I'm telling you right now, people are going to get injured. I don't want it to happen. No one wants it to happen, but it's going to happen because this is life. Profound. Now, you need lawyers to get what's yours, get what's rightfully yours out there. So I'm telling you, submitting an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan, it's easy, baby. Trying to predict which celebrity will be roasted on my next episode is hard. Oh, God, I hate when they write it. They're so bad. Stop fucking writing. Be lawyers. But it's a good law firm, folks. They don't charge you unless they win. Isn't that what life's about? It's winning. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com. TIM. forthepeople.com/TIM or dial pound law pound 29 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/Tim or pound law pound 529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement.
This season, your coffee orders are getting warmer and your outfits are getting cozier. The world keeps changing, and so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're one of the best ways to help protect yourself against COVID-19. You can get a COVID-19 shot at the same visit as a flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Talk to your healthcare provider to learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov. And don't forget to get extra cinnamon spice. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
You've been dreaming about the dress. Come find the one at David's Bridal. The most glamorous designer wedding gowns are now 15% off. Bridesmaid dresses that fit beautifully start around $99. Whether you need a veil, jewelry, shoes, or even lingerie and shapewear, it's all at David's Bridal. Take 20% off outfit making accessories for a limited time. Stop by your local David's Bridal store or shop davidsbridal.com today. Terms and conditions apply.
Lauren Boebert was kicked out of Beetlejuice, the musical. The thing about musicals is when they leave Broadway, or even when they are still on Broadway, But I think it's when they close. But maybe Beetlejuice is still open. I don't know.
It was like a national tour.
Yeah, I was on one of those years ago for Annie Get Your Gun when I was 11, and my mother went with me for like 3 months. We toured around the country. And then, you know, in the real Annie Get Your Gun on Broadway, Gina Davis was the star. She was a movie star, and she played Annie Oakley. And then we had this woman who was like this Ethel Merman impersonator. And she was, you know, the touring version of the musical often, it's a far fall. You know what I mean? On Broadway, a musical will have like Josh Groban, and then when it goes on tour around the country, it'll be like Joey Fatone. Like it's a apocalyptic fall in terms of the cast. But they didn't deserve this, whatever she was doing. She got kicked out of Beetlejuice the musical for causing a disturbance. She was in the theater, I think, vaping, talking. They cite an incident report it obtained in which representatives of the Buell Theater in downtown Denver say a group of people were asked to leave after vaping, singing, recording, causing a disturbance. Well, they were getting into it. She's a hillbilly. You gotta let her get into it a little bit. She's a hillbilly. You know, that's the thing. I don't really want to defend her here, but she is a hillbilly. And there is a culture they have. And some of it is kind of singing along and vaping and stomping their feet and doing like ham bone and jug bands and stuff. I mean, this is not a woman who's like seeing shows at the West End of London or on Broadway. I mean, she's a hick. She's a straight up hillbilly. And I'm not saying that in a disrespectful manner, you know, publicly, privately.